The Application of Thought to Textual Criticism by A.E. Housman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. In beginning to speak about the application of thought to textual criticism, I do not intend to define the term thought, because I hope that the sense which I attach to the word will emerge from what I say. But it is necessary at the outset to define textual criticism, because many people, and even some people who profess to teach it to others, do not know what it is. One sees books calling themselves introductions to textual criticism, which contain nothing about textual criticism from beginning to end, which are all about paleography and manuscripts and collation, and have no more to do with textual criticism than if they were all about accidents and syntax. Paleography is one of the things with which a textual critic needs to acquaint himself, but grammar is another and equally indispensable, and no amount either of grammar or of paleography will teach a man one scrap of textual criticism. Textual criticism is a science, and since it comprises recension and emendation, it is also an art. It is the science of discovering error in texts, and the art of removing it. That is its definition, that is what the name denotes. But I must also say something about what it does and does not connote, what attributes it does and does not imply, because here also there are false impressions abroad. First then, it is not a sacred mystery. It is purely a matter of reason and of common sense. We exercise textual criticism whenever we notice and correct a misprint. A man who possesses common sense and the use of reason must not expect to learn from treatises or lectures on textual criticism anything that he could not with leisure and industry find out for himself. What the lectures and treatises can do for him is to save him time and trouble by presenting to him immediately considerations which would in any case occur to him sooner or later. And whatever he reads about textual criticism in books, or hears at lectures, he should test by reason and common sense, and reject everything which conflicts with either as mere hocus pocus. Secondly, textual criticism is not a branch of mathematics, nor indeed an exact science at all. It deals with a matter not rigid and constant like lines and numbers, but fluid and variable, namely the frailties and aberrations of the human mind, and of its insubordinate servants, the human fingers. It therefore is not susceptible of hard and fast rules. It would be much easier if it were, and that is why people try to pretend that it is, or at least behave as if they thought so. Of course you can have hard and fast rules if you like, but then you will have false rules, and they will lead you wrong, because their simplicity will render them inapplicable to problems which are not simple, but complicated by the play of personality. A textual critic engaged upon his business is not at all like Newton investigating the motions of the planets. He is much more like a dog hunting for fleas. If a dog hunted for fleas on mathematical principles, basing his researches on statistics of area and population, he would never catch a flea except by accident. They require to be treated as individuals, and every problem which presents itself to the textual critic must be regarded as possibly unique. Textual criticism, therefore, is neither mystery nor mathematics. It cannot be learned either like the catechism or like the multiplication table. This science and this art require more in the learner than a simply receptive mind, and indeed the truth is that they cannot be taught at all. Criticus nascitur, non fit. If a dog is to hunt for fleas successfully, he must be quick and he must be sensitive. It is no good for a rhinoceros to hunt for fleas. He does not know where they are, and could not catch them if he did. It has sometimes been said that textual criticism is the crown and summit of all scholarship. This is not evidently or necessarily true, but it is true that the qualities which make a critic, whether they are thus transcendent or no, are rare, and that a good critic is a much less common thing than, for instance, a good grammarian. I have in my mind a paper by a well-known scholar on a certain Latin writer, half of which was concerned with grammar and half with criticism. The grammatical part was excellent. It showed wide reading and accurate observation, and contributed matter which was both new and valuable. In the textual part, The author was like nothing so much as an ill-bred child interrupting the conversation of grown men. If it was possible to mistake the question at issue, he mistook it. If an opponent's arguments were contained in some book which was not at hand, he did not try to find the book, but he tried to guess the arguments, and he never succeeded. If the book was at hand and he had read the arguments, he did not understand them, and he represented his opponents as saying the opposite of what they had said. If another scholar had already removed a corruption by slightly altering the text, he proposed to remove it by altering the text violently. So possible is it to be a learned man and admirable in other departments, and yet to have in you not even the makings of a critic. But the application of thought to textual criticism is an action which ought to be within the power of anyone who can apply thought to anything. It is not, like the talent for textual criticism, a gift of nature, but it is a habit, and like other habits it can be formed. And when formed, although it cannot fill the place of an absent talent, it can modify and minimise the ill effects of the talent's absence. Because a man is not a born critic, he need not therefore act like a born fool, but when he engages in textual criticism, he often does. There are reasons for everything, and there are reasons for this, and I will now set forth the chief of them. The fact that thought is not sufficiently applied to the subject I shall show hereafter by examples, but at present I consider the causes which bring that result about. First then, not only is a natural aptitude for the study rare, but so also is a genuine interest in it. Most people, and many scholars among them, find it rather dry and rather dull. Now, if a subject bores us, we are apt to avoid the trouble of thinking about it. But if we do that, we had better go further and avoid also the trouble of writing about it. And that is what English scholars often did in the middle of the 19th century, when nobody in England wanted to hear about textual criticism. This was not an ideal condition of affairs, but it had its compensation. The less one says about a subject which one does not understand, the less one will say about it which is foolish, and on this subject editors were allowed by public opinion to be silent if they chose. But public opinion is now aware that textual criticism, however repulsive, is nevertheless indispensable, and editors find that some pretence of dealing with the subject is obligatory, and in these circumstances they apply not thought, but words, to textual criticism. They get rules by rote without grasping the realities of which those rules are merely emblems, and recite them on inappropriate occasions, instead of seriously thinking out each problem as it arises. Secondly, it is only a minority of those who engage in this study who are sincerely bent upon the discovery of truth. We all know that the discovery of truth is seldom the sole object of political writers, and the world believes, justly or unjustly, that it is not always the sole object of theologians. But the amount of subconscious dishonesty which pervades the textual criticism of the Greek and Latin classics is little suspected except by those who have had occasion to analyse it. People come upon this field bringing with them prepossessions and preferences. They are not willing to look all facts in the face, nor to draw the most probable conclusion, unless it is also the most agreeable conclusion. Most men are rather stupid, and most of those who are not stupid are, consequently, rather vain, and it is hardly possible to step aside from the pursuit of truth without falling a victim either to your stupidity or else to your vanity. Stupidity will then attach you to received opinions, and you will stick in the mud, or vanity will set you hunting for novelty, and you will find mares' nests. Added to these snares and hindrances, there are the various forms of partisanship, sectarianism, which handcuffs you to your own school and teachers and associates, and patriotism, which handcuffs you to your own country. Patriotism has a great name as a virtue, and in civic matters, at the present stage of the world's history, it possibly still does more good than harm. But in the sphere of intellect, it is an unmitigated nuisance. I do not know which cuts the worse figure, a German scholar encouraging his countrymen to believe that wir Deutsche have nothing to learn from foreigners, or an Englishman demonstrating the unity of Homer by sneers at Teutonic professors, who are supposed by his audience to have goggle eyes behind large spectacles, and ragged moustaches saturated in lager beer, and consequently to be incapable of forming literary judgments. Thirdly, these internal causes of error and folly are subject to very little counteraction or correction from outside. The average reader knows hardly anything about textual criticism, and therefore cannot exercise a vigilant control over the writer. The addlepate is at liberty to maunder, and the impostor is at liberty to lie. And what is worse, the reader often shares the writer's prejudices, and is far too well pleased with his conclusions to examine either his premises or his reasoning. Stand on a barrel in the streets of Baghdad and say in a loud voice, "Twice 2 is 4, and ginger is hot in the mouth, therefore Mohammed is the prophet of God," and your logic will probably escape criticism. Or, if anyone by chance should criticize it, you could easily silence him by calling him a Christian dog. Fourthly, the things which the textual critic has to talk about are not things which present themselves clearly and sharply to the mind, and it is easy to say, and to fancy that you think, what you really do not think, and even what, if you seriously tried to think it, you would find to be unthinkable. Mistakes are therefore made which could not be made if the matter under discussion were any corporeal object, having qualities perceptible to the senses. The human senses have had a much longer history than the human intellect, and have been brought much nearer to perfection. They are far more acute, far less easy to deceive. The difference between an icicle and a red-hot poker is really much slighter than the difference between truth and falsehood, or sense and nonsense. Yet it is much more immediately noticeable, and much more universally noticed, because the body is more sensitive than the mind. I find, therefore, that a good way of exposing the falsehood of a statement, or the absurdity of an argument in textual criticism, is to transpose it into sensuous terms, and see what it looks like then. If the nouns which we use are the names of things which can be handled or tasted, differing from one another in being hot or cold, sweet or sour, then we realise what we are saying, and take care what we say. But the terms of textual criticism are deplorably intellectual, and probably in no other field do men tell so many falsehoods in the idle hope that they are telling the truth, or talk so much nonsense in the vague belief that they are talking sense. This is particularly unfortunate and particularly reprehensible, because there is no science in which it is more necessary to take precautions against error arising from internal causes. Those who follow the physical sciences enjoy the great advantage that they can constantly bring their opinions to the test of fact, and verify or falsify their theories by experiment. When a chemist has mixed sulphur and saltpetre and charcoal in certain proportions, and wishes to ascertain if the mixture is explosive, he need only apply a match. When a doctor has compounded a new drug, and desires to find out what diseases, if any, it is good for, he has only to give it to his patients all round, and notice which die and which recover. Our conclusions regarding the truth or falsehood of a manuscript reading can never be confirmed or corrected by an equally decisive test. For the only equally decisive test would be the production of the author's autograph. The discovery merely of better and older manuscripts than were previously known to us is not equally decisive, and even this inadequate verification is not to be expected often or on a large scale. It is therefore a matter of common prudence and common decency that we should neglect no safeguard lying within our reach, that we should look sharp after ourselves, that we should narrowly scrutinize our own proceedings and rigorously analyze our springs of action. How far these elementary requirements are satisfied, we will now learn from examples. At the very beginning, to see what pure irrelevancy, what almost incredible foolishness finds its way into print, take this instance. It had been supposed for several centuries that Plautus's name was M. Accius Plautus, when Ritschl in 1845 pointed out that in the Ambrosian palimpsest discovered by May in 1815, written in the 4th or 5th century and much the oldest of Plautus's manuscripts, the name appears in the genitive as T. Macci Plauti, so that he was really called Titus Maccius or Maccus Plautus. An Italian scholar, one Valauri, objected to this innovation on the ground that in all printed editions from the 16th to the 19th century the name was M. Accius. He went to Milan to look at the palimpsest, and there, to be sure, he found T. Macci quite legibly written. But he observed that many other pages of the manuscript were quite illegible, and that the whole book was very much tattered and battered. Whereupon he said that he could not sufficiently wonder at any one attaching any weight to a manuscript which was in such a condition. Is there any other science, anything calling itself a science, into which such intellects intrude and conduct such operations in public? But you may think that Mr. Valari is a unique phenomenon. No. If you engage in textual criticism, you may come upon a second Mr. Valari at any turn. The manuscripts of Catullus, none of them older than the 14th century, present at 6423 the verse Heroes salvete Deum genus or bona mater. The Veronese Scholia on Virgil, a palimpsest of the 5th or 6th century, at Aeneid 580, Salve sancte parens, have the note Catullus, salvete Deum gens o bona matrum, progenies salvete iterum, giving gens for genus, matrum for mater, and adding a half verse absent from Catullus's manuscripts, and scholars have naturally preferred an authority so much more ancient. But one editor is found to object. The weight of the Veronese Scholia, imperfect and full of lacunae as they are, is not to be set against our manuscripts. There is Mr. Valari over again. Because the palimpsest has large holes elsewhere, and because much of it has perished, therefore what remains, though written as early as the 6th century, has less authority than manuscripts written in the 14th. If, however, anyone gets hold of these 14th century manuscripts, destroys pages of them, and tears holes in the pages he does not destroy, the authority of those parts which he allows to survive will presumably deteriorate, and may even sink as low as that of the palimpsest. Again, there are two manuscripts of a certain author, which we will call A and B. Of these two, it is recognised that A is the more correct, but the less sincere, and that B is the more corrupt, but the less interpolated. It is desired to know which manuscript, if either, is better than the other, or whether both are equal. One scholar tries to determine this question by the collection and comparison of examples, but another thinks he knows a shorter way than that, and it consists in saying, the more sincere manuscript is and must be, for any critic who understands his business, the better manuscript. This I cite as a specimen of the things which people may say if they do not think about the meaning of what they are saying, and especially as an example of the danger of dealing in generalizations. The best way to treat such pretentious inanities is to transfer them from the sphere of textual criticism, where the difference between truth and falsehood or between sense and nonsense is little regarded and seldom even perceived, into some sphere where men are obliged to use concrete and sensuous terms, which force them, however reluctantly, to think. I ask this scholar, this critic who knows his business, and who says that the more sincere of two manuscripts is and must be the better, I ask him to tell me, which weighs most, a tall man or a fat man? He cannot answer, nobody can. Everybody sees in a moment that the question is absurd. Tall and fat are adjectives which transport even a textual critic from the world of humbug into the world of reality, a world inhabited by comparatively thoughtful people, such as butchers and grocers, who depend upon their brains for their bread. There he begins to understand that to such general questions any answer must be false, that judgment can only be pronounced on individual specimens, that everything depends on the degree of tallness and the degree of fatness. It may well be that an inch of girth adds more weight than an inch of height, or vice versa, but that altitude is incomparably more ponderous than obesity, or obesity than altitude, and that an inch of one depresses the scale more than a yard of the other, has never been maintained. The way to find out whether this tall man weighs more or less than that fat man is to weigh them. And the way to find out whether this corrupt manuscript is better or worse than that interpolated manuscript is to collect and compare their readings, not to ride easily off on the false and ridiculous generalization that the more sincere manuscript is and must be the better. When you call a manuscript sincere, you instantly engage on its behalf the moral sympathy of the thoughtless. Moral sympathy is a line in which they are very strong. I do not desire to exclude morality from textual criticism. I wish, indeed, that some moral qualities were commoner in textual criticism than they are. But let us not indulge our moral emotions out of season. It may be that a scribe who interpolates, who makes changes deliberately, is guilty of wickedness, while a scribe who makes changes accidentally because he is sleepy or illiterate or drunk is guilty of none. But that is a question which will be determined by a competent authority at the day of judgment, and is no concern of ours. Our concern is not with the eternal destiny of the scribe, but with the temporal utility of the manuscript, and a manuscript is useful or the reverse in proportion to the amount of truth which it discloses or conceals, no matter what may be the causes of the disclosure or concealment. It is a mistake to suppose that deliberate change is always or necessarily more destructive of truth than accidental change, and even if it were, the main question, as I've said already, is one of degree. A manuscript in which 1% of the words have been viciously and intentionally altered, and 99% are right, is not so bad as a manuscript in which only 1% are right and 99% have been altered virtuously and unintentionally. And if you go to a critic with any such vague inquiry as to the question whether the more sincere or the more correct of two manuscripts is the better, he will reply, "If I am to answer that question, you must show me the two manuscripts first. For aught that I know at present, from the terms of your query, either may be better than the other, or both may be equal." But that is what the incompetent intruders into criticism can never admit. They must have a better manuscript, whether it exists or no, because they could never get along without one. If Providence permitted two manuscripts to be equal, the editor would have to choose between their readings by considerations of intrinsic merit, and in order to do that he would need to inquire intelligence and impartiality and willingness to take pains and all sorts of things which he neither has nor wishes for, and he feels sure that God, who tempers the wind to the shorn lamb, can never have meant to lay upon his shoulders such a burden as this. This is thoughtlessness in the sphere of recension. Come now to the sphere of emendation. There is one foolish sort of conjecture which seems to be commoner in the British Isles than anywhere else, though it is also practised abroad, and of late years especially at Munich. The practice is, if you have persuaded yourself that a text is corrupt, to alter a letter or two and see what happens. If what happens is anything which the warmest goodwill can mistake for sense and grammar, you call it an emendation, and you call this silly game the paleographical method. The paleographical method has always been the delight of tyros and the scorn of critics. Haupt, for example, used to warn his pupils against mistaking this sort of thing for emendation. "The prime requisite of a good emendation," said he, "is that it should start from the thought. It is only afterwards that other considerations, such as those of metre, or possibilities, such as the interchange of letters, are taken into account." And again, "If the sense requires it, I am prepared to write Constantinopolitanus, where the manuscripts have the monosyllabic interjection O." And again, "From the requirement that one should always begin with the thought, there results, as is self-evident, the negative aspect of the case, that one should not at the outset consider what exchange of letters may possibly have brought about the corruption of the passage one is dealing with." And further, in his oration on Lachmann as a critic, "Some people, if they see that anything in an ancient text wants correcting, immediately betake themselves to the art of paleography, investigate the shapes of letters and the forms of abbreviation, and try one dodge after another as if it were a game, until they hit upon something which they think can substitute for the corruption, as if, forsooth, truth were generally discovered by shots of that sort, or as if emendation could take its rise from anything but a careful consideration of the thought." But even when paleography is kept in her proper place, as handmaid, and not allowed to give herself the airs of mistress, she is apt to be overworked. There is a preference for conjectures which call in the aid of paleography, and which we assume, as the cause of error, the accidental interchange of similar letters or similar words, although other causes of error are known to exist. One is presented, for instance, with the following maxim: "Interpolation is, speaking generally, comparatively an uncommon source of alteration, and we should therefore be loath to assume it in a given case. Every case is a given case. So what this maxim really means is that we should always be loath to assume interpolation as a source of alteration. But it is certain, and admitted by this writer when he uses the phrase comparatively uncommon, that interpolation does occur. So he is telling us that we should be loath to assume interpolation, even when that assumption is true. And the reason why we are to behave in this ridiculous manner is that interpolation is, speaking generally, comparatively an uncommon source of alteration. Now, to detect a non sequitur, unless it leads to an unwelcome conclusion, is as much beyond the power of the average reader as it is beyond the power of the average writer to attach ideas to his own words when those words are terms of textual criticism. I will therefore substitute other terms, terms to which ideas must be attached, and I invite consideration of this maxim and this ratiocination. A bullet wound is, speaking generally, comparatively an uncommon cause of death, and we should therefore be loath to assume it in a given case. Should we? Should we be loath to assume a bullet wound as the cause of death if the given case were death on a battlefield? And should we be loath to do so for the reason alleged, that a bullet wound is, speaking generally, comparatively an uncommon cause of death? Ought we to assume instead the commonest cause of death, and assign death on a battlefield to tuberculosis? What would be thought of a counsellor who enjoined that method of procedure? Well, it would probably be thought that he was a textual critic strayed from home. Why is interpolation comparatively uncommon? For the same reason that bullet wounds are, because the opportunity for it is comparatively uncommon. Interpolation is provoked by real or supposed difficulties, and is not frequently volunteered where all is plain sailing, whereas accidental alteration may happen anywhere. Every letter of every word lies exposed to it, and that is the sole reason why accidental alteration is more common. In a given case where either assumption is possible, the assumption of interpolation is equally probable, nay, more probable, because action with a motive is more probable than action without a motive. The truth, therefore, is that in such a case we should be loath to assume accident, and should rather assume interpolation, and the circumstance that such cases are comparatively uncommon is no reason for behaving irrationally when they occur. There is one special province of textual criticism, a large and important province, which is concerned with the establishment of rules of grammar and of metre. Those rules are in part traditional and given us by the ancient grammarians, but in part they are formed by our own induction from what we find in the manuscripts of Greek and Latin authors, and even the traditional rules must of course be tested by comparison with the witness of the manuscripts. But every rule, whether traditional or framed from induction, is sometimes broken by the manuscripts. It may be by few, it may be by many, it may be seldom, it may be often. And critics may then say that the manuscripts are wrong, and may correct them in accordance with the rule. This state of affairs is apparently, nay, evidently, paradoxical. The manuscripts are the material upon which we base our rule, and then, when we have got our rule, we turn round upon the manuscripts and say that the rule, based upon them, convicts them of error. We are thus working in a circle. That is a fact which there is no denying. But, as Lachmann says, the task of the critic is just this, to tread that circle deftly and warily. And that is precisely what elevates the critic's business above mere mechanical labour. The difficulty is one which lies in the nature of the case, and is inevitable, and the only way to surmount it is just to be a critic. The paradox is more formidable in appearance than in reality, and has plenty of analogies in daily life. In a trial or lawsuit, the jury's verdict is mainly based upon the evidence of the witnesses, but that does not prevent the jury from making up its mind, from the evidence in general, that one or more witnesses have been guilty of perjury, and that their evidence is to be disregarded. It is quite possible to elicit from the general testimony of manuscripts a rule of sufficient certainty to convict of falsehood their exceptional testimony, or of sufficient probability to throw doubt upon it. But that exceptional testimony must in each case be considered. It must be recognized that there are two hypotheses between which we have to decide. The question is whether the exceptions come from the author and so break down the rule, or whether they come from the scribe and are to be corrected by it. And in order to decide this, we must keep our eyes open for any peculiarity which may happen to characterize them. One of the forms which lack of thought has assumed in textual criticism is the tendency now prevailing, especially among some continental scholars, to try to break down accepted rules of grammar or metre by the mere collection and enumeration of exceptions presented by the manuscripts. Now, that can never break down a rule. The mere number of exceptions is nothing. What matters is their weight, and that can only be ascertained by classification and scrutiny. If I had noted down every example which I have met, I should now have a large collection of places in Latin manuscripts where the substantive orbis, which our grammars and dictionaries declare to be masculine, has a feminine adjective attached to it. But I do not therefore propose to revise that rule of syntax, for examination would show that these examples, though numerous, have no force. Most of them are places where the sense and context show that orbis, in whatever case or number it may be, is merely a corruption of the corresponding case and number of urbs, and in the remaining places it is natural to suppose that the scribe has been influenced and confused by the great likeness of the one word to the other. Or again, read Madvig, Adu Crit, Volume 1, Book 1, Chapter 4, where he sifts the evidence for the opinion that the aorist infinitive can be used in Greek after verbs of saying and thinking in the sense of the future infinitive, or of the aorist infinitive with an. The list of examples in the manuscript is very long indeed, but the moment you begin to sort them and examine them, you are less struck by their number than by the restriction of their extent. Almost all of them are such as dexastai, used for dexestai, where the two forms differ by one letter only. A smaller number are such as poiesai for poiesen, where the difference, though greater, is still slight. Others are examples like hekista anankasthenai for hekist an anankasthenai, where again the difference is next to nothing. Now, if the manuscripts are right in these cases, and the Greek authors did use this construction, how are we to explain this extraordinary limitation of the use? There is no syntactical difference between the first and second aorist. Why then did they use the first aorist so often for the future, and the second aorist so seldom? Why did they say dexastai for dexestai dozens of times, and laben for lepsestai never? The mere asking of the question is enough to show the true state of the case. The bare fact that the aorists thus used in the manuscripts are aorists of similar form to the future, while aorists of dissimilar form are not thus used, proves that the phenomenon has its cause in the copyist's eye and not in the author's mind, that it is not a variation in grammatical usage, but an error in transcription. The number of examples is nothing, all depends upon their character, and a single example of labein in a future sense would have more weight than 100 of dexastai. In particular, scribes will alter a less familiar form to a more familiar, if they see nothing to prevent them. If metre allows, or if they do not know that metre forbids, they will alter eleinos to eleinos, oistos to oistos, nil to nihil, deprendo to deprehendo. Since metre convicts them of infidelity in some places, they forfeit the right to be trusted in any place. If we choose to trust them, we are credulous, and if we build structures on our trust, we are no critics. Even if metre does not convict them, reason sometimes can. Take the statement, repeatedly made in grammars and editions, that the Latins sometimes used the pluperfect for the imperfect and the perfect. They did use it for the imperfect. They used it also for the preterite or past aorist, but for the perfect they did not use it. And that is proved by the very examples of its use as perfect which are found in manuscripts. All those examples are of the third person plural. Why? We must choose between the two following hypotheses. A, that the Latins used the pluperfect for the perfect in the third person plural only. B, that they did not use the pluperfect for the perfect, and that these examples are corrupt. If anyone adopted the former, he would have to explain what syntactical property, inviting the author to use pluperfect for perfect, is possessed by the third person plural, and not by the two other plural or the three singular persons, and I should like to see someone set about it. If we adopt the latter, we must show what external feature, inviting the scribe to write pluperfect for perfect, is possessed by the third person plural exclusively, and that is quite easy. The third person plural is the only person in which the perfect and the pluperfect differ merely by one letter. Moreover, in verse, the perfect termination erunt, being comparatively unfamiliar to scribes, is altered by them to the nearest familiar form with the same scansion, sometimes erint, sometimes erant. In Ovid's Heroides there are 4 places where the best manuscript gives praebuerunt, steterunt, exciderunt, expulerunt, and the other manuscripts give erant or erint or both. Accordingly, when the much inferior manuscripts of Propertius present pluperfect for perfect in 4 places, fuerant once, steterant once, exciderant twice, Scaliger corrects to fuerunt, steterunt, exciderunt. Thereupon, an editor of this enlightened age takes up his pen and writes as follows: "It is quite erroneous to remove the pluperfects, where it can be done without great expenditure of conjectural sagacity, steterunt for steterant and the like, and not to trouble oneself about the phenomenon elsewhere." I ask, how is it possible to trouble oneself about the phenomenon elsewhere? It does not exist elsewhere. There is no place where the manuscripts give steteram in the sense of the perfect steti, nor steteras in the sense of the perfect stetisti. Wherever they give examples of the pluperfect which cannot be removed by the change of one letter, such as pararat in 1:836 or fueram in 1:1211, those are examples where it has sometimes the sense of the imperfect, sometimes of the preterite, but never of the perfect. And the inference is plain. The Latins did not use the pluperfect for the perfect. Scaliger knew that in the 16th century. Mr. Rothstein, in the 19th and 20th, does not know it. He has found a form of words to prevent him from knowing it, and he thinks himself in advance of Scaliger. It is supposed that there has been progress in the science of textual criticism, and the most frivolous pretender has learnt to talk superciliously about the old unscientific days. The old unscientific days are everlasting. They are here and now. They are renewed perennially by the ear which takes formulas in, and the tongue which gives them out again, and the mind which meanwhile is empty of reflection and stuffed with self-complacency. Progress there has been, but where? In superior intellects. The rabble do not share it. Such a man as Scaliger, living in our time, would be a better critic than Scaliger was. But we shall not be better critics than Scaliger by the simple act of living in our own time. Textual criticism, like most other sciences, is an aristocratic affair, not communicable to all men, nor to most men. Not to be a textual critic is no reproach to anyone, unless he pretends to be what he is not. To be a textual critic requires aptitude for thinking and willingness to think. And though it also requires other things, those things are supplements and cannot be substitutes. Knowledge is good, method is good, but one thing beyond all others is necessary, and that is to have a head, not a pumpkin, on your shoulders, and brains, not pudding, in your head. End of the Application of Thought to Textual Criticism by A.E. Housman.
Before the Diet of Worms by Martin Luther. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T. Wellington. Before the Diet of Worms. Most serene Emperor, and you illustrious princes and gracious lords, I this day appear before you in all humility, according to your command, and I implore your Majesty and your august Highnesses, by the mercies of God, to listen with favor to the defense of a cause which I am well assured is just and right. I ask pardon if by reason of my ignorance I am wanting in the manners that befit a court, for I have not been brought up in kings' palaces, but in the seclusion of a cloister. 2 questions were yesterday put to me by this imperial majesty. The first, whether I was the author of the books whose titles were read. The second, whether I wished to revoke or defend the doctrine I have taught. I answered the first, and I adhere to that answer. As to the second, I have composed writings on very different subjects. In some I have discussed faith and good works, in a spirit at once so pure, clear, and Christian, that even my adversaries themselves, far from finding anything to censure, confess that these writings are profitable and deserve to be perused by devout persons. The Pope's bull, violent as it is, acknowledges this. What then shall I do if I were to retract these writings? Wretched man, I alone of all men living should be abandoning truths approved by the unanimous voice of friends and enemies, and opposing doctrines that the whole world glories in confessing. I have composed, secondly, certain works against popery, wherein I have attacked such as by false doctrines, irregular lives, and scandalous examples afflict the Christian world, and ruin the bodies and souls of men. And is not this confirmed by the grief of all who fear God? Is it not manifest that the laws and human doctrines of the popes entangle, vex, and distress the consciences of the faithful, while the crying and endless extortions of Rome engulf the property and wealth of Christendom, and more particularly of this illustrious nation? If I were to revoke what I have written on that subject, what should I do but strengthen this tyranny and open a wider door to so many and flagrant impieties? Bearing down all resistance with fresh fury, we should behold these proud men swell, foam, and rage more than ever, and not merely would the yoke which now weighs down Christians be made more grinding by my retraction, it would thereby become, so to speak, lawful. For by my retraction it would receive confirmation from your most serene majesty and all the states of the empire. Great God, I should be like to an infamous cloak used to hide and cover over every kind of malice and tyranny. In the third and last place, I have written some books against private individuals who had undertaken to defend the tyranny of Rome by destroying the faith. I freely confess that I may have attacked such persons with more violence than was consistent with my profession as an ecclesiastic. I do not think of myself as a saint, but neither can I retract these books, because I should by doing so sanction the impieties of my opponents, and they would thence take occasion to crush God's people with still more cruelty. Yet, as I am a mere man and not God, I will defend myself after the example of Jesus Christ, who said, "If I have spoken evil, bear witness against me." John chapter 18, verse 23. How much more should I, who am but dust and ashes, and so prone to error, desire that everyone should bring forward what he can against my doctrine? Therefore, most serene Emperor, and you illustrious princes, and all, whether high or low, who hear me, I implore you by the mercies of God to prove to me by the writings of the prophets and apostles that I am in error. As soon as I shall be convinced, I will instantly retract all my errors, and will myself be the first to seize my writings and commit them to the flames. What I have just said I think will clearly show that I have well considered and weighed the dangers to which I am exposing myself, but far from being dismayed by them, I rejoice exceedingly to see the gospel this day, as of old, a cause of disturbance and disagreement. It is the character and destiny of God's word. I come not to send peace into the world, but a sword, said Jesus Christ. God is wonderful and awful in his counsels. Let us have a care, lest in our endeavors to arrest discords, we be bound to fight against the holy word of God, and bring down upon our heads a frightful deluge of inextricable dangers, present disaster, and everlasting desolations. Let us have a care, lest the reign of the young and noble prince, the Emperor Charles, on whom, next to God, we build so many hopes, should not only commence, but continue and terminate its course under the most fatal auspices. I might cite examples drawn from the oracles of God. I might speak of pharaohs, of kings of Babylon or of Israel, who were never more contributing to their own ruin than when, by measure and appearances most prudent, they thought to establish their authority. God removeth the mountains, and they know not. Job chapter 9, verse 5. In speaking thus, I do not suppose that such noble princes have need of my poor judgment, but I wish to acquit myself of a duty that Germany has a right to expect from her children, and so commending myself to your august majesty and your most serene highnesses, I beseech you in all humility not to permit the hatred of my enemies to rain upon me an indignation I have not deserved. Since your most serene majesty and your high mightinesses require of me a simple, clear, and direct answer, I will give you one, and it is this: I cannot submit my faith either to the Pope or to the Council, because it is as clear as noonday that they have fallen into error, and even into glaring inconsistency with themselves. If, then, I am not convinced by proof from Holy Scripture, or by cogent reasons, if I am not satisfied by the very text I have cited, and if my judgment is not in this way brought into subjection to God's Word, I neither can nor will retract anything, for it cannot be right for a Christian to speak against his country. I stand here, and can say no more. God help me. Amen. End of Before the Diet of Worms by Martin Luther. This is in the public domain.
The Book of Accidents, designed for young children. Author unknown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. In presenting to his little readers the Book of Accidents, the author conceives that he cannot render a more important service to the rising generation and to parents than by furnishing them with an account of the accidents to which children, from their inexperience or carelessness, are liable. If generally studied, it will save the lives of thousands and relieve many families from the long and unavailing misery attendant on such occurrences. The Book of Accidents. Playing with horses. Horses are very dangerous, but most useful animals. To be kicked by them is almost certain death, and children often play about them and go near their heels without being sensible of their danger. In the engraving, we see a little innocent who had been engaged in gathering locks of fresh grass and giving them to her papa's horse. After employing herself in this way for some time, she carelessly took hold of his tail, unconscious of the danger that she was in, until the horse, by a kick of one leg, laid her lifeless on the ground. Crossing streets. Careless children, in spite of warning, often run across the street when carts and carriages are near, and are knocked down and run over. Children have been so very careless at times that it appeared as if they wanted to see how near they could get to carriages and not be run over. Here is a miserable little girl who attempted to cross the street as a cartman was passing with a heavy load. The horse has knocked her down, and she now lies under the wheel, where she will be crushed to death in spite of the efforts of the man to stop his horse. Children should be particularly careful when crossing the streets in winter, as sleighs are then running to and fro with great rapidity, and sometimes being without jingles, the little boys and girls know not their approach, until their danger stares them in the face and escape is impossible. Children should always cross the streets after the carriages have passed. Worrying dogs. Many children delight in teasing dogs, and without caution go too near them, by which they get miserably torn and mangled. Wicked boys sometimes hold a piece of meat towards the dogs, and as they approach with demonstrations of joy in hope of receiving it, they suddenly take it away. By repeating this, the dogs become enraged, and often severely repay them for their trickishness. What these boys had been doing to enrage the dog we cannot tell, but suspect they had been tormenting him in some way, thinking that as he was chained he could not injure them. But they were mistaken in this, and one of them is likely to be bitten very severely. Dogs are celebrated for their sagacity and their attachment to man, and many instances are recorded of their having saved the lives of their masters. But all dogs are not of this description. Some are cross and ferocious, barking at and biting all who come near them. Playing with candles. Here we see the danger of playing with lighted candles. One little girl has set the bed curtains on fire, and the other her hair, and both are in great danger of being burnt to death unless someone grants them speedy assistance. Learn from this never to play with candles. Perhaps the little girl who has set the curtains on fire was reading in a book after she had retired to rest. The practice of doing this ought to be forbidden by every parent. It has occasioned the destruction of many nice houses, and the loss of many precious lives. The other little girl was probably walking across the room in a rapid manner, and the light coming in contact with her curly hair, it blazed up like a flash of powder. Unless she is possessed of great presence of mind, it will communicate to her ruffles, and then to her lower clothes. I hope she will not attempt to run, for that would make it blaze still more furiously. Scalded at the table. Little children who can just reach to the top of a table often endeavor to drink from the spout of a teapot, and in consequence scald their mouths and throats and die miserable deaths in a few hours. Some have even been so thoughtless as to drink out of the spout of a tea kettle, and have instantly been scalded to death in great torments. Here in the picture are two little girls around a tea table. Children as young as these appear to be should never come to the table unless attended by some older persons to wait upon them. Very likely these two little girls thought they would have a fine time all by themselves. But only see how badly they perform the honors of the table. They are both standing up, and one of them is using her little Patty to obtain a lump of sugar when she should make use of the tongs that are in the bowl. The other, in attempting to pour out a cup of tea, poured it upon her little bosom and scalded herself very severely. Tossed by a bull. The bull is a noble-looking but ferocious and terrible creature, and when provoked, he assumes the air of sullen majesty, and often tears up the ground with his feet and horns. They should be carefully avoided, and never be teased by children. These two boys here seen had been taking a short walk, and were crossing the fields together, when they were pursued, and one of them overtaken by the ferocious animal. After taking the poor boy on his horns, he tossed him high into the air, and catching him as he fell, tossed him up again, and thus continued to do, until left for dead. The other boy fortunately escaped from the enraged animal, and arrived home very late in the evening, panting and almost exhausted. He had a doleful story indeed to relate to his parents, and often would he assemble together his young friends and companions, and entertain them in giving an account of the ill fate of his comrade and of his own narrow escape. Riding a wild horse. Many little boys lose their lives by getting on their papa's horses. Their light weight encourages the animal to frisk and gallop, and the child, becoming terrified, falls off. His feet drag in the stirrups, and he is kicked or otherwise dashed to pieces. In the picture before us, we have a lad who set out on horseback, in company with a number of others, to attend a military parade. As he drew near the troops, the splendor of their equipments and the sound of the drums and fifes so alarmed his horse that he commenced prancing and galloping about so furiously that his young master soon lost all command over him. When the horse perceived this, he by one desperate spring threw the boy from his back and bent his way homeward with the fleetness of a deer. Horses are very useful to man as beasts of burden, and sometimes become so attached to an affectionate master that they will come at his call and follow him wherever he wishes. Playing with knives. Nothing is so foolish and dangerous as to play with knives, scissors, and forks. Bad wounds are often the consequence, and many children have thus lost their lives. Here is a little boy who has had his hand half cut off by the carelessness of his little sister. They went forth into the fields with very sharp knives to gather flowers and to cut boughs for the purpose of decorating their rooms. As they were cutting down a very large one, the little girl's knife slipped, struck her brother's hand, and made an incision to the bone. The blood flowed copiously, the boy cried heartily, and all this happened for want of proper care on the part of the little girl. Children sometimes procure very sharp knives, which they carry about with them in their pockets, and to test the sharpness of them, they are often cutting chairs, desks, and tables, and whittling about the house, much against their parents' wishes, to their own danger, and to the annoyance of the housemaid. Playing with firearms. No child should touch a gun or pistol, or on any account present one at another person. We behold a little boy shooting his sister dead, an accident that too often occurs for want of warning. Guns and pistols of every description are very dangerous, especially in the hands of young persons. Children often get their little heads together, procure a small cannon and some powder, and go forth to some unfrequented place, and spend hours in firing it off. This is a very dangerous amusement, and we would recommend them to pursue such as are attended with less danger. For it often happens that the powder explodes in their hands, the cannon bursts or goes off when they do not expect it, and they thus have their faces, hands, and clothes burnt in a most shocking manner. Parents should dissuade their children from such dangerous amusements, furnish them with books that will give a taste for learning, and encourage them in virtuous habits. Playing with fire. In the absence of parents, giddy children often light paper in the fire and play with it. And here we behold a little girl burning a large sheet. By her thoughtlessness in doing this, and by approaching too near the grate, her clothes have taken fire. From the attention which she is paying to the burning paper, she does not see that her apron is fast burning up, although her sister is calling loudly to her and endeavoring to warn her of her danger. But poor girl, she heeds it not. Some parents who have left their children alone in the house while they went on a visit have had their ears assailed by the cry of fire, and on returning home, arrived only in time to see their house in flames and hear the shrieks of their children without being able to grant them relief. When children's clothes take fire, they should not run about, but should immediately lay down on the floor and roll, and thus extinguish the flames. Throwing stones. Wicked and malicious boys often throw stones, by which they not only hurt and maim one another, but often knock out an eye and are disfigured for life. What a sight is this! We see that one has already received a severe bruise on the face, and is crying in a most doleful manner, as the blood gushes from the wound. What delight they appear to take in hurling the rocky missiles at the wounded boy! What a sight it will be to his parents to see their son come crying home, with his face covered with clotted blood. If such conduct is so wicked in the sight of men, how much more so must it be in the sight of him who seeth not as man seeth. In winter, the children of one school sometimes challenge those of another to combat. Having provided themselves with an abundance of snow and ice balls, and arrayed themselves in order for battle, the contest is commenced and carried on with great desperation, each one aiming to injure his antagonist. Falling out of a coach. Here we see an accident of a serious nature, a little girl falling out of the door of a coach. This little girl is truly in a most dangerous situation, although the horses are going at a very moderate pace. Should the driver happen to hear her cries, she may yet be saved. But if he does not, what a terrible death it may be her unfortunate lot to encounter. The fastenings of coach doors are never to be depended upon, and children should never lean upon them or against them. The door flies open, they tumble out, the wheels go over them, and they are often killed on the spot. It is a great source of gratification to children to attend their parents when going to ride in a coach. As they leave the bustling scenes of the city and approach the neat residences of country people, all things appear new to them. They inhale the pure air, gather the sweet flowers, and, if no accident occurs, they return highly elated with their visit. A boy drowning. Hundreds of poor boys are drowned every year from not being sensible of the danger of water. They go into ponds and rivers without knowing their depth, and by one fatal step they sink, never to rise again. Boys should never bathe but in baths made for the purpose, or should be attended by those who can help them if necessary. Here we have a picture of two little boys who went out one afternoon to bathe. One of them ventured out too far, and we see him on the point of sinking, extending his arms toward his brother in hopes of being rescued from a watery grave. What sorrow rests upon his countenance as he thinks of loving parents, kind friends, and affectionate brothers and sisters. But we hope he will be saved, and prove a useful member of society. Ah! A helping hand is near. The strange position of his brother attracted the notice of a benevolent stranger who rushed into the water and saved the drowning boy at the imminent risk of his own life. Climbing on chairs. When little children first commence creeping or walking about the room, they are continually contriving some new means of diversion. And one which they early discover is that of playing about chairs, and a great number of accidents happen to them by getting up onto the back of chairs in which persons are sitting. The person gets up, and the chair falls back on the poor child, who gets sadly hurt. An accident of this kind is here represented, where the mother is seen just rising from a chair on which was standing her little daughter. How alarmed appears the parent as she beholds the situation of the child, the next moment to have her pretty little head bruised against the fender. Children should not climb about or stand in chairs. They were made to sit in. Little children have sometimes had made for them small chairs, prettily painted, in which they take great delight to sit and rock. These are much better for them than the large ones, as they are not so liable to fall from them. Boys fighting. Wicked boys fight like dogs and other brutes, by which they not only do each other great injury, but by such conduct they disgrace the human form and Christian character. Here are seen two boys thus shamefully engaged. What a sight they present! Boys endowed with faculties capable of serving their Creator and of planning means for each other's happiness are here seen wallowing in the mud and dirt and striving to do each other harm. Perhaps one of these boys has for an excuse that the other abused him and provoked him to such a degree that he could not endure it. Good children who happen to fall into the society of bad boys should immediately avoid their company, suffer abuse rather than resent it, render good for evil, and by so doing they will put to shame their enemies and gain the victory. Bears and lions, we know, sometimes growl and fight. But children, you should never let such angry passions rise. Your little hands were never made to tear each other's eyes. Falling out of a window. How important that those who have the charge of children should be constant in their attendance on them, and ever on the alert lest some accident befall them. They always have a great desire to get upon the window seats and look out, and hundreds of children are killed every year by leaning out of windows. They overbalance themselves, and then all the world cannot save them. What feelings of pity run through us as we behold the situation of this poor girl! In another moment she may be dashed upon the rocky pavement below, to be picked up by her parents, a mangled corse. What horror is depicted on her countenance as she looks forward to the impending ruin! But we hope that the calamity may be averted by the fortunate appearance of the chambermaid, in whose care she was left, and who criminally neglected her charge. Troubling the cook. This little girl here is seen rushing forward to tell some idle tale perhaps to the cook. Unless she is very careful, she may stumble over the pot of water which is standing on the floor, or be scalded by the water running from the dish which the cook is carrying to the table. Children should beware of scalding water. They often run about a kitchen when the cook is preparing the dinner, and get sadly burnt or scalded. And sometimes they play with the tea kettle or tea urn in the parlor, and repent their folly by getting sadly scalded. The writer knows of a little boy who was very fond of being in the kitchen, that he might see how Johnny cakes and pies and all such things were made, and from his talkativeness occasioned considerable trouble. In the absence of the cook for a short time, what should he do but go and sit himself down into a kettle of boiling hot water? His screams soon brought his mother, and with difficulty his life was saved. Tumbling downstairs. Among the many accidents to which children are liable, perhaps few are more common or more alarming than tumbling downstairs. An accident of this kind is here represented. The little girl was playing about at the head of the stairs, and, though frequently cautioned by her mother of the danger and carelessness of so doing, yet she heedlessly neglected the charge, and the consequence was that one of her feet slipped off the first step, and down she came headlong, crying and bawling in the most dreadful manner, and alarming all the inmates of the house. She was picked up, terribly bruised, and conveyed to bed, where she remained many days in a suffering condition. At length she recovered, and never after was she known to neglect the prudent caution of her parents, but became a pattern of obedience to all the children in the neighborhood. Climbing trees. Never climb trees, for any purpose whatever. The boughs often break, or boys miss their hold, when down they come, and often break their bones or necks. Many boys do it to steal fruit, or cruelly to take the nests of poor birds, and are generally punished severely for their malicious crime. These boys had ascended this tree for the purpose of robbing a nest of its young, and one of them is seen falling headlong to the ground ere he had accomplished his wicked purpose. Children live long and happy who take warning and obey the cautious instructions of their experienced and affectionate parents, who are constantly devising means conducive to the happiness of their children. End of The Book of Accidents, recorded by Peter Eastman.
Christ Triumphant by Charles Spurgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jordan. Christ Triumphant. The gorgeous imagery with which this sermon invests a subject of surpassing interest passes before the mind of the reader like a splendid pageant. Though the preacher's fancy may not in every instance conform to the strictest rules of rhetoric, yet what cares either preacher or hearer, so long as those grand realities which inspire Christian hope are pictured before the mind in all the hues of living light. This is a fit companion of the discourse on the resurrection. Christ Triumphant was delivered in Surrey Music Hall, September the 4th, 1859. And having spoiled principalities and powers, he made a show of them openly, triumphing over them in it. Colossians 2, verse 15. To the eye of reason, the cross is the centre of sorrow, and the lowest depth of shame. Jesus dies a malefactor's death. He hangs upon the gibbet of a felon, and pours out his blood upon the common mount of doom, with thieves for his companions. In the midst of mockery, and jest, and scorn, and ribaldry, and blasphemy, he gives up the ghost. Earth rejects him, and lifts him from her service, and heaven affords him no light, but darkens the midday sun in the hour of his extremity. Deeper in woe than the Saviour died, imagination cannot descend. A blacker calumny than was cast on him, satanic malice itself could not invent. He hid not his face from shame and spitting, and what shame and spitting it was. To the world the cross must ever be an emblem of shame, to the Jew a stumbling block, and to the Greek foolishness. How different, however, is the view which presents itself to the eye of faith. Faith knows no shame in the cross, except the shame of those who nailed the Saviour there. It sees no ground for scorn, but it hurls indignant scorn at sin, the enemy which pierced the Lord. Faith sees woe indeed, but from this woe it marks a fount of mercy springing. It is true it mourns a dying Saviour, but it beholds him bringing life and immortality to light at the very moment when his soul was eclipsed in the shadow of death. Faith regards the cross not as the emblem of shame, but as the token of glory. The sons of Belial lay the cross in the dust, but the Christian makes a constellation of it, and sees it glittering in the seventh heaven. Man spits upon it, but believers, having angels for their companions, bow down and worship him who ever liveth, though once he was crucified. My brethren, our text presents us with a view which faith is certain to discover when its eyes are anointed with the eye-salve of the Spirit. It tells us that the cross was Jesus Christ's field of triumph. There he fought, and there he conquered too. As a victor on the cross he divided the spoil. Nay, more than this, in our text the cross is spoken of as being Christ's triumphal chariot, in which he rode when he led captivity captive and received gifts for men. Calvin thus admirably expounds the last sentence of our text. The expression in the Greek allows, it is true of our reading, in himself. The connection of the passage, however, requires that we read it otherwise. For what would be meagre as applied to Christ suits admirably well as applied to the cross. For as he had previously compared the cross to a signal trophy or show of triumph in which Christ led about his enemies, so he now also compares it to a triumphal car in which he showed himself in great magnificence. For there is no tribunal so magnificent, no throne so stately, no show of triumph so distinguished, no chariot so elevated, as is the gibbet on which Christ has subdued death and the devil, the prince of death, nay more, has utterly trodden them under his feet. I shall, this morning, by God's help, address you upon the two portions of the text. First, I shall endeavour to describe Christ is spoiling his enemies on the cross, and having done that, I shall lead your imagination and your faith further on to see the Saviour in triumphal procession upon his cross, leading his enemies captive and making a show of them openly before the eyes of the astonished universe. 1. Christ making a spoil of principalities and powers. Satan, leagued with sin and death, had made this world the home of woe. The prince of the powers of the air fell, usurper, not content with his dominions in hell, must need invade this fair earth. He found our first parents in the midst of Eden. He tempted them to forego their allegiance to the King of heaven, and they became at once his bondslaves. Bondslaves forever, if the Lord of heaven had not interposed to ransom them. The voice of mercy was heard while the fetters were being riveted upon their feet, crying, Ye shall yet be free. In the fullness of time there shall come one who shall bruise the serpent's head, and shall deliver his prisoners from the house of their bondage. Long did the promise tarry. The earth groaned and travailed in its bondage. Man was Satan's slave, and heavy were the clanking chains which were upon his soul. At last, in the fullness of time, the deliverer came forth, born of a woman. He lay in the manger, he, who was one day to bind the old dragon and cast him into the bottomless pit, and set a seal upon him. When the old serpent knew that his enemy was born, he conspired to put him to death. He leagued with Herod to seek the young child that he might destroy him. But the providence of God preserved the future conqueror. He went down into Egypt, and there was he hidden for a little season. Anon, when he had come to the fullness of years, he made his public advent, and began to preach liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that were bound. Then Satan again shot forth his arrows, and sought to end the existence of the woman's seed. By diverse means he sought to slay him before his time. Once the Jews took up stones to stone him, nor did they fail to repeat the attempt. They sought to cast him down the brow of a hill headlong. By all manner of devices they laboured to take away his life, but his hour was not yet. Dangers might surround him, but he was invulnerable. At last the tremendous day arrived. Foot to foot the conqueror must fight with the dread tyrant. A voice was heard in heaven, This is your hour, and the power of darkness. And Christ himself exclaimed, Now is the crisis of this world. Now must the prince of darkness be cast out. From the table of communion the Redeemer arose at midnight, and marched forth to the battle. How dreadful was the contest! In the very first onset the mighty conqueror seemed himself to be vanquished. Beaten to the earth at the first assault, he fell upon his knees and cried, My Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Revived in strength, made strong by heaven, he no longer quailed, and from this hour never did he utter a word which looked like renouncing the fight. From the terrible skirmish, all red with bloody sweat, he dashed into the thick of the battle. The kiss of Judas was, as it were, the first sounding of the trumpet. Pilate's bar was the glittering of the spear. The cruel lash was the crossing of the swords. But the cross was the centre of the conflict. There, on the top of Calvary, must the dread fight of eternity be fought. Now must the Son of God arise and gird his sword upon his thigh. Dread defeat or glorious conquest awaits the champion of the Church. Which shall it be? We hold our breath with anxious suspense while the storm is raging. I hear the trumpet sound. The howlings of hell rise in awful clamour. The pit is emptying out its legions. Terrible as lions, hungry as wolves, and black as night, the demons rush on in myriads. Satan's reserved forces, those who had long been kept against this day of terrible battle, are roaring from their dens. See how countless are their armies, and how fierce their countenances. Brandishing his sword, the arch-fiend leads the van, bidding his followers fight neither with small nor great, save only with the King of Israel. Terrible are the leaders of the battle. Sin is there and all its innumerable offspring, spitting forth the venom of asps and infixing their poison fangs in the Saviour's flesh. Death is there upon his pale horse, and his cruel dart tears its way through the body of Jesus, even to his inmost heart. He is exceeding sorrowful, even unto death. Hell comes with all its coals of juniper and fiery darts, but chief and head among them is Satan, remembering well the ancient day when Christ hurled him from the battlements of heaven. He rushes with all his malice to the attack. The darts shot into the air are so many that they blind the sun. Darkness covers the battlefield, and like that of Egypt, it was a darkness which might be felt. Long does the battle seem to waver, for there is but one against many. One man, nay tell it, lest any should misunderstand me, one God stands in battle array against 10,000s of principalities and powers. On they come, and he receives them all. Silently at first he permits their ranks to break upon him, too terribly enduring hardness to spare a thought for shouting. But at last the battle cry is heard. He who is fighting for his people begins to shout, but it is a shout that makes the church tremble. He cries, "I thirst!" The battle is so hot upon him, and the dust so thick that he is choked with thirst. Surely now he is about to be defeated. Wait a while. See ye yon heaps, all those that have fallen beneath his arm, and as for the rest, fear not the issue. The enemy is but rushing to his own destruction. In vain his fury and his rage. For see, the last rank is charging. The battle of ages is almost over. At last the darkness is dispersed. Hark how the conqueror rises. It is finished. And where are now his enemies? They are all dead. There lies the King of Terrors, pierced through with one of his own darts. There lies Satan with his head all bleeding, broken. Yonder crawls the broken-backed serpent, writhing in ghastly misery. As for sin, it is cut in pieces, and scattered to the winds of heaven. It is finished, cries the conqueror, as he came, with dyed garments from Bozrah. I have trodden the winepress alone, I have trampled them in my fury, and their blood is sprinkled on my garments. And now he proceeds to divide the spoil. We pause here to remark that when the spoil is divided, it is a sure token that the battle is completely won. The enemy will never suffer the spoil to be divided among the conquerors as long as he has any strength remaining. We may gather from our text of a surety that Jesus Christ has totally routed, thoroughly defeated, once for all, and put to retreat all his enemies, or else he would not have divided the spoil. And now, what means this expression of Christ dividing the spoil? I take it that it means, first of all, that he disarmed all his enemies. Satan came against Christ. He had in his hand a sharp sword called the law, dipped in the poison of sin, so that every wound which the law inflicted was deadly. Christ dashed this sword out of Satan's hand, and there stood the Prince of Darkness unarmed. His helmet was cleft in twain, and his head was crushed as with a rod of iron. Death rose against Christ. The Saviour snatched his quiver from him, emptied all his darts, cut them in two, and gave death back the feather end, but kept the poisoned barbs, that he might never destroy the ransomed. Sin came against Christ, but sin was utterly cut in pieces. It had been Satan's armor-bearer, but its shield was cast away, and it lay dead upon the plain. Is it not a noble picture to behold all the enemies of Christ, nay, my brethren, all your enemies and mine, totally disarmed? Satan has nothing left now wherewith he may attack us. He may attempt to injure us, but wound us he never can, for his sword and spear are utterly taken away. In the old battles, especially among the Romans, after the enemy had been overcome, it was the custom to take away all their weapons and ammunition. Afterwards they were stripped of their armour and their garments. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they were made to pass under the yoke. Even so hath Christ done with sin, death, and hell. He hath taken their armour, spoiled them of all their weapons, and made them all to pass under the yoke, so that now they are our slaves, and we in Christ are conquerors of them who were mightier than we. In the next place, when the victors divide the spoil, they carry not away only the weapons, but all the treasures which belong to their enemies. They dismantle their fortresses, and rifle all their stores, so that in future they may not be able to renew the attack. Christ hath done the like with all his enemies. Old Satan had taken away from us all our possessions. Paradise he had added to his territories. All the joy and happiness and peace of man he had taken. Not that he could enjoy them himself, but that he delighted to thrust us down into poverty and damnation. Now all our lost inheritance Christ hath gotten back. Paradise is ours, and more than all the joy and happiness that Adam had, Christ hath brought back to us. O robber of our race, how art thou spoiled and carried away captive? Didst thou despoil Adam of his riches? The second Adam hath despoiled thee. How is the hammer of the whole earth cut asunder and broken, and the waster is become desolate? Now shall the needy be remembered, and again shall the meek inherit the earth. Then is the prey of a great spoil divided, the lame take the prey. Moreover, when victors divide the spoil, it is usual to take away all the ornaments from the enemy, the crowns and the jewels. Christ on the cross did the like. Satan had a crown on his head, a haughty diadem of triumph. I fought the first Adam, he said, I overcame him, and here's my glittering diadem. Christ snatched it from his brow in the hour when he bruised the serpent's head, and now Satan cannot boast of a single victory. He is thoroughly defeated. In the first skirmish he vanquished manhood, but in the second battle manhood vanquished him. The crown is taken from him. He is no longer the prince of God's people. His reigning power is gone. He may tempt, but he cannot compel. He may threaten, but he cannot subdue. For the crown is taken from his head, and the mighty are brought low. O sing unto the Lord a new song, all ye his people. Make a joyful noise unto him with psalms, all ye his redeemed. For he hath broken in sunder the gates of brass, and cut the bars of iron. He hath broken the bow, and cut the spear in sunder. He hath burned the chariots in the fire. He hath dashed in pieces our enemies, and divided the spoil with the strong. And now, what says this to us? If Christ on the cross hath spoiled Satan, let us not be afraid to encounter the great enemy of our souls. My brethren, in all things we must be made like unto Christ. We must bear our cross, and on that cross we must fight as he did with sin and death and hell. Let us not fear. The result of the battle is certain, for as the Lord our Saviour has overcome once, even so shall we most surely conquer in him. Be ye none of you afraid with sudden fear when the evil one cometh upon you. If he accuse you, reply to him in these words, Who shall lay anything to the charge of God's elect? If he condemn you, laugh him to scorn, crying, Who is he that condemneth? It is Christ that died, yea, rather hath risen again. If he threaten to divide you from Christ's love, encounter him with confidence. I am persuaded that neither things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. And if he loose your sins upon you, dash the hell dogs aside with this. If any man sin, we have an advocate with the Father, Jesus Christ the righteous. If death should threaten you, shout in his very face, O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? Hold up the cross before you. Let that be your shield and buckler, and rest assured that as your master not only routed the foe, but afterwards took the spoil, it shall be even so with you. Your battles with Satan shall turn to your advantage. You shall become all the richer for your antagonists. The more numerous they shall be, the greater shall be your share of the spoil. Your tribulation shall work patience, and your patience experience, and your experience hope, a hope that maketh not ashamed. Through this much tribulation shall you inherit the kingdom, and by the very attacks of Satan shall you be helped the better to enjoy the rest which remaineth to the people of God. Put yourselves in array against sin and Satan. All ye that bend the bow, shoot at them, spare no arrows, for your enemies are rebels against God. Go ye up against them, put your feet upon their necks. Fear not, neither be ye dismayed, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will deliver them into your hands. Be ye very courageous, remembering that you have to fight with a stingless dragon. He may hiss, but his teeth are broken and his poison fang extracted. You have to do battle with an enemy already scarred by your master's weapons. You have to fight with a naked foe. Every blow you give him tells upon him, for he has nothing to protect him. Christ hath stripped him naked, divided his armour, and left him defenceless before his people. Be not afraid. The lion may howl, but rend you in pieces he never can. The enemy may rush in upon you with hideous noise and terrible alarms, but there is no real cause for fear. Stand fast in the Lord. Ye war against a king who hath lost his crown. Ye fight against an enemy whose cheekbones have been smitten, and the joints of whose loins have been loosed. Rejoice, rejoice ye in the day of battle, for it is for you the beginning of an eternity of triumph. I have thus endeavoured to dwell upon the first part of the text. Christ on the cross divided the spoil, and he would have us do the same. 2. Christ in triumphal procession on the cross. When a Roman general had performed great feats in a foreign country, his highest reward was that the Senate should declare him a triumph. Of course, there was a division of spoil made on the battlefield, and each soldier and each captain took his share, but every man looked forward rapturously to the day when they should enjoy the public triumph. On a set day, the gates of Rome were thrown open, the houses were all decorated, the people climbed to the roofs, or stood in great crowds along the streets. The gates were opened, and by the first legion began to stream in with its banners flying and its trumpets sounding. The people saw the stern warriors as they marched along the street, returning from their blood-red fields of battle. After one half of the army had thus defiled, your eye would rest upon one who was the centre of all attraction. Riding in a noble chariot, drawn by milk-white horses, there came the conqueror himself, crowned with the laurel crown and standing erect. Chained to his chariot were the kings and mighty men of the regions which he had conquered. Immediately behind them came part of the booty. There were carried the ivory and the ebony and the beasts of the different countries which he had subdued. After these came the rest of the soldiery, a long, long stream of valiant men, all of them sharing the triumphs of their captain. Behind them came banners, the old flags which had floated aloft in the battle, the standards which had been taken from the enemy. And after these, large painted emblems of the great victories of the conqueror. Upon one there would be a huge map depicting the rivers which he had crossed, or the seas through which his navy had found their way. Everything was represented in a picture, and the populace gave a fresh shout as they saw the memorial of each triumph. And behind, with the trophies, would come the prisoners of less eminent rank. Then the rear would be closed with the sound of trumpet, adding to the acclamation of the throng. It was a noble day for old Rome. Children would never forget those triumphs. They would reckon their years from the time of one triumph to another. High holiday was kept. Women cast down flowers before the conqueror, and he was the true monarch of the day. Now our apostle had evidently seen such a triumph, or read of it, and he takes this as a representation of what Christ did on the cross. He says, Jesus made a show of them openly, triumphing over them in it. Have you ever thought that the cross could be the scene of a triumph? Most of the old commentators can scarcely conceive it to be true. They say, this must certainly refer to Christ's resurrection and ascension. But nevertheless, so saith the Scripture, even on the cross, Christ enjoyed a triumph. Yes, while those hands were bleeding, the acclamation of angels were being poured upon his head. Yes, while those feet were being rent with the nails, the noblest spirits in the world were crowding round him with admiration. And when, upon that blood-stained cross, he died in agonies unutterable, there was heard a shout such as never was heard before. For the ransomed in heaven and all the angels of God with loudest harmony chanted his praise. Then was sung in fullest chorus the song of Moses, the servant of God, and the song of the Lamb, for he had indeed cut Rahab, and sorely wounded the dragon. Sing unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously. The Lord shall reign for ever and ever, King of kings and Lord of lords. I do not feel able, however, this morning, to work out a scene so grand, and yet so contrary to everything that flesh could guess as a picture of Christ actually triumphing on the cross. In the midst of his bleeding, his wounds, and his pains, actually being a triumphant victor and admired of all. I choose rather to take my text thus: the cross is the ground of Christ's ultimate triumph. He may be said to have really triumphed there, because it was by that one act of his, that one suffering of himself, that he completely vanquished all his foes, and forever sat down at the right hand of the Majesty in the heavens. In the cross, to the spiritual eye, every victory of Christ is contained. It may not be there in fact, but it is there in effect. The germ of his glories may be discovered by the eye of faith in the agonies of the cross. Bear with me while I humbly attempt to depict the triumph which now results from the cross. Christ has forever overcome all his foes and divided the spoil upon the battlefield, and now, even at this day, is he enjoying the well-earned reward and triumph of his fearful struggle. Lift up your eyes to the battlements of heaven, the great metropolis of God. The pearly gates are wide open, and the city shines with her jewelled walls, like a bride prepared for her husband. Do you see the angels crowding to the battlements? Do you observe them on every mansion of the celestial city, eagerly desiring and looking for something which has not yet arrived? At last there is heard the sound of a trumpet, and the angels hurry to the gates. The vanguard of the redeemed is approaching the city. Abel comes in alone, clothed in a crimson garb, the herald of a glorious army of martyrs. Hark to the shout of acclamation. This is the first of Christ's warriors, at once a soldier and a trophy that have been delivered. Close at his heels there follow others, who in those early times had learned the coming Saviour's fame. Behind them a mighty host may be discovered, of patriarchal veterans. All have witnessed to the coming of the Lord in a wanton age. See Enoch, still walking with his God, and singing sweetly, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints. There too is Noah, who had sailed in the ark with the Lord as his pilot. Then follow Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Moses, and Joshua, and Samuel, and David, all mighty men of valour. Hearken to them as they enter. Every one of them, waving his helmet in the air, cries, Unto him that loved us and washed us from our sins in his blood, unto him be honour, and glory, and dominion, and power, for ever and ever. Look, my brethren, with admiration upon this noble army. Mark the heroes as they march along the golden streets, everywhere meeting an enthusiastic welcome from the angels who have kept their first estate. On they pour, those countless legions. Was there ever such a spectacle? It is not the pageant of a day, but the show of all time. For 4,000 years streams on the army of Christ's redeemed. Sometimes there is a short rank, for the people here have been minished and brought low, but anon a crowd succeeds, and on, still on they come, all shouting, all praising him who loved them and gave himself for them. But see, he comes, I mean his immediate herald, clad in a garment of camel's hair, and a leathern girdle about his loins. The Prince of the house of David is not far behind, let every eye be open. Now mark how not only angels but the redeemed crowd the windows of heaven. He comes, it is Christ himself. Lash the snow-white coursers up the everlasting hills, lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be lifted up, ye everlasting doors, that the King of glory may come in. See, he enters in the midst of acclamations. It is he. But he is not crowned with thorns. It is he. But though his hands wear the scar, they are stained with blood no longer. His eyes are as a flame of fire, and on his head are many crowns. And he hath on his vesture and on his thigh written, King of kings and Lord of lords. He stands aloft in that chariot which is paved with love for the daughters of Jerusalem. Clothed in a vesture, dipped in blood, he stands confessed, the Emperor of heaven and earth. On he rides, and louder than the noise of many waters, and like the voice of 7 thunders, are the acclamations which surround him. See how John's vision has become a reality, for now we can see for ourselves, and hear with our ears the new song whereof he writes. They sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book, and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain, and thou hast redeemed us to God by thy blood out of every kindred, and tongue, and people, and nation, and hast made us unto our God kings and priests, and we shall reign on the earth. And I beheld, and I heard the voice of many angels round about the throne, and the beasts, and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power, and riches, and wisdom, and strength, and honour, and glory, and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven, and on the earth, and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, Blessing, and honour, and glory, and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb for ever and ever. And the 4 beasts said, Amen. And the 24 elders fell down and worshipped him that liveth for ever and ever. But who are those at his chariot wheels? Who are those grim monsters that come howling in the rear? I know them. First of all, there is the archenemy. Look to the old serpent, bound and fettered, how he writhes his ragged length along, his azure hues all tarnished, and trailing in the dust, his scales despoiled of their once vaunted brightness. Now is captivity led captive, and death and hell shall be cast into the lake of fire. With what derision is the chief of rebels regarded? How is he become the object of everlasting contempt? He that sitteth in the heavens doth laugh, the Lord doth have him in derision. Behold how the serpent's head is broken, and the dragon is trampled under foot. And now regard attentively, you hideous monster, sin, chained hand in hand with his satanic master. See how he rolls his fiery eyeballs, how he twists and writhes in agonies. Mark how he glares upon the holy city, but is unable to spit his venom there, for he is chained and gagged, and dragged along an unwilling captive at the wheels of the victor. And there too is old Death, with his darts all broken, and his hands behind him, the grim king of terrors. He too is a captive. Hark to the songs of the redeemed, of those who have entered paradise, as they see these mighty prisoners dragged along. Worthy is he, they shout, to live and reign at his almighty Father's side, for he hath ascended up on high, and he hath led captivity captive, and received gifts for men. And behind them all I see the great multitude of the ransomed streaming in. The apostles first arrive in one goodly fellowship, hymning with their Lord, and then their immediate successors, and then a long array of those who through cruel mockings and blood, through flame and sword, have followed their Master. These are they of whom the world was not worthy, brightest among the stars of heaven. Regard also the mighty preachers and confessors of the faith, Chrysostom, Athanasius, Augustine, and the like. Witness their holy unanimity in praising their Lord. Then let your eye run along the glittering ranks till you come to the days of Reformation. I see in the midst of the squadron Luther, and Calvin, and Zwingli, 3 holy brothers. I see just before them Wycliffe, and Huss, and Jerome, marching together, and then I see a company that no man can number, converted to God through those mighty reformers, who now follow in the rear of the King of kings and Lord of lords. And looking down to our own time, I see the stream, broader and deeper, for many are the soldiers who have in these last times entered into their Master's triumph. We may mourn their absence from us, but we must rejoice in their presence with the Lord. But what is the unanimous shout? What is the one song that rolls from the first rank to the last? It is this: Unto him that loved us, and washed us from our sins, in his own blood, to him be glory and dominion for ever and ever. Have they changed the time? Have they supplanted his name by another? Have they put the crown on another head, or elevated another hero to the chariot? Ah, no. They are content still to let the triumph and procession stream along its glorious length, still to rejoice as they behold fresh trophies of his love. For every soldier is a trophy, every warrior in Christ's army is another proof of his power to save and his victory over death and hell. I have not time to enlarge further, or else I might describe the grand pictures at the end of the procession, for in the old Roman triumphs the deeds of the conqueror were all depicted in paintings. The town he had taken, the rivers he had passed, the provinces he had subdued, the battles he had fought, were represented in pictures and exposed to the view of the people, who with great festivity and rejoicing accompanied him in throngs, or behind him from the windows of their houses, and filled the air with their acclamations. I might present to you first of all the picture of hell's dungeons, blown to atoms. Satan had prepared in the depths of darkness a prison house for God's elect, but Christ has not left one stone upon another. On the picture I see the chains broken in pieces, the prison doors burnt with fire, and all the depths of the vasty deep shaken to their foundations. On another picture I see heaven open to all believers. I see the gates that were fast shut, heaved back by the golden lever of Christ's atonement. I see on another picture the grave despoiled. I behold Jesus in it, slumbering for a while, and then rolling away the stone and rising to immortality and glory. But we cannot stay to describe these mighty victories of his love. We know that the time shall come when the triumphant procession shall cease, when the last of his redeemed shall have entered into the city of happiness and of joy, and when, with a shout of a trumpet, heard for the last time, he shall ascend to heaven and take his people up to reign with God, even our Father, for ever and ever. Our only question, and with that we conclude, is, have we a good hope, through grace, that we shall march in that sublime procession? Shall we pass under review in that day of pomp and glory? Say, my soul, shalt thou have an humble part in that glorious pageant? Wilt thou follow at his chariot wheels? Wilt thou join in the hosannas? Shall thy voice help to swell the everlasting chorus? Sometimes I fear it shall not. There are times when the awful question comes, what if my name should be left out when he reads the muster roll? Brethren, does not that thought trouble you? But yet I put the question again. Can you answer it? Will you be there? Shall you see this pomp? Will you behold him triumph over sin, death, and hell at last? Canst thou answer this question? There is another, but the answer will serve for both. Dost thou believe on the Lord Jesus Christ? Is he thy confidence and thy trust? Hast thou committed thy soul to his keeping, reposing on his might? Canst thou say for thine immortal spirit, other refuge have I none, hangs my helpless soul on thee? If thou canst say that, thine eyes shall see him in the day of his glory. Nay, thou shalt share his glory, and sit with him upon his throne, even as he has overcome, and sits down with his Father upon his throne. I blush to preach, as I have done this morning, on a theme far beyond my power, yet I could not leave it unsung, but as best I might sing it. May God enlarge your faith and strengthen your hope, and inflame your love, and make you ready to be made partakers of the inheritance of the saints in light, that when he shall come with flying clouds on wings of wind, you may be ready to meet him, and may with him ascend to gaze forever on the vision of his glory. May God grant this blessing for Christ's sake. Amen. End of Christ Triumphant by Charles Spurgeon.
Fourth Not Really Independence Day. From the New York Times, July 4th, 1909. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New York Times, July 4th, 1909. 4th not really Independence Day. July 2nd should have been Firecracker Day, according to John Adams, when freedom was won. Declaration wasn't signed on any particular day. Secretary's whim responsible for the 4th. This year, beyond all others, doubt is being cast upon the majesty of the firecracker as the one and only method of properly celebrating the glorious 4th. This heresy is no longer confined to the ranks of the graybeards and nervous invalids, but has even reached the stage of popular comment. However, practically no one outside the ranks of the history professor doubts that, if one is to light a firecracker, July 4th is the correct occasion for that debatable operation. The general public, and particularly the gentlemen who have been denouncing the present-day university instruction, may be a trifle surprised to learn that while college students aren't taught that the Declaration of Independence is a meaningless bit of parchment, they are told that it was not signed on the 4th of July. In the grammar schools, children are still shown the picture of the Patriot Fathers wearing their best velvet knee breeches and most dignified expressions of countenance, gathering around the table to sign, conscious that they were making history. John Hancock takes the pen, writes a smashing, bold signature, and remarks that John Bull could read that without spectacles. For the college students, however, this is relegated into that portion of history as made by the poets, and they are told to go back to the sources. The story of how the Declaration of Independence wasn't signed on the 4th of July at all, as taught by unromantic college professors, is practically this. Before the winter of 1776, only a small proportion of the colonists wanted to separate from Great Britain. The New York delegates to the Continental Congress were forbidden, in their official instructions, to vote for any measure which might obstruct the restoration of friendly feelings. But during the winter of '76, the public opinion changed. The British fleet descended on the coast and burned Falmouth, Maine, and made similar attacks along the Virginia shore. Public indignation at these outrages expressed itself in the Virginia Assembly, when, on May 29th, Richard Henry Lee was instructed to introduce a resolution of independence in the Continental Congress at Philadelphia. Accordingly, on June 7th, Lee brought in the resolution that the United Colonies ought to be free and independent states. The motion was debated until June 10th, when, as Jefferson noted, certain colonies were not yet matured for falling from the parent stem, but that they were fast advancing to that state. On June 11th, a committee of 5 was instructed to prepare a suitable wording for such a declaration. This committee was elected by ballot, Jefferson receiving the greatest number of votes, then John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. The writing was entrusted to Jefferson by the common consent of his fellow workers, for, as Adams records, writings of his were remarkable for their peculiar felicity of expression. So Jefferson started in on his task. He had rented the second floor of a house at the corner of 7th and Market Streets, belonging to a bricklayer named Graff. Here Jefferson prepared the first draft. It was written on several sheets of legal paper, and is full of corrections, many made by the author himself, and a few verbal changes made by Adams and Franklin, as is shown by the handwriting. Jefferson then made a fair copy to present to Congress. The first draft he sent to Richard Henry Lee, who had been recalled to Virginia by the illness of his wife. This manuscript, with a note in the handwriting of Jefferson vouching for its authenticity, was handed down in the Lee family till 1825, when the owner presented it to the American Philosophical Society of Philadelphia. On July 1st, Congress adopted Lee's resolution that the colonies be free and independent states, by a vote of 9 colonies. South Carolina and Pennsylvania voted against it. The 2 delegates from Delaware disagreed, and their vote was divided and lost. The New York delegates expressed themselves as personally in favor of the measure, but were prevented from voting for it by their instructions forbidding them to obstruct reconciliation in any way. The committee then made its report. The meeting was adjourned and the discussion postponed till the next day. But before the opening of Congress on the 2nd of July, the delegates from South Carolina and Pennsylvania announced themselves as having been converted, and a 3rd delegate from Delaware arrived and changed the vote of that colony. So when the discussion opened, the passing of the measure was assured. In the debate that followed, various criticisms were made of Jefferson's wording, while the author sat mute and writhing under the threatened changing of his pet phrases. Adams was the colossus of that debate, Jefferson recorded. But even that hardy fight could not prevent the cutting out of a clause denouncing George III for protecting the slave trade and for hiring Scotch and foreign mercenaries. But the question of independence was practically decided. The next day, July 3rd, Adams wrote to his wife, "Yesterday the greatest question was decided which ever was debated in America, and a greater perhaps never was, nor will be, decided among men." And again, "The 2nd day of July, 1776, will be a most memorable epoch in the history of America. I am apt to believe that it will be celebrated by succeeding generations as the great anniversary festival. It ought to be commemorated as the day of deliverance by solemn acts of devotion to God Almighty. It ought to be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to the other, from this time forward forevermore." This letter of John Adams to his wife, the historians declare, proves conclusively that, as far as the actual separating from Great Britain was concerned, the Patriot Fathers themselves considered July 2nd the eventful day. It is the next step to discover how, then, the general public has pinned its faith to July 4th. The debate in Congress continued until the evening of July 4th, when, according to tradition, the Fathers marched up one by one and signed. The Journal of Congress, though, tells a different story. At the close of the debate, the Secretary was entrusted to have a copy of the Declaration engrossed, signed by the members, and entered in the Journal. Anyone who has seen the ordinary facsimile copy of the Declaration will recognize that the original from which it was made was this engrossed copy ordered by Congress, and not Jefferson's draft, in which his inherent and inalienable rights had been changed to the more simple inalienable. There is no disputing the fact that the signatures were added to the engrossed copy. This was left open for signature till into August. So the heroic picture of the daring Congress solemnly signing one by one after noble debate must be replaced by a vision of the Secretary buttonholing the members wherever he could find them from July 4th into August and asking them to sign. When the document was completed, however, and was to be entered in the journals of Congress, the Secretary entered it on July 4th, the date on which he had been instructed to have the Declaration engrossed, and not on July 2nd, the day which Adams had predicted would be the great anniversary festival. That is why, so the iconoclastic history professors declare, the engrossed copy happens to read, "In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous Declaration." Still worse, the Declaration was not read in Philadelphia until July 8th, so there wasn't any first 4th of July, with the boy in the poem calling to his grandsire in the belfry to "ring for liberty." However, The historians will allow that it was read on July 8th from the platform which David Rittenhouse had erected from which to watch the transit of Venus. Captain John Hopkins, commander of the first national ship of war, did the reading, and the crowds did cheer. Even the historians admit that much, only it wouldn't be July 4th at all, except that the Secretary of Congress happened to enter the document under that date. End of Fourth Not Really Independence Day, from the New York Times, July 4th, 1909.
From the Fable of the Bees, or Private Vices, Public Benefits, by Bernard Mandeville, edition 1714. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Simon. The Grumbling Hive, or Knaves Turned Honest. A spacious hive well stocked with bees, that lived in luxury and ease, and yet as famed for laws and arms as yielding large and early swarms, was counted the great nursery of sciences and industry. No bees had better government, more fickleness or less content. They were not slaves to tyranny, nor ruled by wild democracy, but kings that could not wrong, because their power was circumscribed by laws. These insects lived like men, and all our actions they performed in small. They did whatever's done in town, and what belongs to sword or gown. To th' artful works by nimble sleight of minute limbs scaped human sight, yet weave no engines, labourers, ships, castles, arms, artificers, craft, science, shop, or instrument, but they had an equivalent, which, since their language is unknown, must be called as we do our own. As grant that among other things they wanted dice, yet they had kings, and those had gods, from whence we may justly conclude they had some play, unless a regiment be shown of soldiers that make use of none. Vast numbers thronged the fruitful hive, yet those vast numbers made 'em thrive, millions endeavouring to supply each other's lust and vanity, whilst other millions were employed to see their handiworks destroyed. They furnished half the universe, yet had more work than labourers. Some with vast stocks and little pains jumped into business of great gains, and some were damned to scythes and spades, and all those hard laborious trades where willing wretches daily sweat, and wear out strength and limbs to eat. Whilst others followed mysteries, to which few folks bind prentices that want no stock but that of brass, and may set up without a cross. As sharpers, parasites, pimps, players, pickpockets, coiners, quacks, soothsayers, and all those that, in enmity, with downright working, cunningly, convert to their own use the labour of their good-natured heedless neighbour. These were called knaves, but, bar the name, the grave industrious were the same. All trades and places knew some cheat, no calling was without deceit. The lawyers, of whose art the basis was raising feuds and splitting cases, opposed all registers, that cheats might make more work with dipped estates, as were it unlawful that one's own without a lawsuit should be known. They kept off hearings wilfully to finger the refreshing fee, and to defend a wicked cause examined and surveyed the laws as burglars shops and houses do to find out where they'd best break through. Physicians valued fame and wealth above the drooping patient's health, or their own skill, the greatest part studied, instead of rules of art, grave pensive looks and dull behaviour, to gain the apothecary's favour, the praise of midwives, priests, and all that served at birth or funeral, to bear with ever talking tribe, and hear my lady's aunt prescribe, with foremost smile and kind howdye, to fawn on all the family. And, which of all the greatest curse is, to endure the impertinence of nurses. Among the many priests of Jove, hired to draw blessings from above, some few were learned and eloquent, but thousands hot and ignorant. yet all past muster that could hide their sloth, lust, avarice, and pride, for which they were as famed as tailors for cabbage or for brandy sailors. Some meagre looked and meanly clad would mystically pray for bread, meaning by that an ample store, yet literally received no more. And whilst these holy drudges starved, the lazy ones for which they served indulged their ease with all the graces of health and plenty in their faces. The soldiers that were forced to fight, if they survived, got honour by't, though some that shunned the bloody fray had limbs shot off that ran away. Some valiant generals fought the foe, others took bribes to let them go. Some ventured always where 'twas warm, lost now a leg and then an arm. Yet quite disabled and put by, they lived on half their salary, whilst others never came in play, and stayed at home for double pay. Their kings were served, but knavishly cheated by their own ministry. Many that for their welfare slaved, robbing the very crown they saved. Pensions were small, and they lived high, yet boasted of their honesty, calling, whenever they strained their right, the slippery trick a perquisite. And when folks understood their cant, they changed that for emolument, unwilling to be short or plain in anything concerning gain. For there was not a bee but would get more, I won't say than he should, but then he dared to let them know that paid for it, as your gamesters do that, though at fair play, never will own before the losers what they've won. But who can all their frauds repeat? The very stuff which in the street they sold for dirt to enrich the ground was often by the buyers found sophisticated with a quarter of good-for-nothing stones and mortar, though Flail had little cause to mutter, who sold the other salt for butter. Justice herself, famed for fair dealing, by blindness had not lost her feeling. Her left hand, which the scales should hold, had often drops them, bribed with gold. And though she seemed impartial where punishment was corporal, pretended to a regular course in murder and all crimes of force. Though some, first pilloried for cheating, were hanged in hemp of their own beating, yet it was thought the sword she bore checked but the desperate and the poor, that, urged by mere necessity, were tied up to the wretched tree for crimes which not deserved that fate, but to secure the rich and great. Thus every part was full of vice, yet the whole mass a paradise. Flattered in peace and feared in wars, they were the esteem of foreigners, and lavish of their wealth and lives, the balance of all other hives. Such were the blessings of that state, their crimes conspired to make 'em great. And virtue, who from politics had learned 1,000 cunning tricks, was, by their happy influence, made friends with vice, and ever since the worst of all the multitude did something for the common good. This was the statescraft that maintained the whole of which each part complained. This, as in music harmony, made jarrings in the main agree. Parties directly opposite assist each other as 'twere for spite, and temperance with sobriety serve drunkenness and gluttony. The root of evil avarice, that damned ill-natured baneful vice, was slave to prodigality, that noble sin, whilst luxury employed 1,000,000 of the poor, and odious pride 1,000,000 more. Envy itself and vanity were ministers of industry, their darling folly fickleness in diet, furniture, and dress. That strange ridiculous vice was made the very wheel that turned the trade. Their laws and clothes were equally objects of mutability. For what was well done for a time, in half a year became a crime. Yet whilst they altered thus their laws, still finding and correcting flaws, they mended by inconstancy faults which no prudence could foresee. Thus vice nursed ingenuity, which joined with time and industry had carried life's conveniences, its real pleasures, comforts, ease, to such a height the very poor lived better than the rich before, and nothing could be added more. How vain is mortal happiness! Had they but known the bounds of bliss, and that perfection here below is more than gods can well bestow, the grumbling brutes had been content with ministers and government. But they, at every ill success, like creatures lost without redress, cursed politicians, armies, fleets, whilst every one cried, "Damn the cheats!" and would, though conscious of his own, in others barbarously bear none. One that had got a princely store by cheating master, king, and poor, dared cry aloud, The land must sink for all its fraud. And whom do you think the sermonizing rascal chid? A glover that sold lamb for kid. The least thing was not done amiss, or crossed the public business. But all the rogues cried brazenly, Good gods, had we but honesty! Mercury smiled at the impudence, and others called it want of sense. Always to rail at what they loved. But Jove, with indignation moved, at last in anger swore he'd rid the bawling hive of fraud, and did. The very moment it departs, and honesty fills all their hearts, there shows 'em, like the instructive tree, those crimes which they're ashamed to see, which now in silence they confess, by blushing at their ugliness, like children that would hide their faults, and by their colour own their thoughts, imagining when they're looked upon, that others see what they have done. But, O ye gods, what consternation! How vast and sudden was the alteration! In half an hour the nation round meat fell a penny in the pound. The mask hypocrisies flung down, from the great statesman to the clown, and some, in borrowed looks well known, appeared like strangers in their own. The bar was silent from that day, for now the willing debtors pay even what's by creditors forgot, who quitted them that had it not. Those that were in the wrong stood mute, and drops the patched vexatious suit. On which, since nothing less can thrive than lawyers in an honest hive, all except those that got enough, with inkhorns by their sides trooped off. Justice hanged some, set others free, and, after gaol delivery, her presence being no more required, with all her train and pomp retired. First marched some smiths, with locks and grades, fetters and doors with iron plates, next gaolers, turnkeys, and assistants. Before the goddess at some distance, her chief and faithful minister, Squire Catch, and law's great finisher, bore not the imaginary sword, but his own tools, an axe and cord. Then on a cloud the hoodwinked fair justice herself was pushed by air. About her chariot and behind were sergeants, bums of every kind, tipstaffs, and all those officers that squeeze a living out of tears. Those physic lived whilst folks were ill, none would prescribe but bees of skill, which through the hive dispersed so wide that none of them had need to write, waived vain disputes and strove to free the patients of their misery, left drugs in cheating countries grown, and used the product of their own, knowing the gods sent no disease to nations without remedies. Their clergy, roused from laziness, laid not their charge on journey-bees, but served themselves, exempt from vice, the gods with prayer and sacrifice. All those that were unfit or knew their service might be spared withdrew, nor was their business for so many, if the honest stand in need of any. Few only with the high priest stayed, to whom the rest obedience paid. Himself, employed in holy cares, resigned to others' state affairs. He chased no starveling from his door, nor pinched the wages of the poor. But at his house the hungry's fed, the hireling finds unmeasured bread, the needy traveller board and bed. Among the king's great ministers, and all the inferior officers, the change was great, for frugally they now lived on their salary. That a poor bee should 10 times come to ask his due, a trifling sum, and by some well-hired clerk be made to give a crown or never be paid, would now be called a downright cheat, though formerly a perquisite. All places, managed first by 3, who watched each other's knavery, and often for a fellow feeling promoted one another's stealing, are happily supplied by 1, by which some thousands more are gone. No honour now could be content to live and owe for what was spent. Liveries in brokers' shops are hung, they part with coaches for a song, sell stately horses by whole sets, and country houses to pay debts. Vain cost is shunned as much as fraud, they have no forces kept abroad, laugh at the esteem of foreigners, and empty glory got by wars. They fight but for their country's sake, when right or liberty's at stake. Now mind the glorious hive, and see how honesty and trade agree. The show is gone, it thins apace, and looks with quite another face, for 'twas not only that they went, by whom vast sums were yearly spent, but multitudes that lived on them were daily forced to do the same. In vain to other trades they'd fly, all were overstocked accordingly. The price of land and houses falls. Miraculous palaces whose walls, like those of Thebes, were raised by play, are to be let, whilst the once gay, well-seated household gods would be more pleased to expire in flames than see the mean inscription on the door smile at the lofty ones they bore. The building trade is quite destroyed, artificers are not employed, no limner for his art is famed, stone-cutters, carvers are not named. Those that remain grown temperate strive not how to spend, but how to live, and when they paid their tavern score, resolve to enter it no more. No vintner's jilt in all the hive could wear now cloth of gold and thrive, nor Torquil such vast sums advance for Burgundy and ortolans. The courtier's gone, that with his miss supped at his house on Christmas peas, spending as much in 2 hours' stay as keeps a troop of horse a day. The haughty Chloe to live great had made her husband rob the state, but now she sells her furniture, which these had been ransacked for, contracts the expensive bill of fare, and wears her strong suit a whole year. The slight and fickle age is past, and clothes as well as fashions last. Weavers that joined rich silk with plate, and all the trades subordinate, are gone. Still peace and plenty reign, and everything is cheap though plain. Kind nature, free from gardener's force, allows all fruits in her own course, but rarities cannot be had, where pains to get 'em are not paid. As pride and luxury decrease, so by degrees they leave the seas, not merchants now, but companies remove whole manufactories, all arts and crafts neglected lie, content the bane of industry, makes them admire their homely store, and neither seek nor covet more. So few in the vast hive remain, the 100th part they can't maintain against the insults of numerous foes, whom yet they valiantly oppose, till some well-fenced retreat is found, and here they die, or stand their ground. No hireling in their armies known, but bravely fighting for their own, their courage and integrity at last were crowned with victory. They triumphed not without their cost, for many thousand bees were lost. Hardened with toils and exercise, they counted ease itself a vice, which so improved their temperance that, to avoid extravagance, they flew into a hollow tree, blessed with content and honesty. The moral: then leave complaints. Fools only strive to make a great and honest hive. To enjoy the world's conveniencies, be famed in war, yet live in ease, without great vices, is a vain utopia seated in the brain. Fraud, luxury, and pride must live, whilst we the benefits receive. Hunger's a dreadful plague, no doubt, yet who digests or thrives without? Do we not owe the growth of wine to the dry, crooked, shabby vine, which, whilst its shoots neglected stood, choked other plants and ran to wood, but blessed us with its noble fruit as soon as it was tied and cut? So vice is beneficial found, when it's by justice lopped and bound. Nay, where the people would be great, as necessary to the state as hunger is to make 'em eat. Bare virtue can't make nations live in splendor. They that would revive a golden age must be as free for acorns as for honesty. An Enquiry into the Origin of Moral Virtue. The Introduction. One of the greatest reasons why so few people understand themselves is, that most writers are always teaching men what they should be, and hardly ever trouble heads with telling them what they really are. As for my part, without any compliment to the courteous reader or myself, I believe man, besides skin, flesh, bones, etc., that are obvious to the eye, to be a compound of various passions, that all of them, as they are provoked and come uppermost, govern him by turns, whether he will or no. To show that these qualifications, which we all pretend to be ashamed of, are the great support of a flourishing society, has been the subject of the foregoing poem. But there being some passages in it seemingly paradoxical, I have in the preface promised some explanatory remarks on it, which, to render more useful, I have thought fit to enquire how man no better qualified might yet by his own imperfections be taught to distinguish between virtue and vice. And here I must desire the reader once for all to take notice that when I say men, I mean neither Jews nor Christians, but mere men, in the state of nature and ignorance of the true deity. All untaught animals are only solicitous of pleasing themselves, and naturally follow the bent of their own inclinations, without considering the good or harm that from their being pleased will accrue to others. This is the reason that in the wild state of nature those creatures are fittest to live peaceably together in great numbers that discovered the least of understanding and have the fewest appetites to gratify. And consequently no species of animals is, without the curb of government, less capable of agreeing long together in multitudes than that of man, yet such are his qualities, whether good or bad I shall not determine, that no creature besides himself can ever be made sociable. But being an extraordinary selfish and headstrong as well as cunning animal, however he may be subdued by superior strength, it is impossible by force alone to make him tractable, and receive the improvements he is capable of. The chief thing, therefore, which lawgivers and other wise men that have labored for the establishment of society have endeavored, has been to make the people they were to govern believe that it was more beneficial for everybody to conquer than indulge his appetites, and much better to mind the public than what seemed his private interest. As this has always been a very difficult task, so no wit or eloquence has been left untried to compass it, and the moralists and philosophers of all ages employed their utmost skill to prove the truth of so useful an assertion. But whether mankind would have ever believed it or not, it is not likely that anybody could have persuaded them to disapprove of their natural inclinations, or prefer the good of others to their own, if at the same time he had not showed them an equivalent to be enjoyed as a reward for the violence which by so doing they of necessity must commit upon themselves. Those that have undertaken to civilize mankind were not ignorant of this, but being unable to give so many real rewards as would satisfy all persons for every individual action, they were forced to contrive an imaginary one that, as a general equivalent for the trouble of self-denial, should serve on all occasions, and without costing anything either to themselves or others, be yet a most acceptable recompense to the receivers. They thoroughly examined all the strength and frailties of our nature, and observing that none were either so savage as not to be charmed with praise, or so despicable as patiently to bear contempt, justly concluded that flattery must be the most powerful argument that could be used to human creatures. Making use of this bewitching engine, they extolled the excellency of our nature above other animals, and setting forth with unbounded praises the wonders of our sagacity and vastness of understanding, bestowed 1,000 encomiums on the rationality of our souls, by the help of which we were capable of performing the most noble achievements. Having by this artful way of flattery insinuated themselves into the hearts of men, they began to instruct them in the notions of honor and shame, representing the one as the worst of all evils, and the other as the highest good to which mortals could aspire; which being done, they laid before them how unbecoming it was the dignity of such sublime creatures to be solicitous about gratifying those appetites which they had in common with brutes, and at the same time unmindful of those higher qualities that gave them the preeminence over all visible beings. They indeed confessed that those impulses of nature were very pressing, that it was troublesome to resist, and very difficult wholly to subdue them. But this they only used as an argument to demonstrate how glorious the conquest of them was on the one hand, and how scandalous on the other not to attempt it. To introduce moreover an emulation amongst men, they divided the whole species in two classes, vastly differing from one another. The one consisted of abject, low-minded people that, always hunting after immediate enjoyment, were wholly incapable of self-denial, and, without regard to the good of others, had no higher aim than their private advantage; such as being enslaved by voluptuousness, yielded without resistance to every gross desire, and made no use of their rational faculties but to heighten their sensual pleasures. These vile grovelling wretches, they said, were the dross of their kind, and having only the shape of men, differed from brutes in nothing but their outward figure. But the other class was made up of lofty, high-spirited creatures that, free from sordid selfishness, esteemed the improvements of the mind to be their fairest possessions, and, setting a true value upon themselves, took no delight but in embellishing that part in which their excellency consisted, such as despising whatever they had in common with irrational creatures, opposed by the help of reason their most violent inclinations, and, making a continual war with themselves to promote the peace of others, aimed at no less than the public welfare and the conquest of their own passions. Fortior est qui sequam qui fortissima vincit mania. These they called the true representatives of their sublime species, exceeding in worth the first class by more degrees than that itself was superior to the beasts of the field. As in all animals that are not too imperfect to discover pride, we find that the finest, and such as are the most beautiful and valuable of their kind, have generally the greatest share of it. So in man, the most perfect of animals, it is so inseparable from his very essence, how cunningly soever some may learn to hide or disguise it, that without it the compound he is made of would want one of the chiefest ingredients, which, if we consider, it is hardly to be doubted but lessons and remonstrances, so skilfully adapted to the good opinion man has of himself as those I have mentioned, must, if scattered amongst a multitude, not only gain the assent of most of them, as to the speculative part, but likewise induce several, especially the fiercest, most resolute, and best among them, to endure 1,000 inconveniences, and undergo as many hardships, that they may have the pleasure of counting themselves men of the second class, and consequently appropriating to themselves all the excellencies they have heard of it. From what has been said, we ought to expect in the first place that the heroes who took such extraordinary pains to master some of their natural appetites, and preferred the good of others to any visible interest of their own, would not recede an inch from the fine notions they had received concerning the dignity of rational creatures, and having ever the authority of the government on their side, with all imaginable vigor assert the esteem that was due to those of the second class, as well as their superiority over the rest of their kind. In the second, that those who wanted a sufficient stock of either pride or resolution to buoy them up in mortifying of what was dearest to them, followed the sensual dictates of nature, would yet be ashamed of confessing themselves to be those despicable wretches that belonged to the inferior class, and were generally reckoned to be so little removed from brutes, and that therefore in their own defence they would say as others did, and hiding their own imperfections as well as they could, cry up self-denial and public spiritedness as much as any. For it is highly probable that some of them, convinced by the real proofs of fortitude and self-conquest they had seen, would admire in others what they found wanting in themselves. Others be afraid of the resolution and prowess of those of the second class, and that all of them were kept in awe by the power of their rulers, wherefore it is reasonable to think that none of them, whatever they thought in themselves, would dare openly contradict what by everybody else was thought criminal to doubt of. This was, or at least might have been, the manner after which savage man was broke, from whence it is evident that the first rudiments of morality broached by skilful politicians to render men useful to each other as well as tractable, were chiefly contrived, that the ambitious might reap the more benefit from and govern vast numbers of them with the greater ease and security. This foundation of politics being once laid, it is impossible that men should long remain uncivilized. For even those who only strove to gratify their appetites, being continually crossed by others of the same stamp, could not but observe that whenever they checked their inclinations, or but followed them with more circumspection, they avoided a world of troubles, and often escaped many of the calamities that generally attended the too eager pursuit after pleasure. First, they received, as well as others, the benefit of those actions that were done for the good of the whole society, and consequently could not forbear wishing well to those of the superior class that performed them. Secondly, the more intent they were in seeking their own advantage without regard to others, the more they were hourly convinced that none stood so much in their way as those that were most like themselves. It being the interest then of the very worst of them, more than any, to preach up public spiritedness, that they might reap the fruits of the labor and self-denial of others, and at the same time indulge their own appetites with less disturbance, they agreed with the rest to call everything which, without regard to the public, man should commit to gratify any of his appetites, vice. If in that action there could be observed the least prospect that it might either be injurious to any of the society, or ever render himself less serviceable to others, and to give the name of virtue to every performance by which man, contrary to the impulse of nature, should endeavour the benefit of others, or the conquest of his own passions, out of a rational ambition of being good. It shall be objected that no society was ever anyways civilized before the major part had agreed upon some worship or other of an overruling power, and consequently that the notions of good and evil, and the distinction between virtue and vice, were never the contrivance of politicians, but the pure effect of religion? Before I answer this objection, I must repeat what I have said already, that in this inquiry into the origin of moral virtue I speak neither of Jews or Christians, but man in his state of nature and ignorance of the true deity. And then I affirm that the idolatrous superstitions of all other nations, and the pitiful notions they had of the Supreme Being, were incapable of exciting man to virtue, and good for nothing but to awe and amuse a rude and unthinking multitude. It is evident from history that in all considerable societies, how stupid or ridiculous soever people's received notions have been as to the deities they worshipped, human nature has ever exerted itself in all its branches, and that there is no earthly wisdom or moral virtue, but at one time or other men have excelled in it in all monarchies and commonwealths that for riches and power have been anyways remarkable. The Egyptians, not satisfied with having deified all the ugly monsters they could think on, were so silly as to adore the onions of their own sowing. Yet at the same time their country was the most famous nursery of arts and sciences in the world, and themselves more eminently skilled in the deepest mysteries of nature than any nation has been since. No states or kingdoms under heaven have yielded more or greater patterns in all sorts of moral virtues than the Greek and Roman empires, more especially the latter, and yet how loose, absurd, and ridiculous were their sentiments as to sacred matters. For without reflecting on the extravagant number of their deities, if we only consider the infamous stories they fathered upon them, it is not to be denied but that their religion, far from teaching men the conquest of their passions and the way to virtue, seemed rather contrived to justify their appetites and encourage their vices. But if we would know what made them excel in fortitude, courage, and magnanimity, we must cast our eyes on the pomp of their triumphs, the magnificence of their monuments and arches, their trophies, statues, and inscriptions, the variety of their military crowns, their honors decreed to the dead, public encomiums on the living, and other imaginary rewards they bestowed on men of merit. And we shall find that what carried so many of them to the utmost pitch of self-denial was nothing but their policy in making use of the most effectual means that human pride could be flattered with. It is visible, then, that it was not any heathen religion or other idolatrous superstition that first put man upon crossing his appetites and subduing his dearest inclinations, but the skilful management of wary politicians, and the nearer we search into human nature, the more we shall be convinced that the moral virtues are the political offspring which flattery begot upon pride. There is no man of what capacity or penetration soever that is wholly proof against the witchcraft of flattery, if artfully performed, and suited to his abilities. Children and fools will swallow personal praise, but those that are more cunning must be managed with greater circumspection, and the more general the flattery is, the less it is suspected by those it is levelled at. What you say in commendation of a whole town is received with pleasure by all the inhabitants. Speak in commendation of letters in general, and every man of learning will think himself in particular obliged to you. You may safely praise the employment a man is of, or the country he was born in, because you give him an opportunity of screening the joy he feels upon his own account, under the esteem which he pretends to have for others. It is common among cunning men, that understand the power which flattery has upon pride, when they are afraid they shall be imposed upon to enlarge, though much against their conscience, upon the honor, fair dealing, and integrity of the family, country, or sometimes the profession of him they suspect, because they know that men often will change their resolution and act against their inclination, that they may have the pleasure of continuing to appear in the opinion of some what they are conscious not to be in reality. Thus sagacious moralists draw men like angels, in hopes that the pride at least of some will put them upon copying after the beautiful originals which they are represented to be. When the incomparable Sir Richard Steele, in the usual elegance of his easy style, dwells on the praises of his sublime species, and with all the embellishments of rhetoric, sets forth the excellency of human nature, it is impossible not to be charmed with his happy turns of thought and the politeness of his expressions. But though I have been often moved by the force of his eloquence, and ready to swallow the ingenious sophistry with pleasure, yet I could never be so serious but reflecting on his artful encomiums, I thought on the tricks made use of by the women that would teach children to be mannerly. When an awkward girl, before she can either speak or go, begins after many entreaties to make the first rude essays of curtsying, the nurse falls in an ecstasy of praise. There's a delicate curtsy. Oh, fine, miss! There's a pretty lady! Mamma, miss can make a better curtsy than her sister Molly. The same is echoed over by the maids, whilst mamma almost hugs the child to pieces. Only Miss Molly, who, being 4 years older, knows how to make a very handsome curtsy, wonders at the perverseness of their judgment, and, swelling with indignation, is ready to cry at the injustice that is done her, till being whispered in the ear that it is only to please the baby, and that she is a woman, she grows proud at being let into the secret, and rejoicing at the superiority of her understanding, repeats what has been said with large additions, and insults over the weakness of her sister, whom all this while she fancies to be the only bubble among them. These extravagant praises would by any one, above the capacity of an infant, be called fulsome flatteries, and, if you will, abominable lies. Yet experience teaches us that by the help of such gross encomiums young misses will be brought to make pretty curtsies, and behave themselves womanly much sooner and with less trouble than they would without them. 'Tis the same with boys, whom they'll strive to persuade that all fine gentlemen do as they are bid, and that none but beggar boys are rude or dirty their clothes. Nay, as soon as the wild brat with his untaught fist begins to fumble for his hat, the mother, to make him pull it off, tells him before he is 2 years old that he is a man, and if he repeats that action when she desires him, he is presently a captain, a lord mayor, a king, or something higher, if she can think of it, till, egged on by the force of praise, the little urchin endeavours to imitate man as well as he can, and strains all his faculties to appear what his shallow noddle imagines he is believed to be. The meanest wretch puts an inestimable value upon himself, and the highest wish of the ambitious man is to have all the world as to that particular of his opinion. So that the most insatiable thirst after fame that ever hero was inspired with was never more than an ungovernable greediness to engross the esteem and admiration of others in future ages as well as his own, and, what mortification soever this truth might be to the second thoughts of an Alexander or a Caesar, the great recompense in view, for which the most exalted minds have with so much alacrity sacrificed their quiet, health, sensual pleasures, and every inch of themselves, has never been anything else but the breath of man, the aerial coin of praise. Who can forbear laughing when he thinks on all the great men that have been so serious on the subject of that Macedonian madman, his capacious soul, that mighty heart, in one corner of which, according to Lorenzo Gratian, the world was so commodiously lodged that in the whole there was room for 6 more? Who can forbear laughing, I say, when he compares the fine things that have been said of Alexander, with the end he proposed to himself from his vast exploits, to be proved from his own mouth; when the vast pains he took to pass the Hydaspes forced him to cry out, "O ye Athenians, could you believe what dangers I exposed myself to be praised by you?" To define then the reward of glory in the amplest manner, the most that can be said of it is that it consists in a superlative felicity which a man, who is conscious of having performed a noble action, enjoys in self-love, whilst he is thinking on the applause he expects of others. But here I shall be told that besides the noisy toils of war and public bustle of the ambitious, there are noble and generous actions that are performed in silence; that virtue being its own reward, those who are really good have a satisfaction in their consciousness of being so, which is all the recompense they expect from the most worthy performances; that among the heathens there have been men who when they did good to others were so far from coveting thanks and applause that they took all imaginable care to be for ever concealed from those on whom they bestowed their benefits, and consequently that pride has no hand in spurring men on to the highest pitch of self-denial. In answer to this, I say that it is impossible to judge of a man's performance unless we are thoroughly acquainted with the principle and motive from which he acts. Pity, though it is the most gentle and the least mischievous of all our passions, is yet as much a frailty of our nature as anger, pride, or fear. The weakest minds have generally the greatest share of it, for which reason none are more compassionate than women and children. It must be owned that of all our weaknesses it is the most amiable, and bears the greatest resemblance to virtue. nay, without a considerable mixture of it, the society could hardly subsist. But as it is an impulse of nature that consults neither the public interest nor our own reason, it may produce evil as well as good. It has helped to destroy the honor of virgins and corrupted the integrity of judges, and whoever acts from it as a principle, what good soever he may bring to the society, has nothing to boast of but that he has indulged a passion that has happened to be beneficial to the public. There is no merit in saving an innocent babe ready to drop into the fire. The action is neither good nor bad, and what benefit soever the infant received, we only obliged ourselves, for to have seen it fall and not strove to hinder it would have caused a pain which self-preservation compelled us to prevent. Nor has a rich prodigal that happens to be of a commiserating temper and loves to gratify his passions greater virtue to boast of when he relieves an object of compassion with what to himself is a trifle. But such men as without complying with any weakness of their own can part from what they value themselves, and from no other motive but their love to goodness perform a worthy action in silence, such men, I confess, have acquired more refined notions of virtue than those I have hitherto spoke of. Yet even in these, with which the world has yet never swarmed, we may discover no small symptoms of pride, and the humblest man alive must confess that the reward of a virtuous action, which is the satisfaction that ensues upon it, consists in a certain pleasure he procures to himself by contemplating on his own worth; which pleasure, together with the occasion of it, are as certain signs of pride as looking pale and trembling at any imminent danger are the symptoms of fear. If the too scrupulous reader should at first view condemn these notions concerning the origin of moral virtue, and think them perhaps offensive to Christianity, I hope he'll forbear his censures when he shall consider that nothing can render the unsearchable depths of the divine wisdom more conspicuous than that man, whom Providence had designed for society, should not only by his own frailties and imperfections be led into the road to temporal happiness, but likewise receive, from a seeming necessity of natural causes, a tincture of that knowledge in which he was afterwards to be made perfect by the true religion, to his eternal welfare. End of From the Fable of the Bees, or Private Vices, Public Benefits, from 1714, by Bernard Mandeville.
Introduction to English Madrigals in the Time of Shakespeare by F.A. Cox. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reader's note. Footnotes have been added where appropriate into the body of the text. There are references in the introduction to Appendices 1 and 2, which are not included in this recording. Chapter 1. The Early History of the Madrigal. The madrigal may be defined as a piece of secular, vocal, unaccompanied part music. It is frequently set to words containing some little sentiment of worldly wisdom. The true form should consist of a series of conversational phrases, or of passages in imitation, one part answering another, and interwoven so as to form harmony. The whole should constitute one movement. Madrigals were composed for 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 voices, and published in separate books for each voice, which explains a present difficulty in obtaining many of these madrigals complete. Polyphony, i.e. many melodies, is a characteristic of the madrigal, a form of composition which practically ceased about the year 1812. Modern composers follow the monodic style, i.e. one melody only, usually given to the leading voice. Madrigals were written for a musically educated people, entirely unaccompanied, and the art of rendering a number of melodies in harmony was thoroughly understood and expounded in the time of Elizabeth. Madrigals were performed without the help of any instrument, either as an assistance or to hide defects. a true explanation of the decline of madrigal singing is to be found in the fact that the people ceased to cultivate the practice of singing at sight. Consequently, they lost at the same time the power of maintaining a part against other voices, and this reason still remains a potent factor against a revival of madrigal singing at the present time. The year 1500 may fairly be fixed as the date when madrigal writing first commenced in Italy. These madrigals found their way into the other countries of Europe, and the influence of them upon English musicians soon became manifest. Early in the 16th century, pieces called songs were composed in this country with undoubted tendencies towards the madrigalian form. It is true that the madrigal in its true form had not at this early period found its way here, but those who study the composition of Richard Edwards, entitled In Going to My Naked Bed, which appeared in 1560, cannot fail to be struck with the resemblance it bears to the productions of the end of the century, when the term and classical form had come from Italy and Flanders. A collection of secular and sacred pieces designed for social recreation was published in the year 1530 by Wynkyn de Worde, containing compositions of Cornish, Ashwell, Taverner, Redford, Pigott, Fairfax, Gwyneth, Jones, and Dr. Cooper. Dr. Rimbaud, in 1847, passed the severe criticism upon this work that the music and words were truly barbarous. An early composer of part music, Robert Fairfax, is said to have lived during the last decade of the 15th century. A composition of his entitled That Was My Woe Is Now My Most Gladness was considered by Dr. Burney to have been written on the accession of Henry VII to the throne of England after the Battle of Bosworth Field. If this supposition be correct, a later date than 1470 cannot be assigned for his birth. About the year 1500 he was appointed organist of the Abbey of St Albans, which possessed an organ considered the finest then in England, given to it in 1438 by Abbot John Wethamstede. In 1502, Fairfax, who lies buried in the abbey, received £1 for setting an anthem of Our Lady and Saint Elizabeth. Another early musician was one John Redford, poet and dramatist, who was organist and almoner of St Paul's Cathedral in the reign of Henry VIII. Tusser, the poet, a pupil of Redford, and author of 100 Good Points of Husbandry, 1557, in his autobiographical poem thus mentions Redford as master of the children of St Paul's about 1535. But mark the chance myself to vance, by friendship's lot to Paul's I got. So found I grace a certain space still to remain. With Redford there, the like nowhere, for cunning such and virtue much, by whom some part of music art so did I gain. The introduction of the Italian madrigal in its true form into England in the year 1588 may safely be ascribed to a merchant, Nicholas Yonge, hereafter referred to. Since its introduction, various suggestions as to its origin and derivation have been offered. It still remains an open question whether, in the land of its birth, the word originally signified religious poems addressed to the Virgin, poems of love and gallantry, or morning and evening songs with which the lover sang his aubade or serenade under the window of his mistress. In Spain, in Old Castile, there is a town called Madrigal. Many years ago another town of the same name existed in South America. So great was the favour with which the madrigal was received in England that it at once took root and flourished with astonishing rapidity. Every one of the native composers wrote madrigals. Upwards of 92 collections were published between the years 1588 and 1638, convincing evidence in itself as to the influence it had over the musician and performer alike. These facts have likewise an interest as showing the readiness of the English as a nation to accept what was best in the arts from whatever source. While the Netherlands were producing little in respect to music, which even the general enthusiasm concerning the madrigal could not revive, doubtless because decay had already commenced to set in, our own countrymen were eager, with that awakened life and energy which pervaded the age of Elizabeth, to venture into every unexplored region, with the success which was stamped upon all their endeavours. The results of their labours are our inheritance to this day. Erasmus, in his More Encomium, concerning music of the time of Henry VIII, says, "The English could lay claim to be the best looking, most musical, and to the best tables of any people." Englishmen have no reason to be dissatisfied with the labours of the native composers resulting from a friendly rivalry to the Italian and Flemish masters. John Wilbye, in particular, in his works, is said to have equalled, if not excelled, the greatest madrigal composers on the continent. The English musicians caught the true madrigal spirit, and although the tide of popular favour was ebbing after the accession of the first of the Stuarts, there was no perceptible falling from the standard of perfection in the compositions of John Ward or Orlando Gibbons, the English Palestrina, two of the very latest of the madrigal writers. Like the fabled swan, which appeared to sing most sweetly when death approached, so with the madrigal. The suggestion has been made that Adrian Willaert, who was born at Bruges in 1490, may have invented the madrigal. At any rate, he was mainly responsible for its artistic form. To his compositions, as well as to those of his successors, is mainly due the impetus given to English music. The Italian, French, and Flemish schools produced a vast number, probably to be estimated at several hundreds, many of which found their way to England, brought hither by merchants, and others who travelled for merchandise. It was generally believed at this time that English poetry would not readily lend itself to the madrigalian form of composition. Jusserand, in the English novel in the time of Shakespeare, wrote, "Long after an English nation, rich in every sort of glory, had come into being, writers are to be found hesitating to use the national idiom." A desire, however, soon arose to have pieces to which English words could be sung. This was met by one or two leading spirits, who caused certain Italian madrigals to be translated, and these were published in 1588 with Nicholas Yonge as editor. Nicholas Yonge published in 1588 a collection of Italian madrigals under the title Musica Transalpina. This was the first work in England in which the word madrigal was used. In the epistle dedicatory, Yonge thus wrote: "Since I first began to keep house in this city, it has been no small comfort unto me that a great number of gentlemen and merchants of good account, as well of this realm as of foreign nations, have taken in good part such entertainment of pleasure as my poor ability was able to afford them, both by the exercise of music daily used in my house, and by furnishing them with books of that kind yearly sent me out of Italy and other places, which, being for the most part Italian songs, are for sweetness of air very well liked of all, but most in account with them that understand that language." From Musica Transalpina, madrigals translated of 4, 5, and 6 parts, N. Yonge, 1588. Included in this collection were 2 madrigals by William Byrd, the remainder were all by Italians, who may thus presumably lay claim to the honour of being the first Englishmen to compose and publish madrigals. The success of several publications between 1588 and 1590 excited, as it was very natural to expect it would do, an emulation in the English musicians to compose original madrigals in their own language, which was so well received that from henceforth those of the Italians appear to have been neglected. The influence wielded by musicians through their compositions has been such as frequently to obliterate the element of nationality. There are cases on record where several birthplaces have been assigned to the same individual, arising from claims made for this or that musician by the inhabitants of the different countries in which they might have made a temporary or permanent residence. Absence of correct details as to dates of birth and death prevails in the cases of a large majority of the composers and musicians of the 16th and 17th centuries. Positions of importance at the courts of Europe, as well as in the palaces of the nobles in foreign countries, were very frequently offered to and accepted by the English musicians during this period. Chapter 2. Influence of the madrigal on the music of the time. The introduction of the madrigal in English society tended to give music a fresh impulse as well as a new character. It disclosed the possibilities, up to this time unknown in England, of the art of music to add to the social and intellectual enjoyment of mankind, and to claim an attention to a practice of the art by those who are best able to judge of its merits, and at the same time best qualified by their learned attainments to take part in the performance of the gems imported into this country. Of vocal music, the madrigal appears to have been most in practice of any kind at this time, as well in England as in other countries. We learn the growing love for madrigal singing, and the patronage which the English musicians of that time received from their Queen, from the dedication to the first set of William Byrd, 1588. Having observed that since the publishing of my last labours in music, divers persons of honour and worship have more esteemed and delighted in the exercise of the art than before, it has greatly encouraged me to take further pains to gratify their courteous dispositions thereunto. From Psalms, Sonnets, and Songs of Sadness and Piety, by W. Byrd, 1588. In the address to the reader in the same set, Byrd writes that since his last impression of music, the exercise and love of that art hath exceedingly increased. That madrigal singing was a favourite amusement of the time is a fact resting upon undoubted evidence, and confirmed by the large supply of materials adapted to gratify the growing taste for this form of music. Without going beyond such as have come within our own reach, some idea may be formed of its extent from the necessarily imperfect list in Appendix 2. Excluding a large number of inferior compositions, there are extant at least 1,000 English madrigals by composers of name and note. This fact in itself shows clearly the state and general cultivation of musical knowledge at this period, while all the evidence available points to the same conclusion. A foreign resident in England by the name of Galliard has left the following account of English music in the time of Shakespeare. He wrote, "Madrigals were much in use in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, in which compositions the English of that time have left proof of their ability even to vie with the best Italian composers. Nobody could then pretend to a liberal education who had not made such a progress in music as to be able to sing his part at sight, and it was usual, when ladies and gentlemen met, for madrigal books to be laid before them, and everyone to sing their part. I believe everyone is sensible of the difficulty there would be at present of finding among the lovers of music a sufficient number qualified for such a performance. But since the glorious reign of Queen Elizabeth, music, for which, as well as her sister arts, England was then renowned all the world over, has been so much neglected, as much by the little encouragement it has received from the great as by reason of the civil wars, that at length this art was entirely lost." The singing of the part songs, which soon became one of the chief social recreations of the period, continued to charm all lovers of vocal harmony for many years. Such madrigals, for instance, as those by John Wilbye, must have been known to his near neighbour Sir Thomas Gresham, and doubtless Wilbye was a welcome and not infrequent guest at the mansion in Broad Street. Accepting the evidence from contemporary authority for the fact that madrigal singing formed the customary entertainment after dinner in all polished circles, it requires but a small demand on our belief to imagine that the madrigals of Wilbye, Byrd, and the other English composers were not seldom heard within the walls of Gresham's house, and that in the performance of them Gresham himself was accustomed to join. Dr. W. A. Barrett suggested that Shakespeare, Ben Jonson, Sir Walter Raleigh, and many others who contributed to the madrigal poetry of the period were frequent listeners as well as performers at Wilbye's house in Austin Friars. The father of John Milton the poet was himself a madrigal composer. The custom prevailed throughout the reign of Elizabeth and extended into that of James I. Many names familiar to all readers were able to take their share in this universal custom of madrigal singing. Slowly but effectively a cloud gathered over the fair prospect of native music, which appeared soon after the accession of the Stuarts. The influence of the madrigal, as also its place amongst the social enjoyments of the people, were soon to be numbered as things belonging to the past golden age of Elizabeth. There are perhaps more reasons for the decay of the madrigal than the one regarding the want of favour shown towards the composers on the part of James I. The madrigal could only be performed by a number of voices. The song, with the instrumental accompaniment, on the other hand, by one voice. Again, the perfection of the lute, the viol, the virginal, and other instruments introduced entirely new features into music. Chapter 3. Shakespeare and Other Poets, their part in the madrigal. The madrigal collections of the time of Shakespeare contain many choice specimens of lyrical poetry. At the same time, it must be conceded that a large number of the Elizabethan madrigals were set to words too frequently characterised by mediocrity. A writer in the early part of this century remarked that the madrigal was a species of vocal harmony very elegant in its structure, and adapted to such poetry as was fit to be sung or uttered in the hearing of the most polite and well-bred persons. Such collections of lyrical poetry as The Paradise of Dainty Devices, 1576, England's Helicon, 1600, The Golden Garland of Princely Delights, 1620, amongst others, various editions of which appeared in the 16th and 17th centuries, contained lyrics set in the madrigal form by some of the best composers of this period. Although discussion during the last 200 years has left the derivation of the word madrigal still doubtful, it is certain that the character of the poetry is distinctly pastoral. The prevailing belief that English poetry was too harsh and unyielding to be readily coupled with the pleasant note was noticed in a former chapter. The experiment once made, this prejudice to the use of native verse was soon disposed of. The first book of songs or airs of 4 parts, issued by John Dowland in 1597, contains "My thoughts are winged with hopes," the initials W.S. being appended to it in a manuscript of the time preserved in the Hamburg City Library. 3 madrigals by Thomas Weelkes, "My flocks feed not," etc., are with but little authority ascribed to Shakespeare. They are contained in The Passionate Pilgrim, a collection of poetry, as Mr. Palgrave says in The Golden Treasury of Songs and Lyrics, "published by a speculative bookmaker in 1599. A few of the pieces may with certainty be said to be by Shakespeare, a very few of which are dubious, and several either demonstrably not his, or bearing internal signs of other authorship." "Sigh no more, ladies," was set by Thomas Ford. In many instances the poetry appeared for the first time in the various musical collections which appeared during this period. The madrigals of Byrd, Dowland, Pilkington, Bateson, and Ward, published between the years 1588 and 1624, were set to the poetry of Sir Philip Sidney. My true love hath my heart in a grove most rich of shade. Go, my flocks, get you hence. Come, shepherd's weeds, O sweet woods, may be mentioned. Alfonso Ferrabosco, who settled in England very early in life, is said to have set many of the lyrics contained in the masques and plays of Ben Jonson. His well-known Come, my Celia, let us prove was published in 1609 in a collection composed by Ferrabosco, and Slow, slow, fresh fount appeared in 1608, set by Henry Yule. There is good reason to believe that the words of all the pieces in Morley's first book, dated 1595, were written by Michael Drayton. Bright Star of Beauty occurs in a set which saw the light in 1622 by John Atty. Fond Love is Blind, from Barnfield's Affectionate Shepherd, 1594, appeared in Bateson's second set, 1618. During the years 1607 to 14, Thomas Campion, Doctor of Medicine, poet and madrigal writer, produced 4 books, the poetry almost entirely his own. The pieces set by Philip Rossiter and published in 1601 were also by Campion. In 1612, Orlando Gibbons gave to the admirers of the madrigal a collection for 5 voices, consisting of 20. For some considerable time, the whole of the verses were attributed to Sir Christopher Hatton. As a set-off to this, Dr. Rambo says that some are by Dr. Donne and others by Joshua Sylvester. The truth probably is that Hatton merely selected the poetry for Gibbons. Richard Carlton, in 1601, selected 3 at least of the stanzas of Edmund Spenser's Faery Queen: Naught is on earth more sacred or divine, Ye gentle ladies in whose sovereign power, and Naught under heaven so strongly doth allure, for a set of madrigals to 5 voices. More then most fair, also from the Faery Queen, appeared in 1630, arranged by Martin Pearson. John Dowland, the greatest lute player of the time of Elizabeth, has been described as the friend of Shakespeare and the companion of the leading poets of his time. From the Polyhymnia, 1590, of George Peele, he selected His golden locks time hath to silver turned, and published it in his first book in 1597. Melpomene, the muse of tragic songs, from the Arraignment of Paris, 1584, by George Peele, served to inspire the madrigal of Thomas Porter, produced in 1619 in his first set. In the England's Helicon already mentioned, there are several lyrics by Anthony Munday, i.e. Shepherd Tony, Beauty Sate Bathing alone being used by William Corkine, Robert Jones, and Francis Pilkington. The question of the authenticity of some of the poems found in these collections of madrigals renders the task of identification very difficult. In fact, the anonymous list will always remain an extensive one. Sir Walter Raleigh is, however, responsible for at least 2, viz. What is Our Life, the Play of Passion, from the collection of Orlando Gibbons, and Like Hermit Poor, in Pensive Place Obscure. The wide choice open to the madrigal composers of the age of Shakespeare may thus be recognised, and when a further list, merely of names, of lyrical writers is given, some idea may readily be formed of the number and activity of the Elizabethan poets. The inferences to be drawn from these facts are, first, that the demand and patronage extended towards these writers of madrigals must have been extensive; second, the adaptability of this school of lyric poetry for the purposes of the madrigal. Among many others who have enriched the lyrical poetry of England are Dr. Donne, Robert Greene, Fulke Greville, Lord Brooke, Shepherd Tony, or Anthony Munday, to accept the recent identification of Mr. A.H. Bullen, Joshua Sylvester, John Liley, Henry Constable, Thomas Lodge, Francis Kinwelmersh, Thomas Watson, Nicholas Breton, Edward Vere, Earl of Oxford, John Wotton, Thomas Middleton, Samuel Daniel, William Brown, Edmund Bolton, Anthony Brewer, and M. Thorne. It has been stated by more than one writer that it is also worthy of remark that the words of all madrigals, with the single exception of the Madrigali Spirituali of Palestrina, are of a secular, sprightly, or witty nature. Dr. Rambaud, in his Bibliotheca Madrigaliana 1847, in reference to an attempt to gather a complete collection of madrigalian poetry for publication, mentions that a prospectus was issued in 1816 to the effect that such a project was contemplated, but from some cause or other not explained, the promised work never appeared. In the choice of the words for their madrigals, the composers appear to have allowed themselves much latitude. The sonnet, the stanza, the lyric, the satirical and love poem were forms apparently equally suited to the musical madrigal. To sum up these remarks on the poetry of the madrigal, an opinion, G. Saintsbury, A History of Elizabethan Literature, 1887, has been expressed that such an outflow of verse within the confines of a quarter of a century can find no parallel in the literary history of any other nation in the world. Further, that it seldom occurs that the whole poem constitutes a gem, but a verse here and there, like a flash, is found. Chapter 4. Principal Madrigal Composers. The practice of madrigal writing was so far engrossing as to include among its partisans the principal composers of the era. William Byrd, around 1540 to 1623, belonged to the parish of St. Helen's, Bishopsgate, and resided opposite to Crosby Hall, adjoining the garden of Sir Thomas Gresham. He published 3 collections of part music, and headed the list so far as number of compositions was concerned. In all he was responsible for 114 single pieces. Byrd probably owed his musical education, with Tye, Tallis, and others, to the monastic institutions, where, before the Reformation, music was principally cultivated by the monks. John Wilbye, around 1560 to around 1612, is chiefly known as a writer of madrigals. Contemporary report described him as a musician of rare endowments. He published 2 sets of madrigals, which contained all but 3 of his entire vocal compositions known. These sets give us 64 specimens, the merits of which are said to have gained him the enviable fame of being the greatest of the English madrigalian composers. The editor of Wilby's works for the Musical Antiquarian Society in 1846 says, "The variety of character and colouring which adorns the madrigals of this great writer is surprising, considering the prescribed range in which the harmonist of this period was accustomed and trained to walk." John Dowland, 1562 to around 1626, was born in the city of Westminster, where, says Thomas Fuller, he had his longest life and best livelihood. He was unquestionably a greater lute player than madrigal composer, though even in the latter he excelled. Fuller further tells us that Christian IV, King of Denmark, coming over into England, requested him of King James, who, unwillingly willing, parted with him. He appears to have spent many years at the court of the King of Denmark, and during that period published 3 sets for voices. In all he published 4. Dowland composed 64 madrigals. His skill on the lute was mentioned by the dramatists Ben Jonson, Middleton, Fletcher, Massinger, Barnfield, and in one of the sonnets ascribed to Shakespeare. The criticism, by Dr. Burney, passed upon Dowland as a madrigal composer has been described as an inconsiderate depreciation of his talents. Thomas Morley, 1563 to 1604, has been remembered by posterity more particularly for his official connection with The Triumphs of Oriana, the subject of our next chapter. He published 8 other collections, containing upwards of 93 of his own compositions. A solemn burial service by him, the first perhaps of the kind ever known in England, continued to be performed at public funerals until it gave way to those of Purcell and Croft. John Bennet, around 1565 to around 1605, is reputed to have been one of the best composers of the Elizabethan period. There appears to be less known concerning his career than even of the majority of musicians. Churches containing, as they did, the registers which were burned in the Great Fire, would have placed many points now in dispute beyond a doubt. Bennet published but one set of madrigals containing 17, and a further 6 were contained in a work edited by Thomas Ravenscroft in the year 1614, in the preface to which he is mentioned as Maister John Bennet, a gentleman admirable for all kinds of composures, either in art or air, simple or mixed, of what nature soever, in whose works the very life of that passion which the ditty sounded is so truly expressed, as if he had measured it alone by his own soul, and invented no other harmony than his own sensible feeling did afford him. Francis Pilkington, around 1570 to around 1625, describes himself as a bachelor of music and lutenist on the title pages of his 3 publications. Dr. Burney, who apparently knew very little about the madrigal, speaks slightingly also of this composer. He nevertheless possessed a strong patron in Ferdinand, 5th Earl of Derby, and has left us no less than 69 examples of his industry and ability. Thomas Weelkes, born 1575, was very young when he gave to the world some of the best productions of his life. He was but 22 when the first set of madrigals appeared by him, that is, in the year 1597. He subsequently issued 4 more sets, totalling 94 compositions in all. A recent criticism thus speaks of him: "His works are distinguished by originality and excellent part writing, as well as by a certain characteristic stiffness. Many of them are still popular and have been often reprinted." The position of Weelkes among his madrigalian contemporaries is deservedly a high one. Thomas Bateson, around 1580 to around 1620, was appointed organist to Chester Cathedral at the age of 19. He is said to have been the first to receive a musical degree in the University of Dublin. He was responsible for 59 compositions, and published 2 sets of madrigals. Dr. Rambo says, "There can be but little difference of opinion as regards the merits of Bateson, when judged by comparison with his contemporaries, and with reference to those old tonal laws which alike guided the secular as well as the ecclesiastical writers of the Elizabethan school. His reputation rests upon the first set of madrigals, but these suffice to establish it." Thomas Ford, 1580 to 1648, was one of the musicians of Henry, Prince of Wales, son of James I. In 1607 he published Music of Sundry Kinds, 2 parts. The first contains the celebrated Since First I Saw Your Face, and There is a Lady Sweet and Kind. A copy of this work is very rare, if any perfect copy exists. Nevertheless, some of its contents, and such as make us wish for more, are well known. There were probably 11 madrigals in this collection. Michael East, born around 1580, is only known to dabblers in music by his How Merrily We Live for three voices, which has served to enrich almost every subsequent collection of vocal harmony, whose various compilers from previous compilations have never thought it worth while to see whether its author might not have produced another composition of equal merit. With the assistance of my colleague, Mr. R.E. Strickland, who has scored it, I have unearthed a 4-part madrigal entitled In Dolorous Complaining, taken from the second set of madrigals 1606, and I hope to have it published as well as publicly performed. East's publications are much more numerous than those of any composer of his time. Between 1604 and 1638 he published 7 sets, with a total of 46 madrigals to his credit. Orlando Gibbons, 1583 to around 1627, was organist to Canterbury Cathedral. He published but one set of madrigals, 20 in number, in 1612. His Silver Swan is generally considered to be the most perfect work of the kind of the English school. Its wonderful conciseness, the exceeding beauty of each part, and the charm of its melodic treatment fully explain its lasting popularity. The year 1612 was thus signalised by the appearance of a set of madrigals which may rank among the highest of their class. Gibbons was one of the latest, as he was one of the greatest, of the noble body of musicians to which he belonged. John Hilton, around 1600 to 1657, was organist and parish clerk of St. Margaret's, Westminster. It is assumed that he was compelled to resign the post of organist in 1644, when all organs were ordered to be taken down, and the church appears to have been without one until after the Restoration. He is said to have been an ingenious and sound musician, although not a voluminous composer. He published his sole original work in 1627, containing 26 pieces, but the great work of his life was not produced until after an interval of 25 years. This was Catch That Catch Can, to which 21 composers contributed. The curious, who desire information concerning the other madrigalian writers, must seek the authorities, of whom there are many. Appendix 1 to this volume gives approximate date of birth and death, where it has been possible to discover the same, of the most renowned writers of the period. Chapter 5. Collection of madrigals made in honour of Elizabeth. The Triumphs of Oriana, 1601. 27 madrigals, the Triumphs of Oriana, and one called the Farewell, to 5 and 6 voices, composed by divers several authors, newly published by Thomas Morley, Bachelor of Music, and one of the Gentlemen of Her Majesty's Honourable Chapel, 1601, in London, printed by Thomas East, the assign of Thomas Morley, cum privilegio Regia Maestatis. The origin of this celebrated collection of madrigals still remains a disputed matter, and before entering upon a full account of the work, it will be more proper to quote what some authorities have left on record, so that each reader may form his or her own opinion. Let us begin by a quotation from A General History of the Science and Practice of Music by Sir John Hawkins, published in 1776. There is some piece of secret history which we are yet to learn that would enable us to account for the giving the Queen this romantic name. Probably she was fond of it. As a set-off to this, Camden, the antiquary, relates that the Spanish ambassador, in one of his letters, had spoken of the Queen under the name Oriana, at which she was much offended. Dr. Rambaud, in the Leisure Hour for 1875, wrote with confidence that the celebrated triumphs of Oriana were written in praise of England's Elizabeth, whilst in 1847, that is 28 years earlier, he thus wrote in his Bibliotheca Madrigaliana. This set of madrigals was written in honour of Queen Elizabeth, who figures under the name of Oriana. Sir John Hawkins supposed that the work was undertaken with a view to alleviate her grief for the death of the Earl of Essex, and that prizes were given by the Earl of Nottingham for the best compositions for that purpose, but this is mere idle conjecture. The writer of the article in the British and Foreign Review, 1845, merely reiterated the opinion of Sir John Hawkins. Dr. W. A. Barrett, in English Glees and Part Songs, 1886, thus describes the work: "There are 27 pieces in this collection, all in praise of Oriana, the fanciful name by which Queen Elizabeth was distinguished by certain poets of the time, and in English Madrigal Composers, a published lecture read at the London Institution, January 18th, 1877, is the following. In these compositions some writers suppose that Queen Elizabeth was glorified under the fanciful title of Oriana, because the collection is dedicated to the Earl of Nottingham." So much for the authorities. Now for the full account, as given by Sir John Hawkins. The collection was printed in 1601, although for some reason or another not published until 2 years after. It seems by the work itself as if all the musicians of Queen Elizabeth's time, who were capable of composing, had endeavoured each to excel the others in setting a song celebrating the beauties and virtues of their sovereign. For the triumphs of Oriana, it appears that the following musicians contributed, viz. Michael East, Daniel Norcombe, John Mundy, Ellis Gibbons, John Bennett, John Hilton, George Marson, Richard Carlton, John Holmes, Richard Nicholson, Thomas Tomkins, Michael Cavendish, William Cobbold, Thomas Morley, John Farmer, John Wilby, Thomas Hunt, Thomas Weelkes, John Milton, George Kirby, Robert Jones, John Leslie, and Edward Johnson. The occasion of this collection is said to be this: the Lord High Admiral Charles Howard, Earl of Nottingham, was the only person during the last illness of Elizabeth who was able to prevail on her to go into and remain in her bed, and with a view to alleviate her concern for the execution of the Earl of Essex, he gave for a prize subject to the poets and musicians of the time the beauty and accomplishments of his royal mistress, and by a liberal reward excited them severally to the composition of this work. This supposition is favoured by the circumstance of its being dedicated to the Earl, and the time of its publication, which was in the very year that Essex was beheaded. The title and plan of the work were doubtless suggested by a similar Italian one, published at Rome in 1599, with the title Il Trionfo di Dori. To quote from another author, "As Italy gave the ton to the rest of Europe, but particularly to England, in all the fine arts during the reign of Queen Elizabeth, it seems as if the idea of employing all the best composers in the kingdom to set the songs in the triumphs of Oriana to music, in honour of our Virgin Queen, had been suggested to Morley and his patron the Earl of Nottingham by Padre Giovanale, afterwards Bishop of Saluzzo, who employed 37 of the most renowned Italian composers to set canzonetti and madrigals in honour of the Virgin Mary, published under the following title: Temper armonico della Beatissima Vergine Nostra Signora, fabbricatole per opera del Reverendo de Giovanale, a pe della Congregazione dell'Oratoria. Prima parte, a 3 voci. Stampata in Roma da Niccolo Muti, 1599, in quarto. Dr. Rambo says that the Italian collection was made in praise of some Italian dame, published before the year 1597. The only unprofessional contributor to the triumphs of Oriana was the father of Milton the poet. The theme of every madrigal in the collection is similar, and the burden of each the same. Then sang the shepherds and nymphs of Diana, long live fair Oriana. The contents of this work necessarily vary in excellence, Wilby, Weelkes, Bennett, and Morley preserving their usual station. In conclusion, let me quote a very just appreciation of the work. If the Queen merited such a tribute of loyalty and gratitude from the musicians of her age, she received in turn an enviable requital. Her praises are wrought into lasting monuments of art. And Mr. W. H. Husk, librarian to the Sacred Harmonic Society, the writer of the article in A Dictionary of Music and Musicians, 1880, concerning this collection, says, "The Italian work just named is entitled Il Trionfo di Dori, descritto da diversi et posti in musica da detritante autori, a sei voci," written in praise of a lady who is figured under the name of Doris, each of which ends with the words "Viva la bella Dori." End of The Introduction to English Madrigals in the Time of Shakespeare, by F.A. Cox. Read by Ruth Golding.
On the Method of Grace by George Whitfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T. Wellington. On the Method of Grace. As God can send a nation or people no greater blessing than to give them faithful, sincere, and upright ministers, so the greatest curse that God can possibly send upon a people in this world is to give them over to blind, unregenerate, carnal, lukewarm, and unskillful guides. And yet in all ages we find that there have been many wolves in sheep's clothing, many that daubed their untempered mortar, that prophesied smoother things than God did allow. As it was formerly, so it is now. There are many that corrupt the word of God and deal deceitfully with it. It is so in a special manner in the prophet Jeremiah's time, and he, faithful to his Lord, faithful to that God who empowered him, did not fail from time to time to open his mouth against them, and to bear a noble testimony to the honor of that God in whose name he from time to time spake. If you will read his prophecy, you will find that none spake more against such ministers than Jeremiah. In the words of the text, in a more special manner, he exemplifies how they had dealt falsely, how they had behaved treacherously to poor souls. Says he, "They have healed also the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace." The prophet, in the name of God, had been denouncing war against the people. He had been telling them that their house should be left desolate, and that the Lord would certainly visit the land with war. "Therefore," says he in the 11th verse, "I am full of the fury of the Lord. I am weary with holding in. I will pour it out upon the children abroad, and upon the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with the wife shall be taken, the aged with him that is full of days. And their houses shall be turned unto others, with their fields and wives together. For I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants of the land, saith the Lord." The prophet gives a thundering message, that they might be terrified and have some convictions and inclinations to repent. But it seems that the false prophets, that the false priests, went about stifling people's convictions, and when they were hurt or a little terrified, they were for daubing them over the wound, telling them that Jeremiah was but an enthusiastic preacher, that there could be no such thing as war among them, and saying to people, "Peace, peace, be still," when the prophet told them there was no peace. How many of us cry, "Peace, peace," to our souls when there is no peace? How many are there who are now settled upon their lees, that now think they are Christians, that now flatter themselves that they have an interest in Jesus Christ, whereas if we come to examine their experiences, we shall find that their peace is but a peace of the devil's making. It is not a peace of God's giving. It is not a peace that passes human understanding. It is a matter, therefore, of great importance, my dear hearers, to know whether we may speak peace to our hearts. We are all desirous of peace. Peace is an unspeakable blessing, but how can we live without peace? And therefore, people from time to time must be taught how far they must go, and what must be wrought in them before they can speak peace to their hearts. This is what I design at present, that I may deliver my soul, that I may be free from the blood of all those to whom I preach, that I may not fail to declare the whole counsel of God. I shall, from the words of the text, endeavor to show you what you must undergo, and what must be wrought in you before you can speak peace to your hearts. But before I come directly to this, give me leave to premise a caution or two. And the first is, that I take it for granted you believe religion to be an inward thing. You believe it to be a work in the heart, a work wrought in the soul by the power of the Spirit of God. If you do not believe this, you do not believe your Bibles. If you do not believe this, though you have got your Bibles in your hand, you hate the Lord Jesus Christ in your heart. For religion is everywhere represented in Scripture as the work of God in the heart. The kingdom of God is within us, says our Lord. And he is not a Christian who is one outwardly, but he is a Christian who is one inwardly. If any of you place religion in outward things, I shall not perhaps please you this morning. You will understand me no more when I speak of the work of God upon a poor sinner's heart than if I were talking in an unknown tongue. First then, before you can speak peace to your hearts, you must be made to see, made to feel, made to weep over, made to bewail your actual transgressions against the law of God. According to the covenant of works, the soul that sinneth, it shall die. Cursed is that man, be he what he may, be he who he may, that continueth not in all things that are written in the book of the law to do them. We are not only to do some things, but we are to do all things, and we are to continue so to do, so that the least deviation from the moral law, according to the covenant of works, whether in thought, word, or deed, deserves eternal death at the hand of God. And if one evil thought, if one evil word, if one evil action deserves eternal damnation, how many hells, my friends, do every one of us deserve, whose whole lives have been one continued rebellion against God? Before ever, therefore, you can speak peace to your hearts, you must be brought to see, brought to believe, what a dreadful thing it is to depart from the living God. And now, my dear friends, examine your hearts, for I hope you come hither with a design to have your souls made better. Give me leave to ask you, in the presence of God, whether you know the time, and if you do not know exactly the time, do you know there was a time when God wrote bitter things against you, when the arrows of the Almighty were within you? Was ever the remembrance of your sins grievous to you? Was the burden of your sins intolerable to your thoughts? Did you ever see that God's wrath might justly fall upon you on account of your actual transgressions against God? Were you ever in all your life sorry for your sins? Could you ever say, "My sins are gone over my head as a burden too heavy for me to bear"? Did you ever experience any such thing as this? Did ever any such thing as this pass between you and your soul? If not, for Jesus Christ's sake, do not call yourselves Christians. You may speak peace to your hearts, but there is no peace. May the Lord awaken you. May the Lord convert you. May the Lord give you peace, if it be His will, before you go home. Did you ever feel and experience this, any of you, to justify God in your damnation, to own that you are by nature children of wrath, and that God can justly cut you off, though you never actually had offended Him in all your life? If you were ever truly convicted, if your hearts were ever truly cut, if self were truly taken out of you, you would be made to see and feel this. And if you have never felt the weight of original sin, do not call yourselves Christians. I am verily persuaded original sin is the greatest burden of a true convert. This ever grieves the regenerate soul, the sanctified soul. The indwelling of sin in the heart is the burden of a converted person. It is the burden of a true Christian. He continually cries out, "Oh, who will deliver me from this body of death, this indwelling corruption in my heart?" This is that which disturbs a poor soul most. And therefore, if you never felt this inward corruption, if you never saw that God might justly curse you for it, indeed, my dear friends, you may speak peace to your hearts. But I fear, nay, I know, there is no true peace. After we are renewed, yet we are renewed but in part. Indwelling sin continues in us. There is a mixture of corruption in every one of our duties, so that after we are converted, were Jesus Christ only to accept us according to our works would damn us. For we cannot put up a prayer, but it is far from the perfection which the moral law requireth. I do not know what you may think, but I can say that I cannot pray but I sin. I cannot preach to you or to any others but I sin. I can do nothing without sin. As one expresseth it, my repentance wants to be repented of, and my tears to be washed in the precious blood of my dear Redeemer. Our best duties are as so many splendid sins. Before you can speak peace to your heart, you must not only be sick of your original and actual sin, but you must be made sick of your righteousness, of all your duties and performances. There must be a deep conviction before you can be brought out of your own self-righteousness. It is the last idol taken out of our heart. The pride of our heart will not let us submit to the righteousness of Jesus Christ. But if you never felt that you had no righteousness of your own, if you never felt the deficiency of your own righteousness, you cannot come to Jesus Christ. But then, before you can speak peace to your souls, there is one particular sin you must be greatly troubled for, and yet I fear there are few of you who think what it is. It is the reigning, the damning sin of the Christian world, and yet the Christian world seldom or never think of it. And pray, what is that? It is what most of you think you are not guilty of, and that is the sin of unbelief. Before you can speak peace to your heart, you must be troubled for the unbelief of your heart. But can it be supposed that any of you are unbelievers here in this churchyard, that are born in Scotland, in a reformed country, that go to church every Sabbath? Can any of you that receive the sacrament once a year, oh, that it were administered oftener, can it be supposed that you who had tokens for the sacrament, that you who keep up family prayer, that any of you do not believe in the Lord Jesus Christ? My friends, we mistake a historical faith for a true faith, wrought in the heart of the Spirit of God. You fancy you believe because you believe there is such a book as we call the Bible, because you go to church. All this you may do, and have no true faith in Christ. Merely to believe there was such a person as Christ, merely to believe there is a book called the Bible, will do you no good, more than to believe there was such a man as Caesar or Alexander the Great. The Bible is a sacred depository. What thanks have we to give to God for these lively oracles? But ye may have these and not believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. My dear friends, there must be a principle wrought in the heart by the Spirit of the living God. Did I ask you how long it is since you believed in Jesus Christ, I suppose most of you would tell me you believed in Jesus Christ as long as ever you remember. You never did misbelieve. Then you could not give me a better proof that you never yet believed in Jesus Christ, unless you were sanctified early, as from the womb. For they that otherwise believe in Christ know there was a time when they did not believe in Jesus Christ. You say you love God with all your heart, soul, and strength. If I were to ask you how long it is since you loved God, you would say, as long as you can remember. You never hated God. You know no time when there was enmity in your heart against God. Then, unless you were sanctified very early, you never loved God in your life. My dear friends, I am more particular in this, because it is a most deceitful delusion, whereby so many people are carried away, that they believe already. Therefore it is remarked of Mr. Marshall, giving account of his experiences, that he had been working for life, and he had ranged all his sins under the 10 Commandments, and then, coming to a minister, asked him the reason why he could not get peace. The minister looked to his catalogue. "Away," says he, "I do not find one word of sin or unbelief in all your catalogue." It is the peculiar work of the Spirit of God to convince us of our unbelief, that we have got no faith. Says Jesus Christ, "I will send the Comforter, and when he comes, he will reprove the world of the sin of unbelief. Of sin, says Christ, because they believe not on me." I am now talking of the invisible realities of another world, of inward religion, of the work of God upon a poor sinner's heart. I am now talking of a matter of great importance, my dear hearers. You are all concerned in it. Your souls are concerned in it. Your eternal salvation is concerned in it. You may be at peace, but perhaps the devil has lulled you asleep into a carnal lethargy and security, and will endeavor to keep you there till he get you to hell, and there you will be awakened. But it will be dreadful to be awakened and find yourself so fearfully mistaken, when the great gulf is fixed, when you will be calling to all eternity for a drop of water to cool your tongue, and shall not obtain it. End of On the Method of Grace. This is in the public domain.
On Running After One's Hat by G. K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On Running After One's Hat by G. K. Chesterton. Read by Jerome Lawson. I feel an almost savage envy on hearing that London has been flooded in my absence, while I am in the mere country. My own Battersea has been, I understand, particularly favoured as a meeting of the waters. Battersea was already, as I need hardly say, the most beautiful of human localities. Now that it has the additional splendour of great sheets of water, there must be something quite incomparable in the landscape, or waterscape, of my own romantic town. Battersea must be a vision of Venice. The boat that brought the meat from the butcher's must have shot along those lanes of rippling silver with the strange smoothness of the gondola. The greengrocer who brought cabbages to the corner of the Latchmere Road must have leant upon the oar with the unearthly grace of the gondolier. There is nothing so perfectly poetical as an island, and when a district is flooded, it becomes an archipelago. Some consider such romantic views of flood or fire slightly lacking in reality. But really this romantic view of such inconveniences is quite as practical as the other. The true optimist who sees in such things an opportunity for enjoyment is quite as logical, and much more sensible, than the ordinary, indignant ratepayer who sees in them an opportunity for grumbling. Real pain, as in the case of being burnt at Smithfield, or having a toothache, is a positive thing. It can be supported, but scarcely enjoyed. But, after all, our toothaches are the exception. And as for being burnt at Smithfield, it only happens to us at the very longest intervals. And most of the inconveniences that make men swear or women cry are really sentimental or imaginative inconveniences, things altogether of the mind. For instance, we often hear grown-up people complaining of having to hang about a railway station and wait for a train. Did you ever hear a small boy complain of having to hang about a railway station and wait for a train? No. For to him to be inside a railway station is to be inside a cavern of wonder and a palace of poetical pleasures, because to him the red light and the green light on the signal are like a new sun and a new moon, because to him when the wooden arm of the signal falls down suddenly, it is as if a great king had thrown down his staff as a signal and started a shrieking tournament of trains. I myself am of little boy's habit in this matter. They also serve who only stand and wait for the 2:15. Their meditations may be full of rich and fruitful things. Many of the most purple hours of my life have been passed at Clapham Junction, which is now, I suppose, under water. I have been there in many moods so fixed and mystical that the water might well have come up to my waist before I noticed it particularly. But in the case of all such annoyances, as I have said, everything depends upon the emotional point of view. You can safely apply the test to almost every one of the things that are currently talked of as the typical nuisance of daily life. For instance, there is a current impression that it is unpleasant to have to run after one's hat. Why should it be unpleasant to the well-ordered and pious mind? Not merely because it is running, and running exhausts one. The same people run much faster in games and sports. The same people run much more eagerly after an uninteresting little leather ball than they will after a nice silk hat. There is an idea that it is humiliating to run after one's hat, and when people say it is humiliating, they mean it is comic. It certainly is comic, but man is a very comic creature, and most of the things he does are comic. Eating, for instance. And the most comic things of all are exactly the things that are most worth doing, such as making love. A man running after a hat is not half so ridiculous as a man running after a wife. Now a man could, if he felt rightly in the matter, run after his hat with the manliest ardor and the most sacred joy. He might regard himself as a jolly huntsman pursuing a wild animal, for certainly no animal could be wilder. In fact, I am inclined to believe that hat hunting on windy days will be the sport of the upper classes in the future. There will be a meet of ladies and gentlemen on some high ground on a gusty morning. They will be told that the professional attendants have started a hat in such and such a thicket, or whatever be the technical term. Notice that this employment will in the fullest degree combine sport with humanitarianism. The hunters would feel that they were not inflicting pain. Nay, they would feel that they were inflicting pleasure, rich, almost riotous pleasure, upon the people who were looking on. When last I saw an old gentleman running after his hat in Hyde Park, I told him that a heart so benevolent as his ought to be filled with peace and thanks at the thought of how much unaffected pleasure his every gesture and bodily attitude were at that moment giving to the crowd. The same principle can be applied to every other typical domestic worry. A gentleman trying to get a fly out of the milk, or a piece of cork out of his glass of wine, often imagines himself to be irritated. Let him think for a moment of the patience of anglers sitting by dark pools, and let his soul be immediately irradiated with gratification and repose. Again, I have known some people of very modern views driven by their distress to the use of theological terms to which they attached no doctrinal significance, merely because a drawer was jammed tight and they could not pull it out. A friend of mine was particularly afflicted in this way. Every day his drawer was jammed, and every day, in consequence, it was something else that rhymes to it. But I pointed out to him that his sense of wrong was really subjective and relative. It rested entirely upon the assumption that the drawer could, should, and would come out easily. But if, I said, you picture to yourself that you are pulling against some powerful and oppressive enemy, the struggle will become merely exciting and not exasperating. Imagine that you are tugging up a lifeboat out of the sea. Imagine that you are roping up a fellow creature out of an alpine crevasse. Imagine even that you are a boy again, and engaged in a tug-of-war between French and English. Shortly after saying this I left him, but I have no doubt at all that my words bore the best possible fruit. I have no doubt that every day of his life he hangs on to the handle of that drawer with a flushed face and eyes bright with battle, uttering encouraging shouts to himself, and seeming to hear all round him the roar of an applauding ring. So I do not think that it is altogether fanciful or incredible to suppose that even the floods in London may be accepted and enjoyed poetically. Nothing beyond inconvenience seems really to have been caused by them. And inconvenience, as I have said, is only one aspect, and that the most unimaginative and accidental aspect of a really romantic situation. An adventure is only an inconvenience rightly considered. An inconvenience is only an adventure wrongly considered. The water that girdled the houses and shops of London must, if anything, have only increased their previous witchery and wonder. For as the Roman Catholic priest in the story said, wine is good with everything except water, and on a similar principle, water is good with everything except wine. End of On Running After One's Hat by G. K. Chesterton.
The Place of Science in a Liberal Education by Bertrand Russell, from Mysticism and Logic and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. Science, to the ordinary reader of newspapers, is represented by a varying selection of sensational triumphs, such as wireless telegraphy and aeroplanes, radioactivity, and the marvels of modern alchemy. It is not of this aspect of science that I wish to speak. Science in this aspect consists of detached up-to-date fragments, interesting only until they are replaced by something newer and more up-to-date, displaying nothing of the systems of patiently constructed knowledge, out of which, almost as a casual incident, have come the practically useful results which interest the man in the street. The increased command over the forces of nature which is derived from science is undoubtedly an amply sufficient reason for encouraging scientific research. But this reason has been so often urged, and is so easily appreciated, that other reasons, to my mind quite as important, are apt to be overlooked. It is with these other reasons, especially with the intrinsic value of a scientific habit of mind in forming our outlook on the world, that I shall be concerned in what follows. The instance of wireless telegraphy will serve to illustrate the difference between the 2 points of view. Almost all the serious intellectual labor required for the possibility of this invention is due to 3 men, Faraday, Maxwell, and Hertz. In alternating layers of experiment and theory, these 3 men built up the modern theory of electromagnetism, and demonstrated the identity of light with electromagnetic waves. The system which they discovered is one of profound intellectual interest, bringing together and unifying an endless variety of apparently detached phenomena, and displaying a cumulative mental power which cannot but afford delight to every generous spirit. The mechanical details which remain to be adjusted in order to utilize their discoveries for a practical system of telegraphy demanded, no doubt, very considerable ingenuity, but had not that broad sweep and that universality which could give them intrinsic interest as an object of disinterested contemplation. From the point of view of training the mind, of giving that well-informed impersonal outlook which constitutes culture in the good sense of this much misused word, it seems to be generally held indisputable that a literary education is superior to one based on science. Even the warmest advocates of science are apt to rest their claims on the contention that culture ought to be sacrificed to utility. Those men of science who respect culture when they associate with men learned in the classics are apt to admit, not merely politely, but sincerely, a certain inferiority on their side, compensated doubtless by the services which science renders to humanity, but none the less real. And so long as this attitude exists among men of science, it tends to verify itself. The intrinsically valuable aspects of science tend to be sacrificed to the merely useful, and little attempt is made to preserve that leisurely, systematic survey by which the finer quality of mind is formed and nourished. But even if there be, in present fact, any such inferiority as is supposed in the educational value of science, this is, I believe, not the fault of science itself, but the fault of the spirit in which science is taught. If its full possibilities were realized by those who teach it, I believe that its capacity of producing those habits of mind which constitute the highest mental excellence would be at least as great as that of literature, and more particularly of Greek and Latin literature. In saying this, I have no wish whatever to disparage a classical education. I have not myself enjoyed its benefits, and my knowledge of Greek and Latin authors is derived almost wholly from translations. But I am firmly persuaded that the Greeks fully deserve all the admiration that is bestowed upon them, and that it is a very great and serious loss to be unacquainted with their writings. It is not by attacking them, but by drawing attention to neglected excellences in science, that I wish to conduct my argument. One defect, however, does seem inherent in a purely classical education, namely, a too exclusive emphasis on the past. By the study of what is absolutely ended and can never be renewed, a habit of criticism towards the present and the future is engendered. The qualities in which the present excels are qualities to which the study of the past does not direct attention, and to which, therefore, the student of Greek civilization may easily become blind. In what is new and growing there is apt to be something crude, insolent, even a little vulgar, which is shocking to the man of sensitive taste. Quivering from the rough contact, he retires to the trim gardens of a polished past, forgetting that they were reclaimed from the wilderness by men as rough and earth-soiled as those from whom he shrinks in his own day. The habit of being unable to recognize merit until it is dead is too apt to be the result of a purely bookish life, and a culture based wholly on the past will seldom be able to pierce through everyday surroundings to the essential splendor of contemporary things, or to the hope of still greater splendor in the future. My eyes saw not the men of old, and now their age away has rolled. I weep to think I shall not see the heroes of posterity. So says the Chinese poet, but such impartiality is rare in the more pugnacious atmosphere of the West, where the champions of past and future fight a never-ending battle, instead of combining to seek out the merits of both. This consideration, which militates not only against the exclusive study of the classics, but against every form of culture which has become static, traditional, and academic, leads inevitably to the fundamental question: what is the true end of education? But before attempting to answer this question, it will be well to define the sense in which we are to use the word education. For this purpose I shall distinguish the sense in which I mean to use it from two others, both perfectly legitimate, the one broader and the other narrower in the sense in which I mean to use the word. In the broader sense, education will include not only what we learn through instruction, but all that we learn through personal experience, the formation of character through the education of life. Of this aspect of education, vitally important as it is, I will say nothing, since its consideration would introduce topics quite foreign to the question with which we are concerned. In the narrower sense, education may be confined to instruction, the imparting of definite information on various subjects, because such information, in and for itself, is useful in daily life. Elementary education, reading, writing, and arithmetic, is almost wholly of this kind. But instruction, necessary as it is, does not per se constitute education in the sense in which I wish to consider it. Education in the sense in which I mean it may be defined as the formation, by means of instruction, of certain mental habits and a certain outlook on life and the world. It remains to ask ourselves what mental habits and what sort of outlook can be hoped for as the result of instruction. When we have answered this question, we can attempt to decide what science has to contribute to the formation of the habits and outlook which we desire. Our whole life is built upon a certain number, not a very small number, of primary instincts and impulses. Only what is in some way connected with these instincts and impulses appears to us to be desirable or important. There is no faculty, whether reason or virtue, or whatever it may be called, that can take our active life and our hopes and fears outside the region controlled by these first movers of all desire. Each of them is like a queen bee, aided by a hive of workers gathering honey. But when the queen is gone, the workers languish and die, and the cells remain empty of their expected sweetness. So with each primary impulse in civilized man. It is surrounded and protected by a busy swarm of attendant derivative desires, which store up in its service whatever honey the surrounding world affords. But if the queen impulse dies, the death-dealing influence, though retarded a little by habit, spreads slowly through all the subsidiary impulses, and a whole tract of life becomes inexplicably colorless. What was formerly full of zest, and so obviously worth doing that it raised no questions, has now grown dreary and purposeless. With a sense of disillusion we inquire the meaning of life, and decide, perhaps, that all is vanity. The search for an outside meaning that can compel an inner response must always be disappointed. All meaning must be at the bottom related to our primary desires, and when they are extinct, no miracle can restore to the world the value which they reflected upon it. The purpose of education, therefore, cannot be to create any primary impulse which is lacking in the uneducated. The purpose can only be to enlarge the scope of those that human nature provides, by increasing the number and variety of attendant thoughts, and by showing where the most permanent satisfaction is to be found. Under the impulse of a Calvinistic horror of the natural man, this obvious truth has been too often misconceived in the training of the young. Nature has been falsely regarded as excluding all that is best in what is natural, and the endeavor to teach virtue has led to the production of stunted and contorted hypocrites instead of full-grown human beings. From such mistakes in education, a better psychology or a kinder heart is beginning to preserve the present generation. We need, therefore, waste no more words on the theory that the purpose of education is to thwart or eradicate nature. But although nature must supply the initial force of desire, nature is not, in the civilized man, the spasmodic, fragmentary, and yet violent set of impulses that it is in the savage. Each impulse has its constitutional ministry of thought and knowledge and reflection, through which possible conflicts of impulses are foreseen, and temporary impulses are controlled by the unifying impulse which may be called wisdom. In this way, education destroys the crudity of instinct and increases through knowledge the wealth and variety of the individual's contacts with the outside world, making him no longer an isolated fighting unit, but a citizen of the universe, embracing distant countries, remote regions of space, and vast stretches of past and future within the circle of his interests. It is this simultaneous softening in the insistence of desire and enlargement of its scope that is the chief moral end of education. Closely connected with this moral end is the more purely intellectual aim of education, the endeavor to make us see and imagine the world in an objective manner, as far as possible as it is in itself, and not merely through the distorting medium of personal desire. The complete attainment of such an objective view is no doubt an ideal, indefinitely approachable but not actually and fully realizable. Education, considered as a process of forming our mental habits and our outlook on the world, is to be judged successful in proportion as its outcome approximates to this ideal, in proportion, that is to say, as it gives us a true view of our place in society, of the relation of the whole human society to its non-human environment, and of the nature of the non-human world as it is in itself apart from our desires and interests. If this standard is admitted, we can return to the consideration of science, inquiring how far science contributes to such an aim, and whether it is in any respect superior to its rivals in educational practice. 2. Two opposite and at first sight conflicting merits belong to science as against literature and art. The one, which is not inherently necessary but is certainly true at the present day, is hopefulness as to the future of human achievement, and in particular as to the useful work that may be accomplished by any intelligent student. This merit and the cheerful outlook which it engenders prevent what might otherwise be the depressing effect of another aspect of science, to my mind also a merit, and perhaps its greatest merit. I mean the irrelevance of human passions and of the whole subjective apparatus where scientific truth is concerned. Each of these reasons for preferring the study of science requires some amplification. Let us begin with the first. In the study of literature or art, our attention is perpetually riveted upon the past. The men of Greece or of the Renaissance did better than any men do now. The triumphs of former ages, so far from facilitating fresh triumphs in our own age, actually increase the difficulty of fresh triumphs, by rendering originality harder of attainment. Not only is artistic achievement not cumulative, but it seems even to depend upon a certain freshness and naivete of impulse and vision which civilization tends to destroy. Hence comes, to those who have been nourished on the literary and artistic productions of former ages, a certain peevishness and undue fastidiousness toward the present, from which there seems no escape except into the deliberate vandalism which ignores tradition and in the search after originality achieves only the eccentric. But in such vandalism there is none of the simplicity and spontaneity out of which great art springs. Theory is still the canker in its core, and insincerity destroys the advantages of a merely pretended ignorance. The despair thus arising from an education which suggests no preeminent mental activity except that of artistic creation is wholly absent from an education which gives the knowledge of scientific method. The discovery of scientific method, except in pure mathematics, is a thing of yesterday. Speaking broadly, we may say that it dates from Galileo. Yet already it has transformed the world, and its success proceeds with ever-accelerating velocity. In science, men have discovered an activity for the very highest value in which they are no longer, as in art, dependent for progress upon the appearance of continually greater genius. For in science, the successors stand upon the shoulders of their predecessors. Where one man of supreme genius has invented a method, 1,000 lesser men can apply it. No transcendent ability is required in order to make useful discoveries in science. The edifice of science needs its masons, bricklayers, and common laborers, as well as its foremen, master builders, and architects. In art, nothing worth doing can be done without genius. In science, even a very moderate capacity can contribute to a supreme achievement. In science, the man of real genius is the man who invents a new method. The notable discoveries are often made by his successors, who can apply the method with fresh vigor, unimpaired by the previous labor of perfecting it. But the mental caliber of the thought required for their work, however brilliant, is not so great as that required by the first inventor of the method. There are in science immense numbers of different methods, appropriate to different classes of problems, but over and above them all, there is something not easily definable, which may be called the method of science. It was formerly customary to identify this with the inductive method, and to associate it with the name of Bacon. But the true inductive method was not discovered by Bacon, and the true method of science is something which includes deduction as much as induction, logic and mathematics as much as botany and geology. I shall not attempt the difficult task of stating what the scientific method is, but I will try to indicate the temper of mind out of which the scientific method grows, which is the second of the two merits that were mentioned above as belonging to a scientific education. The kernel of the scientific outlook is a thing so simple, so obvious, so seemingly trivial, that the mention of it may almost excite derision. The kernel of the scientific outlook is the refusal to regard our own desires, tastes, and interests as affording a key to the understanding of the world. Stated thus baldly, this may seem no more than a trite truism. But to remember it consistently in matters arousing our passionate partisanship is by no means easy, especially where the available evidence is uncertain and inconclusive. A few illustrations will make this clear. Aristotle, I understand, considered that the stars must move in circles, because the circle is the most perfect curve. In the absence of evidence to the contrary, he allowed himself to decide a question of fact by an appeal to aesthetico-moral considerations. In such a case, it is at once obvious to us that this appeal was unjustifiable. We know now how to ascertain as a fact the way in which the heavenly bodies move, and we know that they do not move in circles, or even in accurate ellipses, or in any other kind of simply describable curve. This may be painful to a certain hankering after simplicity of pattern in the universe, but we know that in astronomy such feelings are irrelevant. Easy as this knowledge seems now, we owe it to the courage and insight of the first inventors of scientific method, and more especially to Galileo. We may take as another illustration Malthus's doctrine of population. This illustration is all the better for the fact that his actual doctrine is now known to be largely erroneous. It is not his conclusions that are valuable, but the temper and method of his inquiry. As everyone knows, it was to him that Darwin owed an essential part of his theory of natural selection, and this was only possible because Malthus's outlook was truly scientific. His great merit lies in considering man not as the object of praise or blame, but as a part of nature, a thing with a certain characteristic behavior from which certain consequences must follow. If the behavior is not quite what Malthus supposed, if the consequences are not quite what he inferred, that may falsify his conclusions, but does not impair the value of his method. The objections which were made when his doctrine was new, that it was horrible and depressing, that people ought not to act as he said they did, and so on, were all such as implied an unscientific attitude of mind. As against all of them, his calm determination to treat man as a natural phenomenon marks an important advance over the reformers of the 18th century and the Revolution. Under the influence of Darwinism, the scientific attitude towards man has now become fairly common, and is to some people quite natural, though to most it is still a difficult and artificial intellectual contortion. There is, however, one study which is as yet almost wholly untouched by the scientific spirit. I mean the study of philosophy. Philosophers and the public imagine that the scientific spirit must pervade pages that bristle with allusions to ions, germ plasms, and the eyes of shellfish. But as the devil can quote scripture, so the philosopher can quote science. The scientific spirit is not an affair of quotation, of externally acquired information, any more than manners are an affair of the etiquette book. The scientific attitude of mind involves a sweeping away of all other desires in the interests of the desire to know. It involves suppressions of hopes and fears, loves and hates, and the whole subjective emotional life, until we become subdued to the material, able to see it frankly, without preconceptions, without bias, without any wish except to see it as it is, and without any belief that what it is must be determined by some relation, positive or negative, to what we should like it to be, or to what we can easily imagine it to be. Now, in philosophy, this attitude of mind has not yet been achieved. A certain self-absorption, not personal but human, has marked almost all attempts to conceive the universe as a whole. Mind, or some aspect of it, thought or will or sentience, has been regarded as the pattern after which the universe is to be conceived, for no better reason, at bottom, than that such a universe would not seem strange, and would give us the cozy feeling that every place is like home. To conceive the universe as essentially progressive, or essentially deteriorating, for example, is to give to our hopes and fears a cosmic importance which may, of course, be justified, but which we have as yet no reason to suppose justified. Until we have learnt to think of it in ethically neutral terms, we have not arrived at a scientific attitude in philosophy, and until we have arrived at such an attitude, it is hardly to be hoped that philosophy will achieve any solid results. I have spoken so far largely of the negative aspect of the scientific spirit, but it is from the positive aspect that its value is derived. The instinct of constructiveness, which is one of the chief incentives to artistic creation, can find in scientific systems a satisfaction more massive than any epic poem. Disinterested curiosity, which is the source of almost all intellectual effort, finds with astonished delight that science can unveil secrets which might well have seemed forever undiscoverable. The desire for a larger life and wider interest, for an escape from private circumstances, and even from the whole recurring human cycle of birth and death, is fulfilled by the impersonal cosmic outlook of science as by nothing else. To all these must be added, as contributing to the happiness of the man of science, the admiration of splendid achievement, and the consciousness of inestimable utility to the human race. A life devoted to science is therefore a happy life, and its happiness is derived from the very best sources that are open to dwellers on this troubled and passionate planet. End of The Place of Science in a Liberal Education by Bertrand Russell.
A Plea for Captain John Brown by Henry David Thoreau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Plea for Captain John Brown by Henry David Thoreau. Read to the citizens of Concord, Mass., Sunday evening, October 30, 1859. I trust that you will pardon me for being here. I do not wish to force my thoughts upon you, but I feel forced myself. Little as I know of Captain Brown, I would fain do my part to correct the tone and the statements of the newspapers and of my countrymen generally, respecting his character and actions. It costs us nothing to be just. We can at least express our sympathy with and admiration of him and his companions, and that is what I now propose to do. First, as to his history. I will endeavor to omit, as much as possible, what you have already read. I need not describe his person to you, for probably most of you have seen and will not soon forget him. I am told that his grandfather, John Brown, was an officer in the Revolution, that he himself was born in Connecticut about the beginning of this century, but early went with his father to Ohio. I heard him say that his father was a contractor who furnished beef to the army there in the War of 1812, that he accompanied him to the camp and assisted him in that employment, seeing a good deal of military life, more perhaps than if he had been a soldier, for he was often present at the councils of the officers. Especially he learned by experience how armies are supplied and maintained in the field, a work which, he observed, requires at least as much experience and skill as to lead them in battle. He said that few persons had any conception of the cost, even the pecuniary cost, of firing a single bullet in war. He saw enough, at any rate, to disgust him with a military life, indeed to excite in him a great abhorrence of it, so much so that though he was tempted by the offer of some petty office in the army when he was about 18, he not only declined that, but he also refused to train when warned, and was fined for it. He then resolved that he would never have anything to do with any war, unless it were a war for liberty. When the troubles in Kansas began, he sent several of his sons thither to strengthen the party of the Free State men, fitting them out with such weapons as he had, telling them that if the troubles should increase and there should be need of him, he would follow to assist them with his hand and counsel. This, as you all know, he soon after did, and it was through his agency, far more than any others, that Kansas was made free. For a part of his life he was a surveyor, and at one time he was engaged in wool growing, and he went to Europe as an agent about that business. There, as everywhere, he had his eyes about him and made many original observations. He said, for instance, that he saw why the soil of England was so rich, and that of Germany, I think it was, so poor, and he thought of writing to some of the crowned heads about it. It was because in England the peasantry live on the soil which they cultivate, but in Germany they are gathered into villages at night. It is a pity that he did not make a book of his observations. I should say that he was an old-fashioned man in respect for the Constitution and his faith in the permanence of the Union. Slavery he deemed to be wholly opposed to these, and he was its determined foe. He was by descent and birth a New England farmer, a man of great common sense, deliberate and practical as that class is, and tenfold more so. He was like the best of those who stood at Concord Bridge once, on Lexington Common, and on Bunker Hill, only he was firmer and higher principled than any that I have chanced to hear of as there. It was no abolition lecturer that converted him. Ethan Allen and Stark, with whom he may in some respects be compared, were rangers in a lower and less important field. He could bravely face their country's foes, but he had the courage to face his country herself when she was in the wrong. A Western writer says, to account for his escape from so many perils, that he was concealed under a rural exterior, as if in that prairie land a hero should, by good rights, wear a citizen's dress only. He did not go to the college called Harvard, good old alma mater as she is. He was not fed on the pap that is there furnished. As he phrased it, "I know no more of grammar than one of your calves." But he went to the great University of the West, where he sedulously pursued the study of liberty, for which he had early betrayed a fondness, and having taken many degrees, he finally commenced the public practice of humanity in Kansas, as you all know. Such were his humanities, and not any study of grammar. He would have left a Greek accent slanting the wrong way, and righted up a falling man. He was one of that class of whom we hear a great deal, but, for the most part, see nothing at all, the Puritans. It would be in vain to kill him. He died lately in the time of Cromwell, but he reappeared here. Why should he not? Some of the Puritan stock are said to have come over and settled in New England. They were a class that did something else than celebrate their forefathers' day and eat parched corn in remembrance of that time. They were neither Democrats nor Republicans, but men of simple habits, straightforward, prayerful, not thinking much of rulers who did not fear God, not making many compromises, nor seeking after available candidates. In his camp, as one has recently written, and as I have myself heard him state, he permitted no profanity. No man of loose morals was suffered to remain there, unless, indeed, as a prisoner of war. "I would rather," said he, "have the smallpox, yellow fever, and cholera all together in my camp than a man without principle. It is a mistake, sir, that our people make when they think that bullies are the best fighters, or that they are the fit men to oppose these Southerners. Give me men of good principles, God-fearing men, men who respect themselves, and with a dozen of them I will oppose any 100 such men as these Buford ruffians." He said that if one offered himself to be a soldier under him, who was forward to tell what he could or would do, if he could only get sight of the enemy, he had but little confidence in him. He was never able to find more than a score or so of recruits whom he would accept, and only about a dozen, among them his sons, in whom he had perfect faith. When he was here, some years ago, he showed to a few a little manuscript book, his orderly book, I think he called it, containing the names of his company in Kansas, and the rules by which they bound themselves, and he stated that several of them had already sealed the contract with their blood. When someone remarked that, with the addition of a chaplain, it would have been a perfect Cromwellian troop, he observed that he would have been glad to add a chaplain to the list, if he could have found one who could fill that office worthily. It is easy enough to find one for the United States Army. I believe that he had prayers in his camp morning and evening, nevertheless. He was a man of Spartan habits, and at 60 was scrupulous about his diet at your table, excusing himself by saying that he must eat sparingly and fare hard, as became a soldier, or one who was fitting himself for difficult enterprises, a life of exposure. A man of rare common sense and directness of speech as of action, a transcendentalist above all, a man of ideas and principles. That was what distinguished him, not yielding to a whim or transient impulse, but carrying out the purpose of a life. I noticed that he did not overstate anything, but spoke within bounds. I remember particularly how, in his speech here, he referred to what his family had suffered in Kansas without ever giving the least vent to his pent-up fire. It was a volcano with an ordinary chimney flue. Also referring to the deeds of certain border ruffians, he said, rapidly paring away his speech like an experienced soldier keeping a reserve of force and meaning, they had a perfect right to be hung. He was not in the least a rhetorician, was not talking to Buncombe or any of his constituents anywhere, had no need to invent anything, but to tell the simple truth, and communicate his own resolution. Therefore he appeared incomparably strong, and eloquence in Congress and elsewhere seemed to me at a discount. It was like the speeches of Cromwell compared with those of an ordinary king. As for his tact and prudence, I will merely say that at a time when scarcely a man from the free states was able to reach Kansas by any direct route, at least without having his arms taken from him, he, carrying what imperfect guns and other weapons he could collect, openly and slowly drove an ox cart through Missouri, apparently in the capacity of a surveyor, with a surveying compass exposed in it, and so passed unsuspected, and had ample opportunity to learn the designs of the enemy. For some time after his arrival he still followed the same profession. When, for instance, he saw a knot of the ruffians on the prairie, discussing, of course, the single topic which then occupied their minds, he would perhaps take his compass and one of his sons and proceed to run an imaginary line right through the very spot on which that conclave had assembled, and when he came up to them he would naturally pause and have some talk with them, learning their news, and at last all their plans perfectly, and having thus completed his real survey, he would resume his imaginary one, and run on his line till he was out of sight. When I expressed surprise that he could live in Kansas at all, with a price set upon his head, and so large a number, including the authorities, exasperated against him, he accounted for it by saying, "It is perfectly well understood that I will not be taken. Much of the time, for some years, he has had to skulk in swamps, suffering from poverty and from sickness, which was the consequence of exposure, befriended only by Indians and a few whites. But though it might be known that he was lurking in a particular swamp, his foes commonly did not care to go in after him. He could even come out into a town where there were more border ruffians than free state men, and transact some business without delaying long, and yet not be molested. For, said he, no little handful of men were willing to undertake it, and a large body could not be got together in season. As for his recent failure, we do not know the facts about it. It was evidently far from being a wild and desperate attempt. His enemy, Mr. Vallandigham, is compelled to say that it was among the best planned executed conspiracies that ever failed. Not to mention his other successes, was it a failure, or did it show a want of good management to deliver from bondage a dozen human beings and walk off with them by broad daylight, for weeks, if not months, at a leisurely pace, through one state after another, for half the length of the North, conspicuous to all parties, with a price set upon his head, going into a courtroom on his way and telling what he had done, thus convincing Missouri that it was not profitable to try to hold slaves in his neighborhood? And this not because the government menials were lenient, but because they were afraid of him. Yet he did not attribute his success foolishly to his star or to any magic. He said truly that the reason why such greatly superior numbers quailed before him was, as one of his prisoners confessed, because they lacked a cause, a kind of armor which he and his party never lacked. When the time came, few men were found willing to lay down their lives in defense of what they knew to be wrong. They did not like that this should be their last act in this world, but to make haste to his last act and its effects. The newspapers seem to ignore, or perhaps are really ignorant of the fact that there are at least as many as 2 or 3 individuals to a town throughout the North who think much as the present speaker does about him and his enterprise. I do not hesitate to say that they are an important and growing party, We aspire to be something more than stupid and timid chattels, pretending to read history and our Bibles, but desecrating every house and every day we breathe in. Perhaps anxious politicians may prove that only 17 white men and 5 Negroes were concerned in the late enterprise, but their very anxiety to prove this might suggest to themselves that all is not told. Why do they still dodge the truth? They are so anxious because of a dim consciousness of the fact, which they do not distinctly face, that at least 1 million of the free inhabitants of the United States would have rejoiced if it had succeeded. They at most only criticize the tactics. Though we wear no crape, the thought of that man's position and probable fate is spoiling many a man's day here at the North for other thinking. If any one who has seen him here can pursue successfully any other train of thought, I do not know what he is made of. If there is any such who gets his usual allowance of sleep, I will warrant him to fatten easily under any circumstances which do not touch his body or purse. I put a piece of paper and a pencil under my pillow, and when I could not sleep, I wrote in the dark. On the whole, my respect for my fellow men, except as one may outweigh 1 million, is not being increased these days. I have noticed the cold-blooded way in which newspaper writers and men generally speak of this event, as if an ordinary malefactor, though one of unusual pluck, as the governor of Virginia is reported to have said, using the language of the cockpit, the gamest man he ever saw, had been caught, and were about to be hung. He was not dreaming of his foes when the governor thought he looked so brave. It turns what sweetness I have to gall to hear or hear of the remarks of some of my neighbors. When we heard at first that he was dead, one of my townsmen observed that he died as the fool dieth, which, pardon me, for an instant suggested a likeness in him dying to my neighbor living. Others, craven-hearted, said disparagingly that he threw his life away because he resisted the government. Which way have they thrown their lives, pray? Such as would praise a man for attacking singly an ordinary band of thieves or murderers? I hear another ask, Yankee-like, what will he gain by it? As if he expected to fill his pockets by this enterprise. Such a one has no idea of gain but in this worldly sense. If it does not lead to a surprise party, if he does not get a new pair of boots or a vote of thanks, it must be a failure. But he won't gain anything by it. Well, no, I don't suppose he could get 4 and 6 pence a day for being hung, take the year round, but then he stands a chance to save a considerable part of his soul, and such a soul, when you do not. No doubt you can get more in your market for a quart of milk than for a quart of blood, but that is not the market that heroes carry their blood to. Such do not know that like the seed is the fruit, and that in the moral world, when good seed is planted, good fruit is inevitable, and does not depend on our watering and cultivating, that when you plant or bury a hero in this field, a crop of heroes is sure to spring up. This is a seed of such force and vitality that it does not ask our leave to germinate. The momentary charge at Balaclava, in obedience to a blundering command, proving what a perfect machine the soldier is, has, properly enough, been celebrated by a poet laureate. But the steady and for the most part successful charge of this man for some years against the legions of slavery, in obedience to an infinitely higher command, is as much more memorable than that as an intelligent and conscientious man is superior to a machine. Do you think that that will go unsung? Served him right. A dangerous man. He is undoubtedly insane. So they proceed to live their sane and wise and altogether admirable lives, reading their Plutarch a little, but chiefly pausing at that feat of Putnam, who was let down into a wolf's den, and in this wise they nourish themselves for brave and patriotic deeds some time or other. The Tract Society could afford to print that story of Putnam. You might open the district schools with the reading of it, for there is nothing about slavery or the church in it, unless it occurs to the reader that some pastors are wolves in sheep's clothing. The American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, even, might dare to protest against that wolf. I have heard of boards, and of American boards, but it chances that I never heard of this particular lumber till lately, and yet I hear of northern men and women and children by families buying a lifetime membership in such societies as these. A life membership in the grave! You can get buried cheaper than that. Our foes are in our midst, and all about us. There's hardly a house but is divided against itself, for our foe is the all but universal woodenness of both head and heart, the want of vitality in man, which is the effect of our vice, and hence our begotten fear, superstition, bigotry, persecution, and slavery of all kinds. We are mere figureheads upon a hulk, with livers in the place of hearts. The curse is the worship of idols, which at length changes the worshipper into a stone image himself, and the New Englander is just as much an idolater as the Hindu. This man was an exception, for he did not set up even a political graven image between him and his God. A church that can never have done with excommunicating Christ while it exists. Away with your broad and flat churches, and your narrow and tall churches. Take a step forward and invent a new style of outhouses. Invent a salt that will save you and defend our nostrils. The modern Christian is a man who has consented to say all the prayers in the liturgy, provided you will let him go straight to bed and sleep quietly afterward. All his prayers begin with, "Now I lay me down to sleep," and he is forever looking forward to the time when he shall go to his long rest. He has consented to perform certain old established charities too, after a fashion, but he does not wish to hear of any newfangled ones. He doesn't wish to have any supplementary articles added to the contract to fit it to the present time. He shows the whites of his eyes on the Sabbath, and the blacks all the rest of the week. The evil is not merely a stagnation of blood, but a stagnation of spirit. Many, no doubt, are well disposed, but sluggish by constitution and by habit, and they cannot conceive of a man who is actuated by higher motives than they are. Accordingly, they pronounce this man insane, for they know that they could never act as he does, as long as they are themselves. We dream of foreign countries, of other times and races of men, placing them at a distance in history or space. But let some significant event like the present occur in our midst, and we discover often this distance and this strangeness between us and our nearest neighbors. They are our Austrias and Chinas and South Sea Islands. Our crowded society becomes well spaced all at once, clean and handsome to the eye, a city of magnificent distances. We discover why it was that we never got beyond compliments and surfaces with them before. We become aware of as many versts between us and them as there are between a wandering Tartar and a Chinese town. The thoughtful man becomes a hermit in the thoroughfares of the marketplace. Impassable seas suddenly find their level between us, or dumb steppes stretch themselves out there. It is the difference of constitution, of intelligence and faith, and not streams and mountains, that make the true and impassable boundaries between individuals and between states. None but the like-minded can come plenipotentiary to our court. I read all the newspapers I could get within a week after this event, and I do not remember in them a single expression of sympathy for these men. I have since seen one noble statement in a Boston paper, not editorial. Some voluminous sheets decided not to print the full report of Brown's words to the exclusion of other matter. It was as if a publisher should reject the manuscript of the New Testament and print Wilson's last speech. The same journal which contained this pregnant news was chiefly filled in parallel columns with the reports of the political conventions that were being held. But the descent to them was too steep. They should have been spared this contrast, been printed in an extra at least, to turn from the voices and deeds of earnest men to the cackling of political conventions, office-seekers and speech-makers who do not so much as lay an honest egg, but wear their breasts bare upon an egg of chalk. Their great game is the game of straws, or rather that universal aboriginal game of the platter, at which the Indians cried hub-bub. Exclude the reports of religious and political conventions, and publish the words of a living man. But I object not so much to what they have omitted as to what they have inserted. Even the Liberator called it a misguided, wild, and apparently insane effort. As for the herd of newspapers and magazines, I do not chance to know an editor in the country who will deliberately print anything which he knows will ultimately and permanently reduce the number of his subscribers. They do not believe that it would be expedient. How can they print the truth? If we do not say pleasant things, they argue, nobody will attend to us. And so they do like some traveling auctioneers who sing an obscene song in order to draw a crowd around them. Republican editors, obliged to get their sentences ready for the morning edition, and accustomed to look at everything by the twilight of politics, express no admiration, nor true sorrow even, but call these men deluded fanatics, mistaken men, insane, or crazed. It suggests what a sane set of editors we are blessed with, not mistaken men, who know very well on which side their bread is buttered, at least. A man does a brave and humane deed, and at once, on all sides, we hear people and parties declaring, "I didn't do it, nor countenance him to do it, in any conceivable way. It can't be fairly inferred from my past career." I, for one, am not interested to hear you define your position. I don't know that I ever was, or ever shall be. I think it is mere egotism, or impertinent at this time. Ye needn't take so much pains to wash your skirts of him. No intelligent man will ever be convinced that he was any creature of yours. He went and came, and he himself informs us, under the auspices of John Brown and nobody else. The Republican Party does not perceive how many his failure will make to vote more correctly than they would have them. They have counted the votes of Pennsylvania and Co., but they have not correctly counted Captain Brown's vote. He has taken the wind out of their sails, the little wind they had, and they may as well lie to and repair. What, though he did not belong to your clique? Though you may not approve of his methods or his principles, recognize his magnanimity. Would you not like to claim kindredship with him in that, though in no other thing he is like or likely to you? Do you think that you would lose your reputation so? What you lost at the spile you would gain at the bung. If they do not mean all this, then they do not speak the truth, and say what they mean. They are simply at their old tricks still. It was always conceded to him, says one who calls him crazy, that he was a conscientious man, very modest in his demeanor, apparently inoffensive, until the subject of slavery was introduced, when he would exhibit a feeling of indignation unparalleled. The slave ship is on her way, crowded with its dying victims. New cargoes are being added in mid-ocean. A small crew of slaveholders, countenanced by a large body of passengers, is smothering 4 millions under the hatches. And yet the politician asserts that the only proper way by which deliverance is to be obtained is by the quiet diffusion of the sentiments of humanity, without any outbreak. As if the sentiments of humanity were ever found unaccompanied by its deeds, and you could disperse them, all finished to order, the pure article, as easily as water with a watering pot, and so lay the dust. What is that I hear cast overboard? The bodies of the dead that have found deliverance. That is the way we are diffusing humanity, and its sentiments with it. Prominent and influential editors accustomed to deal with politicians, men of an infinitely lower grade, say in their ignorance that he acted on the principle of revenge. They do not know the man. They must enlarge themselves to conceive of him. I have no doubt that the time will come when they will begin to see him as he was. They have got to conceive of a man of faith and of religious principle, and not a politician or an Indian. Of a man who did not wait till he was personally interfered with or thwarted in some harmless business before he gave his life to the cause of the oppressed. If Walker may be considered the representative of the South, I wish I could say that Brown was the representative of the North. He was a superior man. He did not value his bodily life in comparison with ideal things. He did not recognize unjust human laws, but resisted them as he was bid. For once we are lifted out of the trivialness and dust of politics into the region of truth and manhood. No man in America has ever stood up so persistently and effectively for the dignity of human nature, knowing himself for a man, and the equal of any and all governments. In that sense, he was the most American of us all. He needed no babbling lawyer making false issues to defend him. He was more than a match for all the judges that American voters or office holders of whatever grade can create. He could not have been tried by a jury of his peers because his peers did not exist. When a man stands up serenely against the condemnation and vengeance of mankind, rising above them literally by a whole body, even though he were of late the vilest murderer who has settled that matter with himself, the spectacle is a sublime one. Didn't ye know it, ye liberators, ye tribunes, ye republicans? And we become criminal in comparison. Do yourselves the honor to recognize him. He needs none of your respect. As for the Democratic journals, they are not human enough to affect me at all. I do not feel indignation at anything they may say. I am aware that I anticipate a little that he was still, at the last accounts, alive in the hands of his foes, but that being the case, I have all along found myself thinking and speaking of him as physically dead. I do not believe in erecting statues to those who still live in our hearts, whose bones have not yet crumbled in the earth around us. But I would rather see the statue of Captain Brown in the Massachusetts State House yard than that of any other man whom I know. I rejoice that I live in this age, that I am his contemporary. What a contrast when we turn to that political party which is so anxiously shuffling him and his plot out of its way, and looking around for some available slaveholder perhaps to be its candidate, at least for one who will execute the fugitive state law, and all those other unjust laws which he took up arms to annul. Insane! A father and 6 sons, and 1 son-in-law, and several more men besides, as many at least as 12 disciples, all struck with insanity at once, while the same tyrant holds with a firmer grip than ever his 4 millions of slaves, and 1,000 sane editors, his abettors, are saving their country and their bacon. Just as insane were his efforts in Kansas. Ask the tyrant, who is his most dangerous foe, the sane man or the insane? Do the thousands who know him best, who have rejoiced at his deeds in Kansas and have afforded him material aid there, think him insane? Such a use of this word is a mere trope with most who persist in using it, and I've no doubt that many of the rest have already in silence retracted their words. Read his admirable answers to Mason and others, how they are dwarfed and defeated by the contrast. On the one side, half brutish, half timid questioning; on the other, truth, clear as lightning, crashing into their obscene temples. They are made to stand with Pilate and Gessler and the Inquisition. How ineffectual their speech and action, and what a void their silence. They are but helpless tools in this great work. It was no human power that gathered them about this preacher. What have Massachusetts and the North sent a few sane representatives to Congress for of late years? To declare with effect what kind of sentiments? All their speeches put together and boiled down, and probably they themselves will confess it, do not match for manly directness and force and for simple truth the few casual remarks of crazy John Brown on the floor of the Harper's Ferry engine house, that man whom you are about to hang, to send to the other world, though not to represent you there. No, he was not our representative in any sense. He was too fair a specimen of a man to represent the like of us. Who, then, were his constituents? If you read his words understandingly, you will find out. In his case there is no idle eloquence, no maid nor maiden speech, no compliments to the oppressor. Truth is his inspirer, and earnestness the polisher of his sentences. He could afford to lose his Sharp's rifles while he retained his faculty of speech, a Sharp's rifle of infinitely surer and longer range. And the New York Herald reports the conversation verbatim. It does not know of what undying words it has made the vehicle. I have no respect for the penetration of any man who can read the report of that conversation and still call the principle in it insane. It has the ring of a saner sanity than an ordinary discipline and habits of life, than an ordinary organization secure. Take any sentence of it. Any questions that I can honorably answer, I will, not otherwise. So far as I am myself concerned, I have told everything truthfully. I value my word, sir. The few who talk about his vindictive spirit, while they really admire his heroism, have no test by which to detect a noble man, no amalgam to combine with his pure gold. They mix their own dross with it. It is a relief to turn from these slanders to the testimony of his more truthful but frightened jailers and hangmen. Governor Wise speaks far more justly and appreciatingly of him than any northern editor or politician or public personage that I chance to have heard from. I know that you can afford to hear him again on this subject. He says, "They are themselves mistaken who take him to be madman. He is cool, collected, and indomitable, and it is but just to him to say that he was humane to his prisoners, and he inspired me with a great trust in his integrity as a man of truth. He is a fanatic, vain and garrulous." I leave that part to Mr. Wise, "but firm, truthful, and intelligent. His men, too, who survive, are like him. Colonel Washington says that he was the coolest and firmest man he ever saw in defying danger and death. With one son dead by his side and another shot through, he felt the pulse of his dying son with one hand, and held his rifle with the other, and commanded his men with the utmost composure, encouraging them to be firm, and to sell their lives as dear as they could. Of the 3 white prisoners, Brown, Stevens, and Coppic, it was hard to say which was most firm. Almost the first northern men whom the slaveholder has learned to respect. The testimony of Mr. Vallandigham, though less valuable, is of the same purport, that it is vain to underrate either the man or his conspiracy. He is the farthest possible removed from the ordinary ruffian, fanatic, or madman. All is quiet at Harper's Ferry, say the journals. What is the character of that calm which follows when the law and the slaveholder prevail? I regard this event as a touchstone designed to bring out with glaring distinctness the character of this government. We need to be thus assisted to see it by the light of history. It needed to see itself. When a government puts forth its strength on the side of injustice, as ours to maintain slavery and kill the liberators of the slave, it reveals itself a merely brute force, or worse, a demoniacal force. It is the head of the plug uglies. It is more manifest than ever that tyranny rules. I see this government to be effectually allied with France and Austria in oppressing mankind. There sits a tyrant holding fettered 4 millions of slaves. Here comes their heroic liberator. This most hypocritical and diabolical government looks up from its seat on the gasping 4 millions and inquires with an assumption of innocence, "What do you assault me for? Am I not an honest man? Cease agitation on this subject, or I will make a slave of you too, or else hang you." We talk about a representative government, but what a monster of a government is that where the noblest faculties of the mind and the whole heart are not represented. A semi-human tiger or ox stalking over the earth with its heart taken out and the top of its brain shot away. Heroes have fought well on their stumps when their legs were shot off, but I never heard of any good done by such a government as that. The only government that I recognize, and it matters not how few are at the head of it, or how small its army, is that power that establishes justice in the land, never that which establishes injustice. What shall we think of a government to which all the truly brave and just men in the land are enemies, standing between it and those whom it oppresses? A government that pretends to be Christian and crucifies 1,000,000 Christs every day. Treason! Where does such treason take its rise? I cannot help thinking of you as you deserve, ye governments. Can you dry up the fountains of thought? High treason, when it is resistance to tyranny here below, has its origin in, and is first committed by, the power that makes and forever recreates man. When you have caught and hung all these human rebels, you have accomplished nothing but your own guilt, for you have not struck at the fountainhead. You presume to contend with a foe against whom West Point cadets and rifled cannon point not. Can all the art of the cannon founder tempt matter to turn against its maker? Is the form in which the founder thinks he cast it more essential than the constitution of it and of himself? The United States have a coffle of 4 million slaves. They are determined to keep them in this condition, and Massachusetts is one of the confederated overseers to prevent their escape. Such are not all the inhabitants of Massachusetts, but such are they who rule and are obeyed here. It was Massachusetts, as well as Virginia, that put down this insurrection at Harper's Ferry. She sent the Marines there, and she will have to pay the penalty of her sin. Suppose that there is a society in this state that, out of its own purse and magnanimity, saves all the fugitive slaves that run to us, and protects our colored fellow citizens, and leaves the other work to the government, so-called. Is not that government fast losing its occupation and becoming contemptible to mankind? If private men are obliged to perform the offices of government, to protect the weak and dispense justice, then the government becomes only a hired man or clerk to perform menial or indifferent services. Of course, that is but the shadow of a government whose existence necessitates a vigilant committee. What should we think of the Oriental Cadi, even, behind whom worked in secret a vigilant committee? But such is the character of our northern states generally. Each has its vigilant committee, and to a certain extent these crazy governments recognize and accept this relation. They say virtually, "We'll be glad to work for you on these terms, only don't make a noise about it." And thus the government, its salary being insured, withdraws into the back shop, taking the Constitution with it, and bestows most of its labor on repairing that. When I hear it at work sometimes as I go by, it reminds me, at best, of those farmers who in winter contrive to turn a penny by following the coopering business. And what kind of spirit is their barrel made to hold? They speculate in stocks and bore holes in mountains, but they are not competent to lay out even a decent highway. The only free road, the Underground Railroad, is owned and managed by the Vigilant Committee. They have tunneled under the whole breadth of the land. Such a government is losing its power and respectability as surely as water runs out of a leaky vessel, and is held by one that can contain it. I hear many condemn these men because they were so few. When were the good and the brave ever in a majority? Would you have had him wait till that time came? Till you and I came over to him? The very fact that he had no rabble or troop or hirelings about him would alone distinguish him from ordinary heroes. His company was small indeed, because few could be found worthy to pass muster. Each one who laid down his life for the poor and oppressed was a picked man, culled out of many thousands, if not millions, apparently a man of principle, of rare courage and devoted humanity, ready to sacrifice his life at any moment for the benefit of his fellow man. It may be doubted if there were as many more their equals in these respects in all the country. I speak of his followers only, for their leader, no doubt, scoured the land far and wide, seeking to swell his troop. These alone were ready to step between the oppressor and the oppressed. Surely they were the very best men you could select to be hung. That was the greatest compliment which this country could pay them. They were ripe for her gallows. She has tried a long time, she has hung a good many, but never found the right one before. When I think of him and his 6 sons and his son-in-law, not to enumerate the others enlisted for this fight, proceeding coolly, reverently, humanely to work, for months, if not years, sleeping and waking upon it, summering and wintering the thought, without expecting any reward but a good conscience, while almost all America stood ranked on the other side, I say again that it affects me as a sublime spectacle. If he had any journal advocating his cause, any organ, as the phrase is, monotonously and wearisomely playing the same old tune, and then passing round the hat, it would have been fatal to his efficiency. If he had acted in any way so as to be let alone by the government, he might have been suspected. It was the fact that the tyrant must give place to him, or he to the tyrant, that distinguished him from all the reformers of the day that I know. It was his peculiar doctrine that a man has a perfect right to interfere by force with the slaveholder in order to rescue the slave. I agree with him. They who are continually shocked by slavery have some right to be shocked by the violent death of the slaveholder, but no others. Such will be more shocked by his life than by his death. I shall not be forward to think him mistaken in his method, who quickest succeeds to liberate the slave. I speak for the slave when I say that I prefer the philanthropy of Captain Brown to that philanthropy which neither shoots me nor liberates me. At any rate, I do not think it is quite sane for one to spend his whole life in talking or writing about this matter, unless he is continuously inspired, and I have not done so. A man may have other affairs to attend to. I do not wish to kill, nor to be killed, but I can foresee circumstances in which both these things would be, by me, unavoidable. We preserve the so-called peace of our community by deeds of petty violence every day. Look at the policeman's billy in handcuffs. Look at the jail. Look at the gallows. Look at the chaplain of the regiment. We are hoping only to live safely on the outskirts of this provisional army. So we defend ourselves and our hen roosts and maintain slavery. I know that the mass of my countrymen think that the only righteous use that can be made of Sharp's rifles and revolvers is to fight duels with them when we are insulted by other nations, or to hunt Indians, or shoot fugitive slaves with them, or the like. I think that for once the Sharp's rifles and the revolvers were employed in a righteous cause. The tools were in the hands of one who could use them. The same indignation that is said to have cleared the temple once will clear it again. The question is not about the weapon, but the spirit in which you use it. No man has appeared in America as yet who loved his fellow man so well and treated him so tenderly. He lived for him. He took up his life and he laid it down for him. What sort of violence is that which is encouraged, not by soldiers, but by peaceable citizens, for so much by laymen as by ministers of the gospel, not so much by the fighting sects as by the Quakers, and not so much by Quaker men as by Quaker women? This event advertises me that there is such a fact as death, the possibility of a man's dying. It seems as if no man had ever died in America before, for in order to die you must first have lived. I don't believe in the hearses and palls and funerals that they have had. There was no death in the case, because there had been no life. They merely rotted or sloughed off, pretty much as they had rotted or sloughed along. No temple's veil was rent, only a hole dug somewhere. Let the dead bury their dead. The best of them fairly ran down like a clock. Franklin, Washington, they were let off without dying. They were merely missing one day. I hear a good many pretend that they are going to die, or that they have died, for aught that I know. Nonsense! I'll defy them to do it. They haven't got life enough in them. They'll deliquesce like fungi, and keep 100 eulogists mopping the spot where they left off. Only half a dozen or so have died since the world began. Do you think that you are going to die, sir? No! There's no hope of you. You haven't got your lesson yet. You've got to stay after school. We make a needless ado about capital punishment, taking lives when there's no life to take. Memento mori. We don't understand that sublime sentence, which some worthy got sculptured on his gravestone once. We've interpreted it in a groveling and sniveling sense. We've wholly forgotten how to die. But be sure you do die nevertheless. Do your work and finish it. If you know how to begin, you will know when to end. These men, in teaching us how to die, have at the same time taught us how to live. If this man's acts and words do not create a revival, it will be the severest possible satire on the acts and words that do. It is the best news that America has ever heard. It has already quickened the feeble pulse of the North, and infused more and more generous blood into her veins and heart than any number of years of what is called commercial and political prosperity could. How many a man who was lately contemplating suicide has now something to live for? One writer says that Brown's peculiar monomania made him to be dreaded by the Missourians as a supernatural being. Sure enough, a hero in the midst of us cowards is always so dreaded. He is just that thing. He shows himself superior to nature. He has a spark of divinity in him. Unless above himself he can erect himself, how poor a thing is man. Newspaper editors argue also that it is a proof of his insanity that he thought he was appointed to do this work which he did, that he did not suspect himself for a moment. They talk as if it were impossible that a man could be divinely appointed in these days to do any work whatever, as if vows and religion were out of date as connected with any man's daily work, as if the agent to abolish slavery could only be somebody appointed by the president or by some political party. They talk as if a man's death were a failure and his continued life, be it of whatever character, were a success. When I reflect to what a cause this man devoted himself, and how religiously, and then reflect to what causes his judges and all who condemn him so angrily and fluently devote themselves, I see that they are as far apart as the heavens and earth are asunder. The amount of it is, our leading men are a harmless kind of folk, and they know well enough that they were not divinely appointed, but elected by the votes of their party. Who is it whose safety requires that Captain Brown be hung? Is it indispensable to any northern man? Is there no resource but to cast this man also to the Minotaur? If you do not wish it, say so distinctly. While these things are being done, beauty stands veiled, and music is a screeching lie. Think of him, of his rare qualities, such a man as it takes ages to make, and ages to understand, no mock hero, nor the representative of any party. A man such as the sun may not rise upon again in this benighted land, to whose making went the costliest material, the finest adamant, sent to be the redeemer of those in captivity, and the only use to which you can put him is to hang him at the end of a rope. You who pretend to care for Christ crucified, consider what you are about to do to him who offered himself to be the Savior of 4 millions of men. Any man knows when he is justified, and all the wits in the world cannot enlighten him on that point. The murderer always knows that he is justly punished. But when a government takes the life of a man without the consent of his conscience, it is an audacious government, and is taking a step towards its own dissolution. Is it not possible that an individual may be right and a government wrong? Are laws to be enforced simply because they were made, or declared by any number of men to be good if they are not good? Is there any necessity for a man's being a tool to perform a deed of which his better nature disapproves? Is it the intention of lawmakers that good men shall be hung ever? Are judges to interpret the law according to the letter and not the spirit? What right have you to enter into a compact with yourself that you will do thus or so against the light within you? Is it for you to make up your mind to form any resolution whatever, and not accept the convictions that are forced upon you, and which ever pass your understanding? I do not believe in lawyers, in that mode of attacking or defending a man, because you descend to meet the judge on his own ground, and in cases of the highest importance, it is of no consequence whether a man breaks a human law or not. Let lawyers decide trivial cases. Businessmen may arrange that among themselves. If they were the interpreters of the everlasting laws, which rightfully bind man, that would be another thing. A counterfeiting law factory, standing half in a slave land and half in free. What kind of laws for free men can you expect from that? I am here to plead his cause with you. I plead not for his life, but for his character, his immortal life, and so it becomes your cause wholly, and is not his in the least. Some 1800 years ago Christ was crucified. This morning, perchance, Captain Brown was hung. These are the two ends of a chain which is not without its links. He is not Old Brown any longer. He is an angel of light. I see now that it was necessary that the bravest and humanest man in all the country should be hung. Perhaps he saw it himself. I almost fear that I may yet hear of his deliverance, doubting if a prolonged life, if any life, can do as much good as his death. Misguided, garrulous, insane, vindictive, so you write in your easy chairs, and thus he wounded responds from the floor of the armory, clear as a cloudless sky, true as the voice of nature is. No man sent me here. It was my own prompting, and that of my Maker. I acknowledge no master in human form." And in what a sweet and noble strain he proceeds, addressing his captors who stand over him. "I think, my friends, you are guilty of a great wrong against God and humanity, and it would be perfectly right for any one to interfere with you so far as to free those you willfully and wickedly hold in bondage." And, referring to his movement, "It is, in my opinion, the greatest service a man can render to God. I pity the poor in bondage that have none to help them. That is why I am here, not to gratify any personal animosity, revenge, or vindictive spirit. It is my sympathy with the oppressed and the wronged, that are as good as you, and as precious in the sight of God." You don't know your testament when you see it. I want you to understand that I respect the rights of the poorest and weakest of colored people, oppressed by the slave power, just as much as I do those of the most wealthy and powerful. I wish to say, furthermore, that you had better, all you people at the South, prepare yourselves for a settlement of that question, that must come up for settlement sooner than you are prepared for it. The sooner you are prepared, the better. You may dispose of me very easily. I am nearly disposed of now, but this question is still to be settled. This Negro question, I mean. The end of that is not yet. I foresee a time when the painter will paint that scene, no longer going to Rome for a subject. The poet will sing it, the historian record it, and with the landing of the Pilgrims and the Declaration of Independence, it will be the ornament of some future national gallery, when at least the present form of slavery shall be no more here. We shall then be at liberty to weep for Captain Brown. Then, and not till then, we will take our revenge. This is the end of A Plea for Captain John Brown by Henry David Thoreau, read by Matthew Westra for LibriVox.org.
Public Prayer by John Newton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T. Wellington. Public Prayer. It is much to be desired that our hearts might be so affected with a sense of divine things, and so closely engaged when we are worshiping God, that it might not be in the power of little circumstances to interrupt and perplex us, and to make us think the service wearisome, and the time in which we employ in it tedious. But as our infirmities are many and great, and the enemy of our souls is watchful to discompose us, if care is not taken by those who lead in social prayer, the exercise which is approved by the judgment may become a burden and an occasion of sin. Length of prayers. The chief fault of many good prayers is that they are too long. Not that I think we should pray by the clock and limit ourselves precisely to a certain number of minutes, but it is better of the two that the hearers should wish the prayer had been longer than spend half the time in wishing it was over. This is frequently owing to an unnecessary enlargement upon every circumstance that offers, as well as the repetition of the same things. If we have been copious in pleading for spiritual blessings, it may be best to be brief and summary in the article of intercession for others, or if the frame of our spirits or the circumstances of affairs lead us to be more large and particular in laying the cases of others before the Lord, respect should be had to this intention in the former part of the prayer. There are, doubtless, seasons when the Lord is pleased to favor those who pray with a peculiar liberty. They speak because they feel. They have a wrestling spirit and hardly know how to leave off. When this is the case, those who join with them are seldom wearied, though the prayer should be protracted something beyond the usual limits. But I believe it sometimes happens, both in prayer and in preaching, that we are apt to spin out our time to the greatest length, when we have in reality the least to say. Long prayers should, in general, be avoided, especially where several persons are to pray successively, or else even spiritual hearers will be unable to keep up their attention. And here I would just notice an impropriety we sometimes meet with, that when a person gives expectation that he is just going to conclude his prayer, something not thought of in its proper place occurring that instant in his mind leads him, as it were, to begin again. But unless it is a matter of singular importance, it would be better omitted for that time. Preaching and prayers. The prayers of some good men are more like preaching than praying. They rather express the Lord's mind to the people than the desires of the people to the Lord. Indeed, this can hardly be called prayer. It might in another place stand for part of a good sermon, but will afford little help to those who desire to pray with their hearts. Prayer should be sententious, and made up of breathings to the Lord, either of confession, petition, or praise. It should be not only scriptural and evangelical, but experimental, a simple and unstudied expression of the wants and feelings of the soul. It will be so if the heart is lively and affected in the duty. It must be so if the edification of others is the point in view. Method in prayer. Several books have been written to assist in the gift and exercise of prayer, and many useful hints may be borrowed from them. But a too close attention to the method therein recommended gives an air of study and formality, and offends against that simplicity which is so essentially necessary to a good prayer, that no degree of acquired abilities can compensate for the want of it. It is possible to learn to pray mechanically and by rule, but it is hardly possible to do so with acceptance and benefit to others. When the several parts of invocation, adoration, confession, petition, etc., follow each other in a stated order, the hearer's mind generally goes before the speaker's voice, and we can form a tolerable conjecture what is to come next. On this account we often find that unlettered people who have had little or no help from books, or rather have not been fettered by them, can pray with an unction and savor in an unpremeditated way, while the prayers of persons of much superior abilities, perhaps even of ministers themselves, are, though accurate and regular, so dry and starched that they afford little either of pleasure or profit to spiritual mind. The spirit of prayer is the fruit and token of the spirit of adoption. The studied addresses with which some approach the throne of grace remind us of a stranger's coming to a great man's door. He knocks and waits, sends in his name, and goes through a course of ceremony before he gains admittance, while a child of the family uses no ceremony at all, but enters freely when he pleases, because he knows he is at home. It is true, we ought always to draw near the Lord with great humiliation of spirit and a sense of our unworthiness, but this spirit is not always best expressed or promoted by a pompous enumeration of the names and titles of the God with whom we have to do, or by fixing in our minds beforehand the exact order in which we propose to arrange the several parts of our prayer. Some attention to method may be proper, for the prevention of repetitions, and plain people may be a little defective in it sometimes, but this defect will not be half so tiresome and disagreeable as a studied and artificial exactness. Peculiarities of manner. Many, perhaps most, people who pray in public have some favorite word or expression which recurs too often in their prayers, and is frequently used as a mere expletive, having no necessary connection with the sense of which they are speaking. The most disagreeable of these is when the name of the blessed God, with the addition perhaps of one or more epithets, as great, glorious, holy, almighty, etc., is introduced so often and without necessity, as seems neither to indicate a due reverence in the person who uses it, nor suited to excite reverence in those who hear. I will not say that this is taking the name of God in vain, in the usual sense of the phrase. It is, however, a great impropriety, and should be guarded against. It would be well if they who use redundant expressions had a friend to give them a caution, so that they might with a little care be retrenched, and hardly any person can be sensible of the little peculiarities he may inadvertently adopt, unless he is told of them. There are several things likewise respecting the voice and manner of prayer, which a person may with due care correct in himself, and which, if generally corrected, would make meeting for prayer more pleasant than sometimes they are. Very loud speaking is a fault, when the size of the place and the manner of the hearers do not render it necessary. The end of speaking in public is to be heard, and when that end is attained, a greater elevation of the voice in frequency is hurtful to the speaker, and is more likely to confuse a hearer than fix his attention. I do not deny but allowance must be made for constitution, and the warmth of the passions, which dispose some people to speak louder than others. Yet such will do well to restrain themselves as much as they can. It may seem indeed to indicate great earnestness, and that the heart is much affected, yet it is often but false fire. It may be thought speaking with power, but a person who is favored with the Lord's presence may pray with power in a moderate voice, and there may be very little of the power of the Spirit, though the voice should be heard in the street and neighborhood. The other extreme of speaking too low is not so frequent, but if we are not heard, we might as well altogether hold our peace. It exhausts the spirit and wearies the attention, to be listening for any length of time to a very low voice. Some words or sentences will be lost, which will render what is heard less intelligible and agreeable. If the speaker can be heard by the person furthest distant from him, the rest will hear, of course. The tone of the voice is likewise to be regarded. Some have a tone in prayer so very different from their usual way of speaking, that their nearest friends, if not accustomed to them, could hardly know them by their voice. Sometimes the tone is changed, perhaps more than once, so that if our eyes did not give us more certain information than our ears, we might think 2 or 3 persons had been speaking by turns. It is a pity that when we approve what is spoken, we should be so easily disconcerted by an awkwardness of delivery. Yet so it often is, and probably so it will be, in the present weak and imperfect state of human nature. It is more to be lamented than wondered at, that sincere Christians are sometimes forced to confess. He is a good man, and his prayers as to their substance are spiritual and judicious, but there is something so displeasing in his manner that I am always uneasy when I hear him. Informality in prayer. Contrary to this, and still more offensive, is a custom that some have of talking to the Lord in prayer. It is their natural voice indeed, but it is that expression of it which they use upon the most familiar and trivial occasions. The human voice is capable of so many inflections and variations that it can adapt itself to the different sensations of the mind, as joy, sorrow, fear, desire, etc. If a man was pleading for his life, or expressing his thanks to the king for a pardon, common sense and decency would teach him a suitableness of manner, and anyone who could not understand his language might know by the sound of his words that he was not making a bargain or telling a story. How much more, when we speak to the King of Kings, should the consideration of his glory and our own vileness, and of the important concerns we are engaged in before him, impress us with an air of seriousness and reverence, and prevent us from speaking to him as if it was altogether such an one as ourselves. The liberty to which we are called by the gospel does not at all encourage such a pertness and familiarity as would be unbecoming to use towards a fellow worm, who is a little advanced above us in worldly dignity. I shall be glad if these hints may be of any service to those who desire to worship God in spirit and in truth, and who wish that whatever has a tendency to damp the spirit of devotion, either in themselves or in others, might be avoided. End of Public Prayer by John Newton. This recording, read by T. Wellington, is in the public domain.
USAF Fact Sheet 95-03, Unidentified Flying Objects and Air Force Project Blue Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. From 1947 to 1969, the Air Force investigated unidentified flying objects under Project Blue Book. The project, headquartered at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio, was terminated December 17, 1969. Of a total of 12,618 sightings reported to Project Blue Book, 701 remained unidentified. The decision to discontinue UFO investigations was based on an evaluation of a report prepared by the University of Colorado entitled Scientific Study of Unidentified Flying Objects, a review of the University of Colorado's report by the National Academy of Sciences, previous UFO studies, and Air Force experience in investigating UFO reports during the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. As a result of these investigations, studies and experience gained from investigating UFO reports since 1948, the conclusions of Project Blue Book were: 1. No UFO reported, investigated, and evaluated by the Air Force was ever an indication of threat to our national security. 2. There was no evidence submitted to or discovered by the Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represented technological developments or principles beyond the range of modern scientific knowledge. And 3. There was no evidence that sightings categorized as unidentified were extraterrestrial vehicles. With the termination of Project Blue Book, the Air Force regulation establishing and controlling the program for investigating and analyzing UFOs was rescinded. Documentation regarding the former Blue Book investigation was permanently transferred to the modern military branch, National Archives and Records Service, 8th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20408, and is available for public review and analysis. Since the termination of Project Blue Book, nothing has occurred that would support a resumption of UFO investigations by the Air Force. Given the current environment of steadily decreasing defense budgets, it is unlikely the Air Force will become involved in such a costly project in the foreseeable future. There are a number of universities and professional scientific organizations that have considered UFO phenomena during periodic meetings and seminars. A list of private organizations interested in aerial phenomena may be found in Gale's Encyclopedia of Associations. Interest in and timely review of UFO reports by private groups ensures that sound evidence is not overlooked by the scientific community. Persons wishing to report UFO sightings should be advised to contact local law enforcement agencies. Point of contact. News media requiring Project Blue Book files should contact the National Archives Public Affairs Office, 202-501-5525. Public queries should be addressed to the Project Blue Book archivist at 202-501-5385. For queries not related to Project Blue Book, contact the National Archives receptionist at 202-501-5400. Current as of June 1995. End of USAF Fact Sheet 95-03, Unidentified Flying Objects and Air Force Project Blue Book. This recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
What the Tortoise Said to Achilles by Lewis Carroll. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What the Tortoise Said to Achilles by Lewis Carroll. Originally published in Mind, No. 4, 1895, pages 278 to 280. Achilles had overtaken the tortoise and had seated himself comfortably on its back. "So you've got to the end of our race course," said the tortoise, "even though it does consist of an infinite series of distances. I thought some wiseacre or other had proved that the thing couldn't be done." "It can be done," said Achilles. "It has been done. Solvitur ambulando. You see, the distances were constantly diminishing, and so—" "But if they had been constantly increasing," the tortoise interrupted, "how then?" "Then I shouldn't be here," Achilles modestly replied, "and you would have got several times round the world by this time." "You flatter me. Flatten, I mean," said the tortoise, "for you are a heavy weight, and no mistake. Well now, would you like to hear of a race course that most people fancy they can get to the end of in 2 or 3 steps, while it really consists of an infinite number of distances, each one longer than the previous one?" "Very much indeed," said the Grecian warrior, as he drew from his helmet Few warriors possessed pockets in those days, an enormous notebook and a pencil. Proceed, and speak slowly, please. Shorthand isn't invented yet. That beautiful first proposition of Euclid, the Thomas murmured dreamily. You admire Euclid? Passionately, so far at least as one can admire a treatise that won't be published for some centuries to come. Well now, let's take a little bit of that argument in the first proposition, just 2 steps, and the conclusion drawn from them. Kindly enter them in your notebook, and in order to refer to them conveniently, let's call them A, B, and Z. A. Things that are equal to the same are equal to each other. B. The 2 sides of the triangle are things that are equal to the same. Z. The 2 sides of this triangle are equal to each other. Readers of Euclid will grant, I suppose, that Z follows logically from A and B, so that anyone who accepts A and B as true must accept Z as true. Undoubtedly, the youngest child in a high school, as soon as high schools are invented, which will not be till some 2,000 years later, will grant that. And if some reader had not yet accepted A and B as true, he might still accept the sequence as a valid one, I suppose. No doubt such a reader might exist. He might say, I accept as true the hypothetical proposition that, if A and B be true, Z must be true. But I don't accept A and B as true. Such a reader would do wisely in abandoning Euclid and taking to football. And might there not also be some reader who would say, I accept A and B as true, but I don't accept the hypothetical? Certainly there might be. He also had better take to football. And neither of these readers, the tortoise continued, is as yet under any logical necessity to accept Z as true. Quite so, Achilles assented. Well now, I want you to consider me as a reader of the second kind, and to force me logically to accept Z as true. A tortoise playing football would be, Achilles was beginning. An anomaly, of course, the tortoise hastily interrupted. Don't wander from the point. Let's have Z first, and football afterwards. I'm to force you to accept Z, am I? Achilles said musingly. And your present position is that you accept A and B, but you don't accept the hypothetical. Let's call it C, said the tortoise. But you don't accept C. If A and B are true, Z must be true. That is my present position, said the tortoise. Then I must ask you to accept C. I'll do so, said the tortoise, as soon as you've entered it in that notebook of yours. What else have you got in it? Only a few memoranda, said Achilles, nervously fluttering the leaves. A few memoranda of the battles in which I have distinguished myself. Plenty of blank leaves, I see, the tortoise cheerily remarked. We shall need them all, Achilles shuddered. Now, write as I dictate. A. Things that are equal to the same are equal to each other. B. The 2 sides of this triangle are things that are equal to the same. C. If A and B are true, Z must be true. Z. The 2 sides of this triangle are equal to each other. You should call it D, not Z, said Achilles. It comes next to the other 3. If you accept A and B and C, you must accept Z. And why must I? Because it follows logically from them. If A and B and C are true, Z must be true. You don't dispute that, I imagine. If A and B and C are true, Z must be true, the tortoise thoughtfully repeated. That's another hypothetical, isn't it? And if I failed to see its truth, I might accept A and B and C and still not accept Z, mightn't I? You might, the candid hero admitted, though such obtuseness would certainly be phenomenal. Still, the event is possible, so I must ask you to grant one more hypothetical. Very good. I'm quite willing to grant it, as soon as you've written it down. We will call it D. If A and B and C are true, Z must be true. Have you entered that in your notebook? I have, Achilles joyfully exclaimed, as he ran the pencil into its sheath. And at last we've got to the end of this ideal racecourse. Now that you accept A and B and C and D, of course you accept Z. Do I? Said the tortoise innocently. Let's make that quite clear. I accept A and B and C and D. Suppose I still refuse to accept Z. Then logic would take you by the throat and force you to do it, Achilles triumphantly replied. Logic would tell you, you can't help yourself. Now that you've accepted A and B and C and D, you must accept Z. So you've no choice, you see. Whatever logic is good enough to tell me is worth writing down, said the tortoise. So enter it in your book, please. We will call it E. If A and B and C and D are true, Z must be true. Until I've granted that, of course, I needn't grant Z. So it's quite a necessary step, you see. I see, said Achilles, and there was a touch of sadness in his tone. Hear the narrator, having pressing business at the bank, was obliged to leave the happy pair and did not again pass the spot until some months afterwards. When he did so, Achilles was still seated on the back of the much-enduring tortoise, and was writing in his notebook, which appeared to be nearly full. The tortoise was saying, "Have you got that last step written down? Unless I've lost count, that makes 1,001. There are several millions more to come, and would you mind a personal favour, considering what a lot of instruction this colloquy of ours will provide for the logicians of the 19th century? Would you mind adopting a pun that my cousin the Mock Turtle will then make, and allowing yourself to be renamed Tortoise, spelt Taught-US? As you please, replied the weary warrior, in the hollow tones of despair, as he buried his face in his hands, provided that you, for your part, would adopt a pun the Mock Turtle never made, and allow yourself to be renamed Achilles, spelt Akillease. End of What the Tortoise Said to Achilles by Lewis Carroll. Read by Ross Clement.
The Wonderful Discovery of Elizabeth Sawyer, a Witch, late of Edmonton, by Henry Goodcole. Read by David Nichol. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wonderful Discovery of Elizabeth Sawyer, a Witch, late of Edmonton, her conviction and condemnation and death, together with the relation of the devil's access to her and their conference together. Written by Henry Goodcole, minister of the Word of God and her continual visitor in the jail of Newgate. The author's apology to the Christian readers, who wisheth to them all health and happiness. The publication of this subject, whereof now I write, hath been by importunity extorted from me, who would have been content to have concealed it, knowing the diversity of opinions concerning things of this nature, and that not only among the ignorant, but among some of the learned. For my part, I meddle here with nothing but matter of fact, and to that end produce the testimony of the living and the dead, which I hope shall be authentical for the confirmation of this narration, and free me from all censurious minds and mouths. It is none of my intent here to discuss or dispute of witches or witchcraft, but desire most therein to be dispensed withal, knowing that in such a little treatise as this is, no matter that can be effectual can be comprised, especially in so short a time of deliberation as 3 or 4 days. And the rather do I now publish this to purchase my peace, which, without it being done, I could scarce at any time be at quiet, for many who would take no nay, but still desired of me written copies of this ensuing declaration. Another reason was to defend the truth of the cause, which in some measure hath received a wound already, by most base and false ballads, which were sung at the time of our returning from the witch's execution. In them I was ashamed to see and hear such ridiculous fictions of her bewitching corn on the ground, of a ferret and an owl daily sporting before her, of the bewitched woman braining herself, of the spirits attending in the prison, all of which I knew to be fitter for an ale bench than for a relation of proceeding in a court of justice. And thereupon I wonder that such lewd ballad-mongers should be suffered to creep into the printers' presses and people's ears. And so I rest at your opinions and judgments. Your well-wisher in the Lord Jesus, Henry Goodcole. A true declaration of the manner of proceeding against Elizabeth Sawyer, late of Edmonton, spinster, and the evidence of her conviction. A great and long suspicion was held of this person to be a witch, and the eye of Mr. Arthur Robinson, a worthy justice of peace who dwelleth at Tottenham near to her, was watchful over her and her ways, and that not without just cause, still having his former long suspicion of her, by the information of her neighbours that dwelt about her, from suspicion to proceed to great presumptions, seeing the death of nurse children and cattle strangely and suddenly to happen. And to find out who should be the author of this mischief, an old ridiculous custom was used, which was to pluck the thatch of her house, and to burn it, and it being so burned, the author of such mischief should presently then come. And it was observed and affirmed to the court, that Elizabeth Sawyer would presently frequent the house of them that burnt the thatch which they plucked of her house, and come without any sending for. This trial, though it was slight and ridiculous, yet it settled a resolution in those whom it concerned, to find out, by all means they could endeavour, her long and close carried witchery, to explain it to the world, and being descried, to pay in the end such a worker of iniquity her wages, and that which she had deserved, namely shame and death, from which the devil that had so long deluded her did not come, as she said, to show the least help of his unto her to deliver her, but being descried in his ways and works, immediately he fled, leaving her to shift and answer for herself, with public and private marks on her body, as followeth. 1. Her face was most pale and ghost-like, without any blood at all, and her countenance was still dejected to the ground. 2. Her body was crooked and deformed, even bending together, which so happened but a little before her apprehension. 3. That tongue, which by cursing, swearing, blaspheming, and imprecating, as afterward she confessed, was the occasioning cause of the devil's access unto her even at that time, and to claim her thereby as his own, by it discovered her lying, swearing, and blaspheming, as also evident proofs produced against her to stop her mouth with truth's authority, at which hearing she was not able to speak a sensible or ready word for her defence, but sends out, in the hearing of the judge, jury, and all good people that stood by, many most fearful imprecations for destruction against herself then to happen, as heretofore she had wished and endeavoured to happen on divers of her neighbours, the which the righteous judge of heaven, whom thus she invocated, to judge then and discern her cause, did reveal. Thus God did wonderfully overtake her in her own wickedness, to make her tongue to be the means of her own destruction, which had destroyed many before. And in this manner, namely, that out of her false swearing the truth whereof she little thought should be found, but by her swearing and cursing blended, it thus far made against her, that both judge and jury, all of them, grew more and more suspicious of her, and not without great cause, for none that had the fear of God, or any the least motion of God's grace left in them, would or durst to presume so impudently with execrations and false oaths to affront justice. On Saturday, being the 14th day of April, Anno Domini 1621, this Elizabeth Sawyer, late of Edmonton, in the county of Middlesex, spinster, was arraigned and indicted 3 several times at Justice Hall in the Old Bailey in London, in the parish of St. Sepulchres, in the ward of Farrington Without, which indictments were, viz., that she the said Elizabeth Sawyer, not having the fear of God before her eyes, but moved and seduced by the devil, by diabolical help, did out of her malicious heart, because her neighbours where she dwelt would not buy brooms of her, would therefore thus revenge herself on them in this manner, namely, witch to death their nurse children and cattle. But for brevity's sake here I omit forms of law and informations. She was also indicted for that she, the said Elizabeth Sawyer, by diabolical help and out of her malice aforethought, did witch unto death Agnes Ratcliffe, a neighbour of hers, dwelling in the town of Edmonton, where she likewise did dwell. And the cause that urged her thereunto was, because that Agnes Ratcliffe did strike a sow of hers in her sight, for licking up a little soap where she had laid it, and for that Elizabeth Sawyer would be revenged of her, and thus threatened Agnes Ratcliffe that it should be a dear blow unto her, which accordingly fell out, and suddenly, for that evening Agnes Ratcliffe fell very sick, and was extraordinarily vexed, and in a most strange manner in her sickness was tormented. Oath whereof was by this Agnes Ratcliffe's husband given to the court, the time when she fell sick, and the time when she died, which was within 4 days after she fell sick. And further then related that in the time of her sickness his wife, Agnes Ratcliffe, lay foaming at the mouth, and was extraordinarily distempered, which many of his neighbours seeing, as well as himself, bred suspicion in them that some mischief was done against her, and by none else but alone by this Elizabeth Sawyer it was done. Concerning whom the said Agnes Ratcliffe, lying on her deathbed, these words confidently spake, namely, that if she did die at that time, she would verily take it on her death, that Elizabeth Sawyer her neighbour, whose sow with a washing beetle she had stricken, and so for that cause, her malice being great, was the occasion of her death. To prove her innocency, she put herself to the trial of God and the country. And what care was taken, both by the honourable bench and jury, the judicious standers by can witness, and God knows who were rewarded. The jury, hearing this evidence given upon oath by the husband of the above-named Agnes Ratcliffe, and his wife's speeches relating to them likewise an oath, as she lay on her deathbed, to be truth, that she had said unto her husband, namely, that if she died at that time, she, the said Elizabeth Sawyer, was the cause of her death, and maliciously did by her witchery procure the same. This made some impression in their minds, and caused due and mature deliberation, not trusting their own judgments what to do in a matter of such great import as life they deemed might be conserved. The foreman of the jury asked of Master Heneage Finch, recorder, his direction and advice, to whom he, Christian-like, thus replied, namely, "Do in it as God shall put in your hearts." Master Arthur Robinson, a worshipful justice of peace dwelling at Tottenham, had often and divers times upon the complaints of the neighbours against this Elizabeth Sawyer, laboriously and carefully examined her, and still his suspicion was strengthened against her that doubtless she was a witch. And information was given unto him by some of her neighbours that this Elizabeth Sawyer had a private and strange mark on her body, by which their suspicion was confirmed against her. And he, sitting in the court at that time of her trial, informed the bench thereof, desiring the bench to send for women to search her, presently, before the jury did go forth to bring in the verdict concerning Elizabeth Sawyer, whether she was guilty or no. To which motion of his they most willingly condescended. The bench commanded officers appointed for those purposes to fetch in 3 women to search the body of Elizabeth Sawyer, to see if they could find any such unwonted mark as they were informed of. One of the women's names was Margaret Weaver, that keeps the sessions house for the city of London, a widow of an honest reputation, and 2 other grave matrons, brought in by the officer out of the street, passing there by chance, were joined with her in this search of the person named, who, fearing and perceiving she should by that search of theirs be then discovered, behaved herself most sluttishly and loathsomely towards them, intending thereby to prevent their search of her, which my pen would forbear to write these things for modesty's sake, but I would not vary in what was delivered to the bench, expressly and openly spoken. Yet, nevertheless, niceness they laid aside, and according to the request of the court, and to that trust reposed in them by the bench, they all 3 severally searched her, and made severally their answer unto the court, being sworn thereunto to deliver the truth. And they all 3 said that they, a little above the fundament of Elizabeth Sawyer the prisoner, there indicted before the bench for a witch, found a thing like a teat, the bigness of the little finger, and the length of half a finger, which was branched at the top like a teat, and seemed as though one had sucked it, and that the bottom thereof was blue, and the top of it was red. This view of theirs, and answer that she had such a thing about her, which boldly she denied, gave some insight to the jury of her, who, upon their consciences, returned the said Elizabeth Sawyer to be guilty by diabolical help of the death of Agnes Ratcliffe only, and acquitted her of the other 2 indictments. And thus much of the means that brought her to her deserved death and destruction. I will address to inform you of her preparation to death, which is alone pertinent to my function, and to declare unto you her confession verbatim, out of her own mouth, delivered to me the Tuesday after her conviction, though with great labour it was extorted from her. And the same confession I read unto her at the place of her execution, and there she confessed to all people that were there the same to be most true, which I shall here relate. And because it should not be thought that from me alone this proceeded, I would have other testimony thereof, to stop all contradictions of so palpable a verity, that heard her deliver it from her own mouth in the chapel of Newgate the same time. In testimony whereof, the persons that were then present with me at her confession have hereunto put to their hands, and if it be required further to confirm this to be a truth, will be ready at all times to make oath thereof. A true relation of the confession of Elizabeth Sawyer, spinster, after her conviction of witchery, taken on Tuesday the 17th day of April, anno 1621, in the jail of Newgate, where she was prisoner, then in the presence and hearing of divers persons, whose names, to verify the same, are here subscribed to this ensuing confession, made unto me, Henry Goodcole, minister of the word of God, ordinary and visitor for the jail of Newgate. In dialogue manner are here expressed the persons that she murdered, and the cattle that she destroyed by the help of the devil. In this manner I was enforced to speak unto her, because she might understand me, and give unto me answer according to my demands, for she was a very ignorant woman. Question. By what means came you to have acquaintance with the devil, and when was the first time that you saw him, and how did you know that it was the devil? Answer. The first time that the devil came unto me was when I was cursing, swearing, and blaspheming. He then rushed in upon me, and never before that time did I see him, or he me. And when he, namely the devil, came to me, the first words that he spake unto me were these: Oh, have I now found you cursing, swearing, and blaspheming? Now you are mine. A gentleman by name Mr. Maddox, standing by and hearing of her say the word blaspheming, did ask of her 3 or 4 times whether the devil said, Have I found you blaspheming? And she confidently said, Aye. A wonderful warning to many whose tongues are too frequent in these abominable sins. I pray God that this her terrible example may deter them, to leave and distaste them, to put their tongues to a more holy language than the accursed language of hell. The tongue of man is the glory of man, and it was ordained to glorify God. But worse than brute beasts are they who have a tongue as well as men, that therewith they at once both bless and curse. Question. What said you to the devil when he came unto you, and spake unto you? Were you not afraid of him? If you did fear him, what said the devil then unto you? Answer. I was in a very great fear when I saw the devil, but he did bid me not to fear him at all, for he would do me no hurt at all, but would do for me whatsoever I should require of him. And, as he promised unto me, he always did such mischiefs as I bid him to do, both on the bodies of Christians and beasts. If I did bid him vex them to death, as oftentimes I did so bid him, it was then presently by him so done. Question. Whether would the devil bring unto you word or no what he had done for you at your command? And if he did bring you word, how long would it be before he would come unto you again to tell you? Answer. He would always bring unto me word what he had done for me within the space of a week. He never failed me that time, and would likewise do it to creatures and beasts two manner of ways, which was by scratching or pinching of them. Question. Of what Christians and beasts, and how many were the number that you were the cause of their death? And what moved you to prosecute them to the death? Answer. I have been, by the help of the devil, the means of many Christians and beasts' death. The cause that moved me to do it was malice and envy, for if anybody had angered me in any manner, I would be so revenged of them and of their cattle. And do now further confess that I was the cause of those two nurse children's death, for the which I was now indicted and acquitted by the jury. Question. Whether did you procure the death of Agnes Ratcliffe, for which you were found guilty by the jury? Answer. No, I did not, by my means, procure against her the least hurt. Question. How long is it since the devil and you had acquaintance together? And how oftentimes in the week would he come and see you, and you company with him? Answer. It is 8 years since our first acquaintance, and 3 times in the week the devil would come and see me, after such his acquaintance gotten of me. He would come sometimes in the morning, and sometimes in the evening. Question. In what shape would the devil come unto you? Answer. Always in the shape of a dog, and of 2 colours, sometimes of black, and sometimes of white. Question. What talk had the devil and you together, when that he appeared to you? And what did he ask of you? And what did you desire of him? Answer. He asked of me, when he came unto me, how I did, and what he should do for me, and demanded of me my soul and body, threatening then to tear me in pieces, if that I did not grant unto him my soul and body which he asked of me. Question. What did you do after such the devil's asking of you to have your soul and body? And after this his threatening of you, did you for fear grant unto the devil his desire? Answer. Yes, I granted for fear unto the devil his request of my soul and body. And to seal this my promise made unto him, I then gave him leave to suck of my blood, the which he asked of me. Question. In what place of your body did the devil suck of your blood? And whether did he himself choose the place, or did you yourself appoint him the place? Tell the truth, I charge you, as you will answer unto the Almighty God, and tell the reason, if that you can, why he would suck your blood. I demanded this question of her to confirm the women's search of her concerning that she had such a mark about her, which they, upon their oaths, informed the court that truth it was she had such a mark. Answer. The place where the devil sucked my blood was a little above my fundament, and that place chosen by himself, and in that place, by continual drawing, there is a thing in the form of a teat, at the which the devil would suck me. And I asked the devil why he would suck my blood, and he said it was to nourish him. Question. Whether, Did you pull up your coats, or no, when the devil came to suck you? This I asked of her very earnestly, and she thus answered me, without any studying for an answer. Answer: No, I did not, but the devil would put his head under my coats, and I did willingly suffer him to do what he would. Question: How long would the time be that the devil would continue sucking of you? And whether did you endure any pain the time that he was sucking of you? Answer: He would be sucking of me the continuance of 1/4 of an hour, and when he sucked me, I then felt no pain at all. Question: What was the meaning that the devil, when he came unto you, would sometimes speak and sometimes bark? I asked this question because she said that the devil did not always speak to her. Answer: It is thus. When the devil spake to me, then he was ready to do for me what I would bid him to do. And when he came barking to me, he then had done the mischief that I did bid him to do for me. Question: By what name did you call the devil, and what promises did he make to you? Answer: I did call the devil by the name of Tom, and he promised to do for me whatsoever I should require of him. Question: What were those 2 ferrets that you were feeding on a form with white bread and milk, when divers children came and saw you feeding of them? I asked this of her because that some children of a good bigness and reasonable understanding informed the court that they had divers times seen her feed 2 white ferrets with white bread and milk. Answer: I never did any such thing. Question: What was the white thing that did run through the thatch of your house? Was it a spirit or devil? I asked this question of her because her husband testified to the bench he saw such a white thing run through the thatch of his house, and that he catched at it but could not get it, and he thought it was a white ferret. Answer: So far as I know, it was nothing else but a white ferret. Question: Did anybody else know but you yourself alone of the devil's coming unto you, and of your practices? Speak the truth, and tell the reason why you did not reveal it to your husband or to some other friend. Answer: I did not tell anybody thereof that the devil came unto me, neither I durst not, for the devil charged me that I should not, and said that if I did tell it to anybody, at his next coming to me, then he would tear me in pieces. Question: Did the devil at any time find you praying when he came unto you? And did not the devil forbid you to pray to Jesus Christ, but to him alone? And did not he bid you pray to him, the devil, as he taught you? Upon my very general suspicion, I asked of her this question. Answer: Yes, he once found me praying, and he asked of me to whom I prayed, and I answered him, to Jesus Christ, and he charged me then to pray no more to Jesus Christ, but to him, the devil, and he, the devil, taught me this prayer: Sanctificetur nomen tuum. Amen. I do here relate the self-same words upon this question propounded unto her, what prayer the devil taught her to say. Question: Were you ever taught these Latin words before by any person else? Or did you ever hear of it before of anybody? Or can you say any more of it? Answer: No, I was not taught it by anybody else but by the devil alone. Neither do I understand the meaning of these words, nor can speak any more Latin words. Question. Did the devil ask of you, the next time he came unto you, whether that you used to pray unto him in that manner as he taught you? Answer. Yes. At his next coming to me, he asked of me if that I did pray unto him as he had taught me. And I answered him again that sometimes I did, and sometimes I did not. And the devil then thus threatened me, it is not good for me to mock him. Question. How long is it since you saw the devil last? Answer. It is 3 weeks since I saw the devil. Question. Did the devil never come unto you since you were in prison? Speak the truth, as you will answer unto Almighty God. I ask this question because it was rumoured that the devil came to her since her conviction, and shamelessly printed and openly sung in a ballad, to which many give too much credit. Answer. The devil never came unto me since I was in prison, nor, I thank God, I have no motion of him in my mind since I came to prison. Neither do I now fear him at all. Question. How came your eye to be put out? The reason why I asked this was because her father and mother's eye, one of theirs, was out. Answer. With a stick which one of my children had in the hand. That night my mother did die, it was done, for I was stooping by the bedside, and I by chance did hit my eye on the sharp end of the stick. Question. Did you ever handle the devil when he came unto you? I asked of her this question because some might think this was a visible delusion of her sight only. Answer. Yes, I did stroke him on the back, and then he would beg unto me, and wag his tail, as being therewith contented. Question. Would the devil come unto you all in one bigness? Answer. No. When he came unto me in the black shape, he then was biggest, and in the white the least, and when that I was praying, he then would come unto me in the white colour. Question. Why did you, at your trial, forswear all this that you do now confess? Answer. I did it thereby hoping to avoid shame. Question. Is all this truth which you have spoken here unto me, and that I have now written? Answer. Yes, it is all truth, as I shall make answer unto Almighty God. Question. What moves you now to make this confession? Did any urge you to it, or bid you do it? Is it for any hope of life you do it? Answer. No, I do it to clear my conscience. And now, having done it, I am the more quiet and the better prepared, and willing thereby to suffer death. For I have no hope at all of my life, although I must confess I would live longer if I might. A relation what she said at the place of execution, which was at Tyburn, on Thursday, the 19th day of April, 1621. All this being by her thus freely confessed after her conviction in the jail of Newgate, on Tuesday the 17th day of April, I acquainted Master Recorder of London therewith, who thus directed me to take that her confession with me to the place of execution, and to read it to her, and to ask of her whether that was truth which she had delivered to me in the prison on Tuesday last, concerning what she said. And how she died, I will relate unto you. Elizabeth Sawyer, you are now come unto the place of execution. Is that all true which you confessed unto me on Tuesday last, when that you were in prison? I have it here, and will now read it unto you, as you spake it then unto me out of your own mouth. And if it be true, confess it now to God and to all the people that are here present. Answer. This confession, which is now read unto me by Master Henry Goodcole, minister, with my own mouth I spake it to him on Tuesday last at Newgate, and I here do acknowledge to all the people that are here present that it is all truth, desiring you all to pray unto Almighty God to forgive me my grievous sins. Question. By what means hope you now to be saved? Answer. By Jesus Christ alone. Question. Will you now pray unto Almighty God to forgive unto you all your misdeeds? Answer. Aye, with all my heart and mind. This was confirmed in the hearing of many hundreds at her last breath, what formerly she in prison confessed to me, and at that time spake more heartily than the day before of her execution, on whose body law was justly inflicted, but mercy in God's power reserved to bestow when and where he pleaseth. My labour thus ended concerning her, to testify and avouch to the world and all opposers hereof this to be true. Those that were present with me in the prison that heard her confession, I have desired here their testimonies, which is as followeth. We, whose names are here subscribed, do thereby testify that Elizabeth Sawyer, late of Edmonton, in the county of Middlesex, spinster, did, in our hearings, confess on Tuesday the 17th of April, in the jail of Newgate, to Master Henry Goodcole, minister of the word of God, the repeated foul crimes, and confirmed it at her death the 19th of April following to be true, and if we be thereunto required, will be ready to make faith of the truth thereof, namely, that this was her confession being alive, and a little before her death. Conclusion. Dear Christians, lay this to heart, namely, the cause and first time that the devil came unto her then, even then when she was cursing, swearing, and blaspheming. The devil rageth, and malice reigneth in the hearts of many. O let it not do so, for here you may see the fruits thereof, that it is a plain way to bring you to the devil, nay, that it brings the devil to you. For it seemed that when she so fearfully did swear, her oaths did so conjure him that he must leave then his mansion place, and come at this wretch's command and will, which was by her imprecations. Stand on your guard, and watch with sobriety to resist him, the devil your adversary, who waiteth on you continually to subvert you, that so you, that do detest her abominable words and ways, may never taste of the cup nor wages of shame and destruction, of which she did in this life, from which and from whose power, Lord Jesus, save and defend thy little flock. Amen. End of The Wonderful Discovery of Elizabeth Sawyer, a Witch, late of Edmonton, by Henry Goodcole.